be a little bit more crowd control on Looney, then Method Black will close out this game. Battlemaster's going to fall. Battlemaster's going to fall. Bomb drops. Kidney shot on Blinto. Massive damage, and Method Black does it. Big takedown.
Entirety of both teams, honestly. Chun-Li had the preemptive defuse magic, but they're just so far behind. Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done. The Shadow Stone, the Generator, and Snuts is in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again!
Hello everyone, welcome to AWC Cup number 3, day 2. My name is Aya, I am joined by Zico, Vinruki, and Supatis. Before we get into talking about today's games, a word. Blizzard has allowed us to use this platform to speak up in support for the Black Lives Matter movement.
We support Black Lives Matter movement. We as gamers and as humans need to stand up against racism, inequality, and injustice. We must hold our gaming community accountable, hold our friends accountable, and hold ourselves accountable. I think right now it's very important for everybody to stay united, continue talking about this topic, and for everybody to stay safe. So while we all think about this for a couple of minutes, we're going to go to a quick commercial break, and we urge you guys to use that time to just reflect what's going on.
Hello everyone, welcome back. We had some excellent games yesterday in the European region, and now we are moving over to the North American region, and we are starting off the morning with M2KC and Charlotte Phoenix. Ven, any thoughts on that matchup? What are you expecting from those two teams?
Well, I mean, both of these teams have a, kind of a plethora of compositions that they can run. For M2KC, it has been mostly about that Windwalker, Fire Mage, Paladin. They have had, quite a bit of success with that composition. I think for Charlotte Phoenix, this is a roster we saw do quite well last week. They also have a lot of different compositions. They can play some Wizard Cleaves as well as, Rogue Mage. We've seen Warlock Mage coming in from Jamilian Burn. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens in the blind pick, as I think we could be in for some surprises.
Yeah, totally. Definitely looking forward to this matchup as well. We've actually got quite a bit of good games lined up today as well. Supatis, any match you're looking forward to yourself?
I feel like the highlight of the day is Golden Guardians and Turtle, mostly because These are two teams that I was worried about them being able to find a footing in the tournament scene because their compositions at the time were considered not the top tier ones, not the best, and it seemed like they were a bit reluctant to pick up new things in the meta, but they have both made adaptations. They're still playing a similar playstyle as well that's kind of original to their team's recipe. Turtle's running the jungle, but they've brought on Smooth as a Mistweaver. Top-notch North American Mistweaver, definitely a strong pickup for them. It got them into the top 6, and Golden Guardians have had WizK playing the Destruction Warlock a lot more frequently than his Shadow Priest, and that has paid off a lot. It got them to the finals in the last cup. And I'm very curious to see how these teams perform now that they've made adaptations to their rosters.
Yeah, it should be interesting. I think if you look at the games that were played yesterday, we saw quite a bit of that as well. What are we thinking like are the dominant compositions that we're going to be seeing today? We saw that jungle cleave yesterday, quite a bit of mage lock. Zico, anything that you think we're going to see showing a pattern today as well?
Well, I feel like we're going to see some mage lock for sure. I mean, we got Cena, we got Charlotte Phoenix, we got, some teams who has that available. And it's obviously an extremely potent comp in the current meta. So I think in terms of EU versus NA meta, I think on that front it's going to be about the same. Then we are going to have some Windwalker DKs, Windwalker Warlock. I think overall it's about the same. I think the major difference is that there's a couple of more jungles out in Europe. And also people are playing Mistweaver jungle in Europe, whereas in NA, I think there's only Turtle that plays jungle, and they do it with a priest, if I'm not mistaken. But no, they added Smooth to their roster, so they have a Mistweaver now as well, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I like that. But yeah, I think a little less jungle, a little bit more melee teams compared to Europe.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, if we take a look at the top 8 currently, we're going to be starting off the morning, as we already said, with M2KC versus Charlotte Phoenix, and then we're going to hopping over to that Method Orange versus Thirst for Burst series. Sid, how are you feeling about that one in particular? I'll fit one last question in before we start this game. What are you looking forward to in that series?
Thirst for Burst has a healer that's coming back into the competitive scene that is kind of like an old friend of mine, Danny Carey. I just remember when I was competing, I didn't have the same amount of success, but I remember his Turbo Cleave in Warlords of Draenor being like the best one in North America, so seeing him come back on the Restoration Druid is very exciting. There's a bit of drama, I think, with that team because Maldiva and Varen have left their original team to join Danny Carey as a 3-player roster, so the fact that they only have 3 players could limit them, but it's cool to see some of these names coming back sort of from times long past.
All right.
Well,
it looks like we're getting into game.
Sorry. I thought y'all were just talking about the game.
No.
But yeah, M2KC versus Charlotte Phoenix kicking off. Here we go.
M2KC, Charlotte Phoenix both leading with Holy Paladins. We have Brain for M2KC and Korlik for the Charlotte Phoenix. And it is going to be that patented Windwalker Fire Mage Paladin for M2KC. And for Charlotte Phoenix, I would say that this is their main composition as well. The Destro Paladin, very aggressive composition, especially with that rogue. You have a lot of crowd control, a lot of burst, a lot of lockdown. And I'm kind of curious, Sid, who do you think comes out ahead in this one?
I feel like the Mage Windwalker can have the advantage of just running around in circles and avoiding the Warlock and getting this game into deep dampening and then pushing for a kill. I've seen M2KC do that strategy on the ladder with the same composition that they've run. Anyone that plays a tanky setup, they will drag the fight on as deep as they need to where dampening is high enough that they'll push for a win. Not to say that they can't win before that point in this particular matchup, but I wouldn't be surprised if they do start to engage a retreat strategy. Cerulean getting control of Nick and that Frost Nova, blinking back behind the pillar out of line of sight of Burn. Just taking complete control of the Rogue, trying to remove all of the pressure. Drake is going to look like he wants to move towards Nick in that Hammer of Justice, trying to punish the Dispel on the Polymorph earlier. That could be a way for them to find a kill on the Rogue if Drake is able to get into position a little bit quicker.
It definitely could. I mean, we've seen Drake, Cerulean go after rogues and try to just blow them up with that Dress to Gas trinket. It's going to be a lot of lockdown in this matchup on both of these casters. Nick sitting on Cerulean, and of course Drake sitting on Burn. Valium going to be playing really defensive right now, just at the pillar with Brain, trying to avoid burn. And we see Valium do this quite often, where they'll take like a really defensive approach to the game, just try to get control of the melee, allow Drake to kind of be the point guard and stay in the midfield, sit on the caster and try to generate some pressure. But Cerulean definitely playing it extremely safe in this matchup. And basically, I think what he's trying to do is bait Nick as much as he can, or he's just trying to prevent Nick from shutting him down when he goes for these blink polymorphs on Corlic. Unfortunately, it didn't work out there. Cerulean does get interrupted, and as a result, Corlic will not be in any crowd control, but they managed to land it. This is a big setup. This is what we wanted to see. The polymorph on Corlic. Nick caught into a stun, forced to trinket, forced to use the psychic shell as well. And I have to say, this trinket has kind of taken the AWC by storm. Everyone seems to be running it. It's a very powerful defensive trinket that these players can rotate through. Now repetition on Brain as Cerulean's getting bursted down. This could easily be the cauterize. No, the sacrifice comes in from Brain, and that will keep Cerulean alive for now.
The main reason I think that these teams are capable of winning before dampening is that Paladins don't do basically any healing when they're crowd controlled, unlike the Mistweaver Monk, which will have the Jade Statue and the Renewing Mists. So if either team is able to secure long crowd control chains on the respective Paladins, they may be able to find enough damage to kill the Mage, the Warlock, the Windwalker, or the Rogue in the matchup. So this does have potential to end prior to those deep dampening stages because of both teams running that Paladin. But at the moment, I would say it does favor M2KC to just avoid the Warlock, kind of exploit the fact that he doesn't move very fast, unlike the Mage and the Windwalker, trying to avoid his damage, get into a deeper dampening stage where the Warlock is a little bit softer to take down. Nick popping that lingering Psychic Shell. He was anticipating being stunned there, but they held on to it. In the meantime, Corlic has been getting a lot of repentances on Brain. Cerulean activates Temporal during that crowd control, though, soaks all of the damage, heals himself back up, but the crowd control is still coming with that Hammer of Justice. Brain using every man for himself to break out of it. And now that's a 3-minute cooldown, so he won't be able to break out of a stun for a long time. Cerulean sets up a crowd control chain with Polymorph on Nick. It's 3 versus 1 onto Burn. Double leg sweep by Drake. They commit the touch of death. They're going all out onto Burn. Looks like he is going to stabilize, though, with the Unending Resolve and likely the Battlemaster Trinket paired along with it. But that was a big trade, a 3-minute cooldown there to reduce damage when his Paladin is crowd controlled. In the meantime, Charlotte Phoenix battle back. Brain having to use the Blessing of Protection to break out of the blind. Cerulean still struggling to stabilize, even with Avenging Wrath activated. Cerulean blinking back around the pillar. Burn turning his attention to Drake, blasting him away, but Brain with the Avenging Wrath should stabilize. I say should, but Cerulean is still at 50%. Big Heel's finally getting him back into the fight. Now that they've survived the onslaught, my eyes are on Corlic. How is he going to navigate to Brain to land those repentances?
I mean, yeah, definitely going to have to look out for that. Corlic, once again, he's going to be moving forward, gets caught into a paralyze by Drake, shutting down that crowd control, double Mortal Coil into a Fear on Drake. Big burst on Cerulean, 3v1 situation. Corlic basically gating Brain, keeping him in the Hammer of Justice, looking for Repentance. Beautiful shutdown by Drake, but it looks like the Repentance will land either way. Brain managed to get the Sacrifice, though, and that will be enough to keep Cerulean alive, but they did manage to get that Sacrifice, which is a major defensive cooldown, so a small victory there for the Charlotte Phoenix. Now, in the meantime, Charlotte Phoenix a bit on the back foot as Drake looking to make an offensive play with a Storm, Earth, and Fire. Burn gets interrupted. Do they have the damage to follow up? Unfortunately not. Nick with a kidney shot on Cerulean will shut down that attempt.
Polymorphs on Nick. I think they're baiting a Dispel maybe for Hammer of Justice, but Brain gets spell locked. He won't be able to land a stun while interrupted. Cerulean blinks in aggressively on top of Corlic, looking for the Dragon's Breath Polymorph chain. They've isolated Nick here in the back line. He's going to use his Gladiator's Medallion to break out of the stun, activate Cloak of Shadows to be immune to all of Cerulean's damage, and survive that exchange. But these ways to break out of stuns are very important for both sides as they're so limited on their ability to actually get out of stuns. So now if Corlic is crowd controlled again and Nick is stunned at the same time, Corlic will have to use Divine Shield to break it. Using the Everyman for himself at this moment in time, going for Hammer Justice into Fear potentially. Full Fear, good crowd control chain between Burn and Corlic. Double Mortal Coil to remove Drake from the fight. Burn lobbing out Chaos Bolts. Swapping over to Cerulean, who blinks out into midfield. He was trying to avoid Nick with a Frost Nova, but now they're in a bad position. Brain can't avoid Repentance here in the starting room. Cerulean is desperate to control the Rogue, but Burn is the threat. Brain has to pop Avenging Wrath again. Get those big heals rolling with that increased healing amount. I'm just double checking the essences here. So Brain is running the Conflict and Strife. He was a bit worried about being a target, whereas Korlik has opted for the Vitality Conduit. So Korlik is likely to have more throughput as we move later into the game, whereas Brain will not if Ceruleum continues to be the target.
And you can kind of look at just like overall damage right now by looking at Paladin's mana. Korlik has had to heal through more consistent damage, whereas M2KC, they've had to deal with more burst. Ceruleum now behind the pillar, caught into a kidney shot. Nick trying to set up his team, but with the positioning of Ceruleum, I mean, his main objective in this match is just stay out of line of sight from burn for as long as possible. Beautiful temporal shield there by Ceruleum as he gets interrupted, and it doesn't actually provide too much healing. You can see Drake trying to come back, trying to help him out, but Ceruleum is just rotting down. Now using Shimmer to get in line of sight of Brain, a massive heal. Actually not that big of a heal coming in from Brain onto Ceruleum. And like you said, without the Vitality Conduit, Brain might just lack the throughput to keep Ceruleum alive. Every man for himself out of the smoke bomb. Ceruleum immediately wanted to get out of that situation, but they might still be able to force the Cauterize here. This offensive push from Charlotte Phoenix seems like it's never ending, and M2KC, they are really struggling.
I mean, the damage output is pretty high. They haven't even activated Dark Soul yet from Burn. They're still sitting on that. Likely they want to wait for the next Avenging Wrath cycle, but Korlik is now in a Hammer of Justice. M2KC look to battle back with the combustion popped. Can they take Burn out with this moment of time? Ceruleum gets stunned. Drake gets feared. Damage denied. Blind now onto Brain. Ceruleum responds, rooting up Nick with the Frost Nova. He's Blessing of Freedom out of it. Looked like Nick wanted to go for a Shadow Melt to try and land crowd control. He does, securing the sap onto Brain. Is able to avoid the Mortal Coil there. Nick chasing down his target. Ceruleum trying to push for the win, but with Brain no longer in crowd control and Avenging Wrath active, that is incredibly unlikely. Burns Dark Soul here. Where is he going to go with it? Likely onto Korlik here out in the midfield. No, just looking for a Fear. Fears Drake instead. Trying to deny pressure on himself as the Touch of Death is very threatening at 20% dampening. Unending Resolve going to trade for him as well in that exchange. If we're just taking stock of cooldowns, the teams are looking very evenly matched here. Perhaps a slight lead here, M2KC, in terms of cooldowns, but without Vitality Conduit that Korlik has, it will be difficult for Brain to recover from any burst damage. Korlik getting a sacrifice here during that crowd control. Retreating with his Mage Ceruleum, avoiding Burn. Nick Frost Nova'd and trying to chase them down, but Drake's going to roll over and root him once again. It's all about just keeping them away from Ceruleum, going for these big combustion hits when they can land a polymorph onto Korlik. If Nick overextends, they stun him and lob damage onto him, and it's a very interesting strategy from M2KC. They're not playing all out standing on Korlik. They're more just running laps around and then picking their moment like this, blinking in for the counter spell. Now trying to burst down Burn, but just not enough damage to do it. They paralyze him on the Divine Favor. Do they have a way to strip it off? They do. They spell steal it into a Dragon's Breath. Burn tries to counter engage with the Infernals and spam Fear. Brain and Ceruleum are going to abandon the push, go out of line of sight of Burn. Drake is still out in line of sight, but he has cooldowns to trade, so this positioning is going to be good for him. Pressure is starting to go in favor of M2KC here. Korlik needs 10 more seconds to his Avenging Wrath, and this game could be decided at any moment if an interrupt is landed. Repentance is landed onto Brain, and Ceruleum immediately has to ice block. It's on a knife's edge here at 30% dampening.
I mean, it definitely is. Ceruleum, what is he going to be able to do? He uses the Temporal Shield. Blazing Barrier might be enough for him to survive as they look to counter-aggress onto Burn. Burn gets interrupted, but big heals from Korlik should be able to keep him alive. He has the Avenging Wrath up right now, empowering his heals, but Burn is just not going up in health. Vitality Conduit, okay, that for sure is going to top him off. And now, as they trade out their defensives, Burn manages to completely recover, and they look to continue this offensive push. Brain, his mana's looking good. Korlik a little bit behind, but I don't think this is really going to come down to mana at this point of the game. Repentance on Drake. Blessing of Protection actually forced out by Brain. And slowly but surely, Charlotte Phoenix is developing a lead where they're burning through these defensive cooldowns. And I feel like they're kind of on a clock because Burn, in 40 seconds, he's got that Unending Resolve once again. And once that is off cooldown, it's going to be really difficult for them to actually push through that defense. So I'd have to say I feel like M2KC, they're a little bit behind right now.
Combustion popped here on that double leg sweep. Ceruleum trying to burst through with some heavy pressure, but not able to find the kill again on the Burn. Nick kidney shotting Ceruleum, trying to force him back. I'm curious if Ceruleum is also running the conflict. I would believe that he wants to against the rogue he is. Burn interrupted. Korlik stunned. Full Ring of Frost has been secured. Burn is isolated. He goes for a Desperation Mortal Coil. Is he going to be able to sustain himself? Popping the Dark Soul, going for a Chaos Bolt. Dragon's Breath just at the last second. He goes for another warded Chaos Bolt, but Drake is now on target. He can interrupt him, and he does land it on the Chaos Bolt. Beautiful timing during the Dark Soul. They need to deny this Dark Soul just for a few more seconds. Drake is going to line of sight it. We see M2KC totally retreat away, abuse that lack of mobility on the Warlock. Now that Dark Soul is no longer a threat, they wait for Korlik's Avenging Wrath to fade, and then they can make a big push. Burn relaying that gateway, so he has a getaway if he needs to in the near future. Leg sweep available. We see Korlik charging in for Hammer of Justice. Are they going to get follow-up on this? Korlik gets intercepted by a Dragon's Breath. Ceralium denied by a Garrote. Korlik now in a Hammer of Justice from Brain. Ceralium secures the poly. Nick is grapple weapon, but it's actually Ceralium that's struggling to stabilize. Without that Vitality Conduit, it will be very difficult for Brain to heal this deep into dampening. Temporal from Ceralium, soaking some hits from the Infernos popped of Burn. Ceralium running in circles, trying to get away from Nick, but it doesn't look like they have any crowd control available. Double Mortal Coil instantly dispelled. Ceralium blinking out into midfield. He wants to get as much distance from the Warlock as he can, but Brain isn't really able to keep up with him, so he's going to come back to the pillar, and Korlik is getting cheeky. He's very aggressively positioned right on top of Brain. Full blind, no ice block. Brain decides to bop himself out of the blind, realizing there's no way that he can afford to sit through that crowd control. Now all healers in crowd control. Ring of Frost sniped around the corner. Brain escapes. Burn in the ring as well. Drake leading the charge. Touch of Death and Combustion. How on earth is Burn going to survive this at 46% dampening? Divine Shield, Avenging Wrath, Unending Resolve. Every single cooldown traded into here, but that's Vitality Conduit from Korlik. It's definitely what is allowing Burn to stay alive at this point, but maybe just get overwhelmed. We are deep into dampening. Nick is desperate. He switches targets, going after Drake, trying to force him off of Burn. Maybe he just goes down to the Mortal Coil. Big swap over onto Drake. They get the Diffuse, they get the Karma, they get the Sacrifice, but Burn is still so far behind. Fists of Fury are flying. Drake pushes for the win despite trading out his entire defensive lineup a moment later. Nick is trying to look to punish that. Will Nick get the punish? Korlik stunned up, Brain stunned up. They both break out, but Korlik secures the Repentance. Drake needs to run. He's out of line of sight, but if Nick gets there, he could easily be done.
Grapple weapon on Nick. He trinkets out into a Dragon's Breath on the kidney shot. Nicely done there by Ceralium. Drake's still in a lot of trouble, though. 51% dampening. Brain, not a lot of defensive cooldowns to work with. If they just continue this push on Drake, they might be able to take him down, but Nick has to be careful with no trinket himself. If he gets caught into a stun, he could easily just fall. Full polymorph secured. Nicely done by Ceralium as they're looking to make an attempt here on Burn, but Drake really has to be careful. Caught in the midfield, Mortal Coil into a kidney shot, immediately using his everyman for himself to get behind the pillar, run and hide. And I mean, if I was Drake, I would sit back for around 30 seconds, just cool it, chill out. You have 30 seconds on both your major defensive cooldowns, and once those are up, I mean, you can make an offensive push, but they're just going to go for it. They're going after Nick. Big combustion from Ceralium, but it gets feared on it. Burn with nice peels.
All right, let's see if they can keep it up here. Mana is starting to be tapped on both sides as we get closer and closer to 60% dampening. Korlik gets intercepted by Ceralium. Full polymorph. Nick is isolated and taken out. And M2KC are able to weave between defense and offense so effortlessly, playing around the Destruction Warlock as effectively as they can to find victory in game number 1.
Those were some intense final moments there for Charlotte Phoenix, but eventually Nick did go down. Zika, walk us through that victory for M2KC. How were they able to secure a win in the end there?
That was a really close game. It took a lot of dampening there in the end. I think Nick was a little out of position there compared to his teammates, but I think both of these teams, they had a pretty clear win condition here, but I gotta give it to M2KC with their draft. I feel like having the Fire Mage plus a melee, kind of going after Destro Warlocks, it just opens up a lot of pressure to where situations like this can happen. Whereas, when you have that lock trying to kind of pounce back on the Windwalker, it just feels like the Windwalker is going to be a little too slippery sometimes. There was a lot of close calls though on Drake that game, so it wasn't a bad game by any means. I think M2KC though just have a better comp right now.
So if we moving forward into this second game on the side of Charlotte Phoenix, Sid, what's something that they could maybe change or look to do differently for this next game if they want to tie it up for M2KC?
It seems like it's really difficult to chase Ceralium. Like, Ceralium will play aggressively when he has Ice Block, and then as soon as he didn't have Ice Block, he was just running laps, avoiding the Warlock the whole game, just crowd controlling Nick. So maybe they should have made the swap to Drake earlier when they realized that they're just going to be kited by the Mage. Because they got every cooldown from Drake in one push, so if they had been able to do that more than just one time, they might have been able to kill him. But it seems like if Cerealium doesn't want to die, he won't die. He'll just play the game out completely defensively, totally remove Nick from the game himself, and then line of sight the Warlock. So I would like to see swaps from Charlotte Phoenix a little bit earlier in the game.
What do you think about that then? Swaps earlier from Charlotte in the game. What other things do you think they could be doing?
Well, it's just a really difficult spot to be in, right? Because, I mean, you want to be able to take down Cerealium by, having Burn cast on him and at the same time catching him in a kidney shot. But with the way Cerealium's playing, he's basically just running around the pillar, avoiding Burn at all costs, and it is extremely difficult for Nick to actually cause solo pressure when he's just being Nova'd behind the pillar, Dragon's Breath behind the pillar, Sheeped behind the pillar, and even when he does land those stuns, versatility, conflict, and strife shuts down that burst, that opportunity. So unless we see Burn actually casting in those kidney shots, I just don't see Nick being able to really take Cerealium down, and I think that's just a really difficult spot. Is you have a super durable Fire Mage, when he plays that defensive, you have a really durable Windwalker Monk, and as the Rogue, I mean, your main opening is that kidney shot, but it's really difficult. So I think the main thing they need to focus on is making sure that when they do land those kidney shots, there's an opportunity for Burn to actually cast on them. Otherwise, I just don't really see Nick being able to cause enough pressure to, force a kill.
So it is Charlotte Phoenix's map pick, as they did just lose that first game. Looking at Nagran and how they performed on that one in terms of positioning, Zico, what do you think that they're going to be looking to choose next?
I feel like I don't know. It depends on the comp as well, though. Like, depends on what they actually decide to pick here. But I feel like you should bring in Jamili. How would RM Pala do against Windwalker Mage Pala? And I feel like RM Pala should have an edge.
Yeah.
So they did choose Tiger's Peak. Given that information, do you think that they are going to stick with the same comp, Zico, or do you think they're going to maybe bring in Jamili?
I think it's still a little early to tell, because Tiger's Peak is one of those like neutral maps. So if you pick a small map, it kind of starts to telegraph what kind of idea you have. And same thing if you pick like a really large map. But when you pick Tigers, it's kind of a neutral ground. So you can go a caster heavy comp, you can go melee caster, or you can even go double melee there, and it's not going to be super bad no matter what you do. So I think they're still checking to see what M2KC wants to lock in. I think M2KC should just lock in the same thing because it seems pretty okay in most matchups. They could also go Mage Warlock,
Mirror,
but I don't think. Yeah, they could mirror as well. Do you think they should mirror?
Maybe. I mean, Nick's a good Windwalker Monk.
But what about
the synergy, though? It feels like you need to have like a whole game plan to play this comp in a certain matchup. Like Cerealium and Brain knew exactly what they wanted to do together the whole game, whereas does Jamili and Corlic like have that same amount of time together?
I mean, hopefully. I don't know, but I mean, hopefully at this point.
Don't you feel like Mage Lock should just farm this?
Yeah, I think it could do really, really well, to be honest. I want to look at the bracket and see what M2KC actually lost to. Like, why are they in the lower bracket right now? M2KC lost to the Golden Guardians 3-1. And I think they're playing Destro.
Probably playing Roguelock, yeah. They're probably playing the same thing.
Playing Roguelock, yeah. Maybe the Shaman really is the difference. Like, being able to purge off, like, the Blessing of Protection and Blazing Barrier and Temporal Shield, like that little bit of extra offense is what can push them over the edge, whereas Corlock can't really provide that. I'm not exactly sure what happened in that matchup, but I mean, I guess that's the hypothesis, is just without the Shaman, that extra bit of offense to deal with so much defense that M2KC has. Perhaps it's just too difficult to push through. I mean, there was moments in the game for Charlotte Phoenix. I don't feel like it's a completely unwinnable matchup, but it just seems like if M2KC, they play their cards right, they play as defensive as they need to, and they're basically not afraid to wait until their win condition, which is deep in dampening. It seems difficult for Charlotte Phoenix to push through that defense.
Well, we'll find out shortly enough if they are able to pull that off. It is 1-0 M2KC versus Charlotte Phoenix on this game number 2 here in Tigers Peak.
I feel like Charlotte Phoenix is just going to have to go all in. I want to see them go for Cerealium and Drake, and if they can find an opportunity on Drake, maybe where they can smoke bomb him and just, try to bop the Karma, I think they should go for that type of line of play. Maybe use an aggressive unending resolve. Because I feel like Burn is not going to die until much, much later anyway. So just use your, defensives aggressively early on and try to land a kill. Because Drake and Ceralium, if they do mismanage their defense, they can definitely just die 100-0.
Feels like to me that Ceralium is just making it so it's not straightforward. Like, stun the mage, fear the paladin. It's not that easy, but the way that Ceralium is bobbing and weaving between defense and offense, he's making it very difficult for Charlotte Phoenix to be able to execute on a strategy that can end the game. So I do want to see Charlotte Phoenix mix it up here in this game, not tunnel the mage so exclusively. Swaps over to Drake, I definitely think are going to be important for them to win the game overall. At the moment, it looks like Charlotte Phoenix are happy with waiting for dampening, which is surprising because I feel like it's not the Warlock that's actually favored later into the game.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of wonder what the thought process is right now. I mean, Drake right now, he's just sitting behind the pillar using Expel Harm, building up Tiger Eye Brew stacks, and I can tell you as a Windwalker Monk, it's really nice to start a fight with 20 stacks of Tiger Eye Brew when sitting on a Warlock. It kind of accelerates your offensive go by quite a bit. So, I mean, it's like you said, maybe Nick, Burn, and Corlick, they feel like they need dampening. And maybe what they're going to do is just try all-inning Drake, instead of dealing with Ceralium just running and hiding and Dragon's Breathing and sheeping defensively and just avoiding damage at all costs. You know what? Go after Drake. They managed to have one really nice offensive push. They got Diffuse Magic. They got Touch of Karma. But I feel like a strategy like that does require a little bit of dampening. Drake is geared so defensive. He's going to be able to heal himself up quite a bit. But later on in the game, you can really push through that defense.
Nick going to start the fight with Blind. Triple crowd control here from Charlotte Phoenix, looking for a really bursty beginning. Maybe even just trying to bait a cooldown. They're only getting Temporal Shield, and it seems like the Temporal Shield is almost always there. They have to worry about it constantly. Full Blind Sap into a Repentance. Can they get the Cauterize with that much crowd control? Hammer of Justice as well. Burn rooting Ceralium out in midfield. Infernals get called in. Chaos Bolt. They just can't push through and get the Cauterize. Despite that excellent crowd control chain, they get denied, and Brain doesn't have to use anything. He holds on to Avenging Wrath even. Burn and Nick don't get an opening from that great start. Drake now pushing forward onto Burn. As you said, already built up those Tiger Eye Brew stacks from Charlotte Phoenix, just patiently sitting at the pillar. See how much damage he can get with that. Brain gets spell locked. That could be an opportunity, but Nick is Dragon's Breath polymorphed way out of the fight. There's no way he's getting a dispel with Ceralium's positioning. And M2KC are still playing that stall game. Just avoid the other team as much as possible, get into dampening, do an overwhelming amount of instant damage with combustion that can't really be stopped, and win the game off of it. If it works for them, it works, and it's definitely a good strategy. Don't take any risks, just avoid them. In this case, do crowd control and don't die, as opposed to do damage and don't die.
Good Ring of Frost there by Ceralium, unfortunately on diminishing return, now into a Dragon's Breath. Do they have the damage to push Burn over? And unfortunately, they do not. Drake got feared away, crowd control. Big burst damage, though, coming in. Huge hit of damage there by Drake, but Corlick, without any more crowd control on him, should easily be able to heal through it. Once again, Brain looking for looking to get Repentance here by Corlick, as Corlick is in a great position. Drake actually rolls over with a really nice Spear Hand strike, denying and actually healing up Ceralium now. So, despite all the crowd control onto Brain, Drake has come back, just throwing in the Vivifies, the Expel Harms to keep him alive, denying Burn with the Ring of Peace. And, M2KC, they're definitely not afraid to play defensive, but that was a blessing of protection. That was also sacrifice coming in from Brain to keep him alive. But at the end of it all, Ceralium holds on to his Ice Block, he holds on to his Cauterize, and is going to be feeling very, very safe.
I feel like on paper, if I listed these comps, Holy Paladin, Destro, Rogue, and then Holy Pally, Windwalker, Fire Mage, in my mind, I'm thinking these are the two of the most aggressive setups possibly in the game. And even the most aggressive setups in the game are playing around trying to extend into dampening. It does feel like Burn's team is the one that needs to execute on a win sooner than later. Blind is going to be a big pivot point, but Drake saves his grapple weapon, so he removes Nick's damage while Brain is crowd controlled, although the crowd control chain is continuing. Do they get anything further? It doesn't look like it. And with Avenging Wrath to match those Infernals, it should be more than enough healing for Brain to survive and stabilize. 30 seconds away from dampening. Nick has still held on to his Smoke Bomb. He's still held on to his Vendetta too. Curious, maybe he's waiting to see if the other team does something too aggressive, like maybe Drake just trinkets out of a fear and then he tries to punish, but I feel like Drake is never going to give that opening, so Nick may be better off just pressing the Vendetta a little more rotationally. Full polymorph on Nick. He's very far on the balcony, but a nice dispel from Corlick. He's able to get in line, but a counter spell from Ceruleum. Touch of Death going to be used here. Burn disengages with the double Mortal Coil. He was sitting on those defensively, waiting for when his healer was crowd controlled to then counter engage and totally shut it down. Temporal Shield finally out of the way. No Avenging Wrath for Brain. It could be an opportunity for Charlotte Phoenix if they can get on target, but Ceruleum is making it so difficult, and even when Nick is on target, he gets his dagger stolen away by Drake. There's the swap onto Drake, and they get the Karma and the Every Man for Himself. Excellent swap here by Charlotte Phoenix. They actually bop off the Karma. They're trying to push through the Diffuse Magic as well. They're going to need a lot of damage to push through that defense. Do they have it?
It looks like they might. Drake still 5% health and a smoke bomb. Sacrifice comes in from Brain, just so close to actually taking Drake down, but this is what I'm talking about. Instead of going after Ceruleum, allowing him to basically, you know, abuse Nick in crowd control, go after Drake, as, I mean, without Drake, they're not going to be able to force out really too much damage. Big swap here over onto Nick. Hammer of Justice does land, but it looks like Nick should be fine. The Lingering Psychic Shell lands on the Drestagath trinket, and that is more than enough defense to counter that. Drake now at 50% health, on the run once again, without too many defensive cooldowns. Not going to be feeling too safe, but the one really nice thing about the Windwalker Monk is your defensive cooldowns have a really short timer. So if he can just survive another 30 seconds, both of those will rotate back up, and then he's going to be feeling nice and healthy to make a push on Burn once again. But Charlotte Phoenix, they do not want to give Drake that time. Brain actually forced a trinket out of a Repentance, now into a sap. Beautiful setup, but this is the Divine Shield as well. It's going to be an absolute nightmare. Brain may have used his cooldowns a little bit too late. Drake barely holds on. Good crowd control and denial by Ceruleum, but in that one attempt, they managed to get not only the trinket, but also the Divine Shield from Brain, and that was beautifully done by the Charlotte Phoenix.
Yeah, these setups on the Windwalker look a lot better. They're getting way more cooldowns and pressure than just chasing the Fire Mage around. And at the moment, M2KC are in full retreat. Charlotte Phoenix look to push on top of them. That can be very difficult when it's a Warlock chasing a Mage and a Windwalker, so I am curious to see how Burn wants to navigate this situation. Drake's cooldowns are available again. They go for the Kidney Shot, they go for the Blind, triple crowd control. Brain immediately uses Blessing of Protection to disrupt that chain and stabilize Drake, realizing that Drake doesn't have Every Man for himself for likely just under another minute to escape a stun lock. Drake pushing here with Touch of Death, trying to go after the Warlock. Line of sighting the Chaos Bolts, though, deciding that it's not worth it. Taking no damage due to Corlic's sacrifice. It was a bit of an anticipated sacrifice. They didn't chain Touch of Death and Combustion together. Burn using the Demonic Gateway aggressively. Corlic, though, gets Hammer of Justice. He could be punished for this. Looks like they're actually attacking Corlic a little bit now, looking for a Polymorph. Nick is Frost Nova, can't connect. Burn is just waddling over there as Warlocks do. Nick now grapple weaponed, really just preventing any sort of aggression from the Charlotte Phoenix. Ceruleum repositioning to the balcony. Drake getting ready. Is he going to be the target? Or is Nick going to go back to the Mage? That's the decision that the Charlotte Phoenix need to make. The thing is, Drake can decide to just retreat the entire game the same way that Ceruleum was. So if this does occur, perhaps the Charlotte Phoenix do need to switch back to Ceruleum. And they're currently just trying to get on a target. A Windwalker and a Mage so slippery in their mobility. Drake just paralyzes Burn, tries to roll away, but Nick intercepts him, finally locking him down. Big Dark Soul push. Not taking any... How did he take... No, that was 2 Dark Soul Chaos Bolts, even Nether Warded for it. I was like, did he sacrifice? No. That was a very surprising lack of damage from Burn.
It's a beautiful trinket we like to know as the Lingering Psychic Shell. Drake was able to tank that huge amount of damage, and that really is the power of it. Burn right now is going to be getting Vitality Conduit as well. Nicely done by Corlic to keep him nice and healthy in the fight. Hammer of Justice on Brain as they continue this push onto Drake. Charlotte Phoenix, they really want to get aggressive here, but Ceruleum is denying with the polymorphs onto Burn. Now actually getting a full polymorph on Corlic, and it could be Nick that's in a little bit of trouble. He activates the Lingering Psychic Shell as he realizes this could be a dangerous moment in the game, but ultimately it looks like Burn is the one who is under fire. Drake using the Storm, Earth, and Fire, throwing in a big Fist of Fury as well. Ceruleum not able to really connect too much damage, but with good control on Nick, he's not going to really be able to develop any sort of counter pressure right now.
Both teams stable at the moment. No openings really for either side at this point. Cooldowns have basically reset due to the duration of the match. That Divine Shield for Brain up in 21 seconds. Perhaps they could make a push in that down of 18 seconds. They swap over to Drake. They've got crowd control on 3 players. Korlik trying to reverse it would get a repentance, but Brain line of sights it. Cerealium repositioning far away from the enemy healer, deciding to pop the combustion even without crowd control. Stunning burn out in midfield, touch of death combustion. This combo of instant damage is definitely threatening deeper into dampening, and this is the main win condition for M2KC, is just press combustion and touch of death, do a lot of damage, Korlik can't heal it, Warlock dies. And that's their main game. Just get into a point of dampening where Korlik can't heal their cooldowns, and then they'll be able to win. Other than that, they can try to find polymorphs on Korlik, but it's not really the end of the world if they don't, because they can just rely on that damage on the Warlock later in the game. It's a very similar strategy to what we saw Colo using as Rogue Mage Paladin into Destruction Warlocks, where you would just run around in circles, get really deep into the game, pop all your cooldowns and instant damage that can't really be stopped, and then just run the Warlock over while he can't move away from you, because Burn doesn't have the same mobility. He's not going to teleport behind the pillar when he's stun locked, so Burn needs to find a way to end this game. Going after Drake seems to be the best, as they do pull Touch of Karma from him in that push, but now Korlik is caught in crowd control. If they get Burn's unending resolve without the combustion, that's almost certain death when combustion is going to be available. They're pushing for it. Perhaps they can just kill him with crowd control. He's interrupted. He can't unending resolve. He's so dangerously low. He activates it very late and manages to get away with it due to that vitality conduit. Korlik with a clutch save, but they used a lot to stay alive on that push, and combustion is just a minute and 20 away.
Yeah, and it's going to go down even quicker than that if Cerealium can find fireballs, thanks to that beautiful Firestarter honor talent. But really nice defensive push there by M2KC. Korlik had to burn through a lot of his defense, but he managed to hold on to the sacrifice, and I'm really surprised he didn't end up trading it out. I mean, Burn was absolutely so low in that situation. Nick and Burn looking to make a push on Cerealium once again. Here's the kidney shot. Drake there to back him up, and Cerealium does manage to land the counterspell on Burn as well, completely avoiding that damage. Nick going for a kill on Cerealium, kicks him, actually going for a burst with the Drestigath. Cerealium gets interrupted again, and this could easily be the Cauterizer Ice Block. Brain trying to land some heals, but unfortunately it's not doing too much at 42% dampening. Cerealium with the Dragon's Breath diffuses. Now the Polymorph spam, and Nick once again. This is the control we're talking about. When Cerealium's in trouble, he can control up Nick quite easily. But at this moment, I think Korlik, did he sneak away for a drink? Did I miss that? He recovered, it looks like he recovered quite a bit of mana, or he just hasn't really been using too much mana. Both Paladins looking very, very healthy in that department at around 45% dampening.
I don't think mana is going to be a major issue for the teams here. I think they're just going to be overwhelmed with crowd control. Burn gets isolated, but Avenging Wrath is rolling for Korlik, so he needs to get heals out during this time if he wants to top him up, but he gets stunned on it. He does manage to land a sacrifice right before it. They pop Combustion, and they actually swap to Korlik. He has no Divine Shield. His Avenging Wrath just faded. He gets interrupted on his Divine Favor. Beautiful spell steal. Excellent swap. Korlik wraps around the corner, but he wraps right into Brain, and Brain will take him out with the Judgment. Big damage from Brain. Nice play there from M2KC. Beautiful swap, and they move to match point.
M2KC are really putting on the pressure today. That swap to Korlik was so fast. His health dropped so low so quickly. Zico, talk about that a little bit. Break down for us what happened there in those final moments for Korlik.
Well, basically, in terms of the entire game plan here, if we just take a further step back than the last couple of moments, it's just M2KC, they're not forcing anything. If they have an opening, they'll take it. But their main plan is just reset Combustion, CC Nick where he can't get dispelled, and just try to do damage. In dampening, you're going to have an excellent time getting pressure on that Warlock, and that's when you can start swapping around, and that's what we saw. And we're going to have a clip as well that demonstrates Charlotte Phoenix as well, their win condition, because I was talking about it a little bit before the game. They want to do those big pushes on the Windwalker, pop off the Karma, use Unending Resolve aggressively. That's kind of my criticism before the game, and this was such a close moment in this match where they were able to get the Touch of Karma. They pop up Burn. He chases down Drake with his Dark Soul. They get the re-CC as well out of that Hammer of Justice Repentance combo. They follow it up with the Smoke Bomb as well. And Drake, by the skin of his teeth, barely survives. Brain coming in with a big sack there. So I think Charlotte Phoenix did play to their win condition pretty well. And it was extremely close. That they could have just ended the game early on. But, you know, M2KC just too good at the matchup, really using the map effectively. And then, of course, there at the end, Cerealium with the MVP counterspell swap there.
Yeah, there were definitely a few times where Drake dropped super low, and I thought that maybe it was going to become a tied series for these two teams. On that note, though, with M2KC's strategy going into that those first two games, Venruki, is this a strategy that is only going to work with the reliance on getting into deep dampening?
Well, I think for M2KC they've kind of realized it's really difficult to push through the defense of a Destruction Warlock. I mean, this is something we've seen for a really long time. Just trading blows with a Destruction Warlock early on in the game, it's not an easy thing to do. If you stay in the open for too long, you get really punished by big Chaos Bolts. So a lot of teams, what they'll do is they'll try to just last later on until dampening, to where your consistent pressure, your damage starts adding up, and it's a lot more difficult to top off the Warlock. And for his defense, the Mortal Coil, the Hellstone, the Mastery to keep him alive. So I think M2KC, they're just doing what they have to do at this point to try to secure a kill. They can make swaps onto Nick, but now I was even looking at Nick's gear. I'm pretty sure he's playing Conflict and Strife and full versatility as well. So those big swaps we've seen on rogues in the past, that's not really going to happen in this matchup. He's going to survive the stuns, and then he's going to be able to use Lingering Psychic Shell. So M2KC, they're doing exactly what they need to slowly but surely, consistently win the game, and with the pressure of that Windwalker Monk, they're able to make it happen.
And the map that was just locked in is Ruins of Lordaeron, Stupides, and with this, yeah, with maybe we'll hear it this time. Start the day off right, you guys. But M2KC, this is a strategy that, do you think that they're going to be able to sustain this for a third game, and we're going to see them repeat that same strategy again, or are they going to have to switch it up a little bit now that Charlotte Phoenix has faced this twice in a row at this point?
I like the map from Charlotte Phoenix. I mean, they've realized if M2KC can just run circles and laps, they're going to be... What? Then they changed their comp, though. I thought this was going to make sense for the Warlock because there's lots of open field for the Warlock. But they've actually switched over. They're on match point. They're going to have to bring Jamili off the bench. Going to run that Rogue Mage Paladin. In the past, I would have said Rogue Mage Paladin has the edge. But now with the Conflict and Strife amplifying the versatility that is already so dramatically high, I don't know if it's the same case. They're getting close to killing Drake with a Warlock. If they have a mage that can always get damage out, maybe they do just outright win, killing the Windwalker.
Conflict and Strife works on a leg sweep, right?
Yes.
Like the defense. Yeah, so not really anyone's advantage with that. Also, that is getting fixed with the next restart.
That's true.
The Conflict and Strife thing, among some other changes to the game. Yeah, I don't know. This was the matchup. Like after the first game, I was like, well, it looks like M2KC has a decent comp advantage because of the Fire Mage versus Destro Warlock in this scenario. So that's why I suggested, well, maybe they should go Rogue Mage or just Lock Mage. Clearly, the Lock Mage they might have the same issue with having a Warlock late in dampening. But Rogue Mage would have picked it in the second game, I feel like, if they thought that it was better.
Maybe the thing is,
we'll have to see.
I was just gonna say, it feels like maybe they're just confident in their main composition, but kind of realizing and playing it out, seeing this isn't gonna work. It's not really in our control. If M2KC doesn't make mistakes, there's not too many opportunities. I don't actually mind the Rogue pick, although we've seen Rogues kind of struggle to generate pressure because of Conflict and Strife and versatility. At the same time, I feel like Fire Mages are actually extremely good against Windwalker Monks. If you can, first of all, if you get stunned, you're also going to have Conflict and Strife, so it's kind of even on that regard. But the main burst of a Windwalker Monk is going to be his images with Fists of Fury, and if you just Dragon's Breath that every single time, the damage and burst output of the Windwalker Monk severely gets limited.
Huge pressure from Drake initially here onto Jamili. Korlik trying to recover through it. Does manage to avoid Seralium's counterspell. He's a bit worried about being blink counterspelled. Goes for the Divine Favor. Drake rolls over to Korlik for a moment. Jamili blinks forward. Polymorphing Drake instantly dispelled by Brain. Polymorphed again by Jamili. Both mages just trying to take control of the Rogue and the Windwalker off themselves. But Korlik gets polymorphed first by Seralium. He's going to pop his combustion. Nick intercepts with the stun, denying a lot of damage. Jamili tempts. He blinks out of line of sight. Heals through the damage while his healer is in a polymorph. Korlik comes out, bounces him back with a big heal. But they go for the Touch of Death. Drestagath anyway. Huge hits onto Jamili. They're just trying to power through the Avenging Wrath. That is very difficult to do, and Jamili will not fall. Brain now in a poly. Drake and a poly. Brain in a blind. Ceralium gets isolated, but he ducks for cover at the tombstones. Temporal shields the kidney shot. Bounces back his health a little bit, but Brain gets stunned on his bop. Ceralium is still being blasted. Brain could get swapped to as well, taking a bit of damage there, trying to use the Light of the Martyr to heal, taking damage in exchange. Korlik now in a polymorph. Both teams playing a lot more aggressively in this match now that the Warlocks are out of the picture.
Yeah, Jamili, he's been under fire constantly in this match, but looks to reverse it with a polymorph onto Brain. Ceralium now the one that's in trouble. Grapple weapon over onto Nick. Where's the damage to follow it up? Unfortunately, not going to be able to find it. Brain gets out of the crowd control, tops off Ceralium, and now it looks like to be an offensive push here by M2KC. Jamili with a great shutdown on that Hammer of Justice. Brain wanted to push in, but he got caught into a Nova, into a Dragon's Breath, into a Polymorph, now into a Hammer of Justice. Jamili single-handedly defused that situation and might be able to force the Cauterize from Ceralium, but a nice Temporal Shield will keep him alive.
All right, let's see if they can keep it up here. The intensity is rising. Jamili's looking for polymorphs, gets shut down by Ceralium. Korlik repositions away from Brain at the side here. Paladin's trading places. Brain looks like he wants to move in. Maybe not, just ducking around the corner from Jamili. Both teams taking a moment of pause. Drake and Nick are trying to ramp up damage. Nick gets dispelled instantly. Ceralium polymorphs him again. Jamili Dragon's Breaths Drake, but he doesn't do anything with it. I was expecting him to blink in while Drake was Dragon's Breath. He polymorphs him. No dispel for it, looks like, so Korlik will lead the charge, moving in for Hammer of Justice. Everyone is locked down. Jamili blinks over to switch the sheep over, but gets counterspelled and shut down by Ceralium. Now Korlik is the one caught in crowd control. Jamili is isolated. He Temporal Shields immediately at full HP. Looking for a polymorph. Ring of Frost. Not able to find it. Actually does find it, but not going to be too effective. Nick actually getting swapped to by M2KC, mixing it up, trying to go after the Rogue. Catch Charlotte Phoenix off guard, but they don't find any real openings there. Nick recovers. Ceralium repositioning back to the tombstone. Brain trying to chase after him to heal him back up. Drake is moving in. Nick's pushing forward. Korlik and Jamili are a little bit behind as M2KC look to reposition. Full blind. Ceralium is kidney shot, but he pre-Vitality Conduited the blind. Ceralium gets a lot of healing from Vitality Conduit, even though Brain is in crowd control. Korlik is now Dragon's Breath. Brain gets polyed first. Ceralium is the one who's losing this race. Jamili's looking good on match point. He needs to get a reverse sweep for his team. Can Jamili pull it off? He Dragon's Breath Brain for a moment. They need to get Cauterized here. They're pushing. They get it. Charlotte Phoenix with a big lead.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, Jamili, he's actually not playing Conflict and Strife, so not too concerned about the stuns coming in from Drake. He's playing that Reaping Flames, and I don't mind it. I mean, the leg sweeps aren't going to be that big of a threat, and it is an extra little bit of burst. You can see Korlik now caught into a Ring of Frost as they make a push here onto Nick. Could be Nick that's in trouble, but the Feint, the Lingering Psychic Shell, and the Cloak of Shadow should be more than enough for him to survive. Now Jamili under fire, and they take him down. Temporal Shield bounces his health absolutely to full. Nick trying to continue the pressure here onto Ceralium. Drake really not the best target at this point. He still has a touch of Karma. It's unlikely we really see Drake fall anytime soon. They're just going to be going for that consistent pressure, that consistent lockdown onto Ceralium. They get the sacrifice from Brain as well. So slowly but surely, both these teams working through the defensive cooldowns. It's going to go back to Nick on Ceralium, Drake onto Jamili. We'll have to see who can land crowd control on the Paladins first.
Yeah, do you remember Charlotte Phoenix are on match point? They'll be eliminated from the tournament if they lose any game here against M2KC. Right now they've gotten an advantage, a pretty significant one in terms of cooldowns. If they can keep it up, they could put a point on the board. Jamili's actually mounted up. What is Jamili doing right now on his Lashes of Alar? Korlik gets paralyzed. They are going to connect onto Jamili. Looking to try and get some damage here. Once again, Brain able to get that Vitality Conduit out and stabilize. Jamili still kind of low. Gets a big Divine Favor from Korlik. Drake's really hammering down with that Fist of Fury. Jamili getting a Temporal Shield it. Absorb all the hits, heal himself back to full. Avenging Wrath available for Brain. I would like to see M2KC make a play here, knowing they can fall back on the Avenging Wrath. They interrupt Jamili. They blind Brain. They're going for a push, but Jamili's got Combustion rolling at Ceralium. That's going to be in a lot of trouble. Brain gets stunned on his Vop. Ceralium Temp Shields immediately, healing himself back to full. Brain is still polymorphed though. Korlik has Avenging Wrath up. He also is going to do a lot of extra damage with these judgments, but the crowd control chain is intercepted by a Paralyze. Nick is polyed away. M2KC managed to pause the fight and get their footing. Now they're looking to try and push forward, I would imagine, at some point. Brain is laying some damage but not going for the Hammer of Justice just yet on Corlic. Maybe doesn't want to run out in the line of sight. Cerulean is just focused on defense, pulling very far back, but Jamili is not afraid to get right on top of him. Polymorph onto Brain. Cerulean heals back up with the Battle Master. Now into the kidney shot. Brain is still Hammer of Justice, but if he gets any heals here, he has Avenging Wrath. He'll pop back to full. It's Jamili in trouble. Huge counter push here by M2KC, and they net themselves an Ice Block immediately. And it's one of those things that Cerulean will play defense all game until you push a little bit too far, and as soon as you pass that line, he punishes you. That's Cauterize as well. They're just going to maybe go for the win. Corlic goes for the Divine Favor. Is he going to get Spell Stolen? Kidney Shot on Cerulean denies it, but it might not even matter. Jamili, he's just struggling to stay in the fight. Can Corlic pick him back up? He manages to finally get him into the fight, but M2KC have built a huge lead off of that.
Yeah, with no Cauterize and no Ice Block, it's going to be a scary time here for Jamili. Luckily, Corlic, he still has the Blessing of Protection. Probably going to just have to trade that for the Touch of Death that's likely incoming here soon. Paralyze on Jamili. Cerulean still just trying to avoid as much damage as he can, waiting for the next opportunity to go after Jamili. If they can get crowd control on Corlic, they can make a huge offensive push on this mage. 15% dampening right now, and it looks like Corlic will be able to stabilize Jamili before potentially going to the crowd control. Jamili looking for a Ring of Frost. Not going to be looking to land that. Interrupt now onto Cerulean. Who's going to get the crowd control first? Corlic gets the sacrifice onto Jamili. Now full polymorph onto Brain. Cerulean in a kidney shot, taking a huge hit of damage, but Brain uses the Blessing of Protection. Looks like Cerulean's going to be absolutely, completely fine. And here it is, the Touch of Death go onto Jamili. Corlic is not going to be messing around whatsoever. The Divine Shield immediately, but they're just pushing through. Huge Drestigath by Drake. Jamili forced to run, gets the polymorph onto Drake just to survive. Now, a counterattack here by M2KC. Hammer of Justice onto Corlic. Is there going to be a polymorph? Unfortunately, no. Nice denial there by Cerulean. He manages to find it, and a full polymorph on Corlic. Beautiful place here by Cerulean. Jamili's going to be in a lot of trouble. The kidney shot from Cerulean might be enough to actually, or the kidney shot on Cerulean might be enough to slow down the damage, and it looks like that will be enough. Charlotte Phoenix will survive. They will hold on, but great plays coming in from M2KC.
They don't have many options left. Corlic's charging in, goes for the Hammer of Justice. Charlotte Phoenix need to make something happen with this. Ring of Frost lands around the corner. Nice snipe by Jamili. But now Corlic is also polymorphed, a bit of a race, but Jamili doesn't have anything to trade. It's not likely that he will be able to win that race, but he's going for it anyway. Blinking on top, but punished with the double leg sweep. Do they have enough damage? Brain denies it. Avenging Wrath, big heals from both sides. Which Paladin will be locked down first? Line of sighting here on the Tombstone side of the map. Both mages just casting polymorphs, trying to get control of the Windwalker and the Rogue. Stalling, waiting for their diminishing returns on the Paladins before making a push. But it's M2KC should feel confident to just run them over here. They have such a big lead. They could trade 2 cooldowns on 1 push and still get a kill. Full polymorph, no way to get out. And this is match point for Jamili. Big Drestigath hit. Drake KOs them. M2KC 3-0. And this would be a fitting final resting place as it is a cemetery.
Thank you, Sid. That would not be a Ruins of Lordaeron game if not for you. But yeah, Charlotte Phoenix, well done to them, but unfortunately that is going to be the end of that team. They are going to be knocked out of the bracket as this is a lower round match, and M2KC will be moving forward. And before we get into the next game that we're going to be seeing, Zico, let's talk about how they were able to secure a victory on that last game for M2KC.
I feel like both teams played the pretty good game aggressively. They were, just doing the classic mage race strategy. It's kind of what we call it, where you just try to CC the paladin, try to, survive when, as the mage, you're trying to just survive, the onslaught from the other team when your paladin's in CC. And you're trying to land your own CCs and take down the other mage. Obviously, M2KC just had a little bit cleaner goes, and I think a lot of it just comes down to that one moment where they forced out the Cauterize and the Ice Block of Jamili, and they kind of had him on super low HP for a really long time. I think that was a moment where Charlotte Phoenix were starting to kind of lose the grip of the match, because before that they had the lead. They forced out the first Cauterize. So yeah, Charlotte Phoenix in the long run just had a little bit worse goes, and I think Cerulean as well. I liked his build a little bit more, if I'm going to be honest. Jamili's not playing Klepto in this mage v mage matchups. I think that's a big mistake.
Do you think, though, given that they brought out the Fire Mage, just with that choice alone, that was a good change for them, a good swap?
Yes and no.
Despite them losing, but...
I feel like M2KC looked a little bit more polished in the matchup, like they have more experience with it. But I think the Rogue definitely provides more lockdown compared to the Windwalker. Sorry, yeah, it's a little tricky for them though, because the goals of M2KC were just so much more potent because there's no conflict, there's no klepto when the enemy mage is popping combustion. Whereas if you do have klepto, just take off, you spell the combustion and you can cancel it when their mage is going. And then maybe you can try to use your combustion when the enemy mage is locked on arcane, when he can't spell steal or if he's in stun. Just not even having that is, I think, a big problem. You're gonna go for the matrix.
Yeah, well, so M2KC, they're going to be moving forward in the bracket, and they'll get an opponent with a match that we'll be seeing later today. That's Cloud9 versus Space Station Gaming, so the loser of that match will play M2KC. And next, we're going to be moving to Method Orange versus Thirst for Burst. So we're going to go to a quick break. Coming right up, we'll see that next match, so stick around, and we'll be right back.
use Ice Block. Can they push for it? Ironbark, but he gets caught on a Polymorph. The Ironbark may not matter. 10 seconds away. 8 seconds away for it. Can they gun down for the kill? Conrad's about to trigger. 4 seconds. 3 seconds away. 2 seconds. 1 second.
Oh my goodness! Oh my god! My heart is still racing from that ice block.
Need to be careful. They need to keep the heals going for just a little bit longer. Looney has his trinket available, but that means blind is also available. I'd love to see him just trinkets. He needs to keep his DK in the fight. DR blind. Waz is pushing for the kill. Does he have enough vanish? Growth. Do they have the polymorph? It doesn't look like it just yet. Even the Vivify is coming in, but it will not be enough. Method Black go through to the grand final.
Welcome back, everyone. Before this break, we saw M2KC 3-0 Charlotte Phoenix, and now they are knocked out of the tournament. And now we're moving on to another elimination match, and that is Method Orange versus Thirst for Burst. Excuse me. Sid, what do you think about this matchup? What can you expect from these two teams?
Well, Method Orange hates Mage Lock because
true.
they've lost to it for 2 years straight. Thirst for Burst only play Mage Lock. So, if they are going to struggle with Thirst for Burst, obviously Maldiva and Varen have a lot of time spent together, but I can't imagine that they've spent the most amount of time with Danny. Although Danny is just, like, as an individual is great as a healer. So, but overall, you would have to say that they're going to have less synergy than Cloud9. So if Method Orange can't beat Thirst for Burst Mage Lock, they're really going to have to go back to the drawing board or just put more time into their Warrior Mage. I anticipate the Warrior Mage Monk is what they go blind with, knowing that Mage Lock is the only option for Thirst for Burst, but they need to have that Mage Warlock Warrior going for them at some point if they want to start getting that top first place finish in North America.
What do you think about that, Ben? Do you think we're going to see Method Orange struggle against this team, against this Mage Law composition potentially? What do you think they're going to bring out in that blind pick?
Well, I think this is what I think. Thirst for Burst, if we see Danny carry on the Mistweaver Monk, I think that's going to be a good sign. The Restoration Druid isn't necessarily the most powerful. Most Restoration Druid mains have opted to play a different healer, either Mistweaver Monk or Paladin at this point, so I'm curious to see if that's what they decide to lead with. But for Method Orange, I mean, if they can't beat Thirst for Burst, I think it's not a great sign for them. And honestly, Thirst for Burst, they're not a bad team at all. Very nasty. Yep. Maldiva, they've been able to play together quite a bit. They have a ton of practice, so I feel like this is not going to be an easy win for Method Orange whatsoever. But Method Orange definitely needs to put on a great performance because, you know, they're not in the safest of positions. They definitely want to get as deep as they can in this tournament to secure their place in that top 8 for these cups.
And Zico, if we do expect Thirst for Burst to play that Mage Lock with Method Orange, what are some of the things that they're going to be sort of looking to gain over their opponent here with Thirst for Burst? What are they going to try and be controlling in this map?
They want to just drag out the melee on the side of Method Orange out in the open, and try to set up burst, try to get them, the team of Method Orange, to run back to the pillar, and then just kind of do that wizard formation where you have one caster on one side, the other caster on the other side of the pillar, and then you're just kind of poking them with Cataclysm and Flame Strikes and stuff like that. Very nasty. He's gonna have to kind of be the goalkeeper, so to speak. He needs to be aggressively positioned if he's not the target, and he needs to basically try to get crowd control onto Sea-Doo anytime Method Orange are trying to push in. And Maldiva, me and Maldiva, we've done the cleanest one-shot. The cleanest one-shot I've ever done with anybody has been with Maldiva, so I think that's going to be how they win.
All right, well, the gates have opened. It is game 1 of Method Orange versus Thirst for Burst. I don't know why I'm saying Birch.
All right, so Danny opted for the Druid, not the Mistweaver. Obviously, at Missa Pandaria, he was known as one of the best Mistweavers, along with kind of Sharpstorm, but he has been playing Druid probably since Warlords of Draenor, so I don't know if it's something that he can just switch over to if he needs to, but he has been doing well with the Druid, and we'll have to see if the Druid works out. The limitations of the Druid is that its mana is not good, so Method Orange could win on attrition. Right now, Maldiva landing a double stun, and he's got good positioning with Varen on the right and left side of the pillar. Mez is forcing Very away from that side. So they are just going to start targeting down the warrior, pulling Mez out into the open field. How is Mez going to deal with this? Polymorphs and Fears are good setups for Greater Pyro. Sidu double Chi Torpedoes in, but Danny stealths away from his advance and switches sides. And now Sidu's stuck on the opposite side of the map of Danny. Nice reposition there from Danny.
Yeah, great damage here onto Varen, though, and it looks like the Iron Bark might be enough. Even with the Iron Bark, Varen's still not topped off. This push here from Method Orange is looking good. Big heals finally coming in. I think there's a Vitality Conduit to top him off, but it's like we kind of said, for Danny carry on that Restoration Druid, in order for this to work, he's going to have to, without question, go for drinks in this matchup. Actually, an offensive play coming in from Thirst for Burst. Danny Carey gets the full Cyclone onto Sidu. Sam I Am taking a huge hit of damage. He's caught into the midfield. Can they force out the Ice Block? It would be massive. Sidu with the Life Cocoon actually gets shred through immediately. Varen now finds the Polymorph on Sidu, but I just don't know if they have any more damage. That was the Dark Soul. That was the Infernals. Sam I Am managed to hold on. And now for Method Orange, they're going to be looking to get aggressive here onto Varen.
All right, they've got him isolated. Beautiful crowd control by Method Orange. Danny going to break out of it, activate the Iron Bark, stabilize his mage. Cyclone on Sidu, so Danny playing a bit more for crowd control here. The only downside is that Cyclone is pretty expensive, so he's really got to pick his moments when he wants to go for that crowd control. They don't really get to capitalize on it too much. They're setting up on Mez. They're just trying to annoy Mez as much as possible with Polymorph and Fear, and then set up those long casted spells, the Greater Pyroblast and the Chaos Bolt, while he can't disrupt them. But Stormbolt, a great utilization. Danny likely playing the Efflorescence build here. I just want to double check it to make sure, because Spring Blossoms is usually very effective when you're playing with a Warlock and a Fire Mage who are actually just going to be standing still most of the fight. You can get a lot of value out of the bonus healing of your Mastery. And I'm also wondering if Danny is running a Mastery build or not. I'm just trying to open the page to check it. Or if he went with the Versatility, because this might be the first time we see Druid go Mastery instead. Yeah, he is actually going full Mastery as opposed to Versatility. And he can get away with it. I mean, if they try to attack Danny, Maldiva and Very Nasty will just kill them. So I like this adaptation from Danny, going for the Mastery build. But he's actually not running Spring Blossoms with it. Either way, it's still a lot of healing output from the Restoration Druid overall. And this could allow him to have better mana management.
Ooh, Maledict on Varen. He's trying to run double Mortal Coil to defuse the situation bound by Maldiva. He's got the Dark Soul up. And this is something he does quite well when Varen's in trouble. He uses the Dark Soul trying to get counter pressure, but still, this could easily be the Ice Block. Varen, he's trying to hold on. Does he have the Hellstone? No, it looks like it is going to be the Ice Block. And that is the problem. Samayam with Kleptomania is going to be able to remove all those Restoration Druid heal over time effects, and they have a big chain with Intimidating Shout, with Paralyze, with Leg Sweep that they can put onto Danny, and it's really difficult for him to recover from those situations without his Trinket. And I just feel like that's one of the weaknesses of the Restoration Druid right now. Thirst for Burst, they're going to have to try to find an opening, because if they can't find some pressure, I think every single Intimidating Shout from Mez is going to be absolutely devastating. Sidu actually running the Maledict also to add insult to injury to really slow down the heals coming in from Danny. Thirst for Burst now looking for some damage. All three members of Method Orange at about 50% health, but Sidu not in crowd control should easily recover, and he does.
Really like that Cataclysm from Maldiva, hitting 2 targets, getting Immolate up. Very important for his Azerite trait Flashpoint to get a lot of haste, so his spells are very fast. Sidu ports on top of Danny. Danny trying to run away from the expected crowd control. He Vitality Conduits. Very nasty while he's Storm Bolted. Takes 0 damage. Good peels from Maldiva as well. Shadow Fury, Ursul's Vortex. Nice play there between Danny and Maldiva to pull Sam in on his Blink for the Shadow Fury. Bashing him up though on Diminishing Return, maybe not too valuable. Blazing Barrier from Sam activating, absorbing a lot of damage there, even though Sidu is feared. Combustion popped, but Danny immediately activates Iron Bark. Sam is sitting on his counterspell. I'm curious if he's going to use that on Danny. Sidu gets caught out there in the open for a moment, but it looks like it broke early. Bit unfortunate here for Thirst for Burst as we step into Dampening. Very nasty with no Ice Block. It's susceptible to going down in the near future if they get any crowd control on Danny. That Intimidating Shout, unfortunately, a minute away from Mez. That would be the major crowd control point. Sidu is now polymorphed. They've isolated Sam. He's out in midfield. He's going to activate that Blazing Barrier. Blink back to the pillar. Mez War Banners, the follow-up polymorph. Sidu, now that he's on Diminishing Return, he's getting aggressive. He's Chi Torpedoing out into midfield. He's currently immune to polymorph, so he wants to get crowd control on Danny while he can't be crowd controlled himself. But Danny is playing max range, making it very difficult. And because Danny was max range, he activates Iron Bark before the crowd control even hits. Now Sea-Doo stunned up. Mez could be in trouble as Danny lands a Cyclone. Mez going to activate that Avatar and just counter pressure instead. Doesn't seem like he's too afraid. Infernals have been called in. Perhaps he should consider retreating away, but he brings the Infernals right to Sea-Doo to break out of the Polymorph. Nice play. Very Nasty is on the back foot. Danny is stunned up. They could get the Cauterize with this. Maldiva stalls. He blinks into that song of Chi-Ji, trying to get off some of the damage over time effects, but Cauterize is triggered anyway in a full Polymorph. No way out. Very Nasty on the run. If Mez gets there, Very Nasty is likely to die. Sam blinks in. Danny rolls over, but there's no cooldowns. He gets Dragon's Breath. As I say that, the Vitality Conduit actually available for Danny, saving Very Nasty in that position. But this is very one-sided. It feels like Method Orange have all of the pressure the entire time, and I don't think the Restoration Druid's going to work here for Thirst for Burst.
I mean, they're losing on mana, they're losing on cooldowns, they haven't really got any offensive pressure. Dragon's Breath now on Danny, and it could just be over right now. Varen, he does manage to hold on a little bit with the Temporal Shield, but that's just the main problem with the Restoration Druid. Every single time Method Orange has their instant crowd control available, they're able to generate massive pressure with the Kleptomania spellseal from Samayam, and it's just one of the reasons why we don't see Druids too often right now. And I think if we're going to see Thirst for Burst win this matchup, it's going to be off the back of Danny Carey switching over to the Mistweaver Monk. Otherwise, I think this is going to be a 3-0 for Method Orange.
Yeah, Method Orange was kind of dominating that entire game, and we saw them fall pretty earlier than some of the other games that we saw yesterday, and as well as in that earlier series. So it's kind of a quicker victory for Method Orange. Let's talk about that a little bit, though, Zico. Was it just due to the Resto Druid, or was there other things coming into play there?
Well, there was a, it's not just because of the Resto Druid, but I think Method Orange, they just had really nice CC chains. Sea-Doo playing, the song of Shiji, going in, getting, a Paralyze into a song or a Leg Sweep into a song. It just sets up his team to play full out aggressive, and combined with the fact that you don't have, Life Cocoon and Mistweaver healing, it just puts you at a big disadvantage if you are Thirst for Burst.
And Method Orange is one of those teams that we've seen play together for so many years together. They're such a powerhouse of a team again and again. And if your team like Thirst for Burst, how do you even compete against a team like this? Is going to be a really difficult matchup for these guys, Sid, to play against a team with such synergy that Method Orange has developed over the years.
I think that the only way they can win the matchup is by the Druid actually going for Cyclones, like frequently onto multiple targets and playing more of an aggressive. I don't think you can play passive Druid in this meta. Maybe on the ladder you can when there's more gear discrepancy between the teams. Like Maldiva is decked out on his Warlock on the live ladder, which could be what compensates for them to be able to play with the Druid with more success. But on the tournament realm, when you're on an even playing field in terms of the gear and the power and it's equalized, I think the Druid only brings the advantage that it has Cyclone. So if they get on top of Sea-Doo and they bring him out of the fight with 3 Polymorphs into 3 Cyclones, they can have enough damage to win the game. But if they try and just play the passive game into the Monk, he's a Monk and you're a Druid. Like I just don't feel like how it's gonna work. Their crowd control is much easier to land. Intimidating Shout is just instant cast. Paralyze is instant cast. There's very little risk to it. So their execution is just gonna be way easier to pull off. Danny needs to be playing like at a very high level on the Druid in terms of these Cyclones, I think, to be able to win.
Well, Thirst for Burst did just lock in their composition. It looks like we're seeing Danny Carey switch over to a Mistweaver. Method Orange still on that Warrior Mage composition. What do you think about this Vend for both of these teams and their choices here?
Well, I mean, for Method Orange, I think this is their best available composition. When they did have the most convincing series against Cloud9, they did lose, but the closest matchups we really have seen are when they did play the Warrior, Mistweaver, Fire Mage into the MLM. So I think for Method Orange, they're leading with their best foot forward. Thirst for Burst, the Mistweaver adaptation should go a lot better for them. I mean, we've seen how strong Mistweaver Monks are. Life Cocoon is so good. It's such a strong defensive cooldown. If you just have one moment, your teammate will survive. You can even preemptively use it on setups, and that can completely shut them down. So I think this is going to go a lot better for Thirst for Burst. This map certainly sets them up nicely. But yeah, I mean, Method Orange, they're firing on all cylinders. Their offensive goes are really, really nice. We're going to have to see if Thirst for Burst can survive those really, really big offensive pushes and try to find some counter pressure of their own. Not the easiest thing to do, but they should be able to do it here on Tolvaron.
Yeah, and this was their map choice for Thirst for Burst, as they did lose that last match, so that means that they get to choose the map for the next game. So they went with Tolvaron Arena, and then they have that double caster comp. Zico, how are they going to use the space of this map and those pillars to try and get an advantage over Method Orange?
Oh, well, they're going to threaten to drink anytime Method Orange pulls back behind the pillar, and they're going to try to win on mana. Obviously, Sea-Doo is never really going to be able to get those drinks, and they're going to always drag them all back very far. And last game, Very Nasty was mainly the target, the mage. So if that's the case, I want to see Maldiva have, a little bit more aggressive positioning, try to get the Fears, try to get Chaos Bolts, try to, kind of reverse the pressure in favor of his own team anytime Very Nasty is in trouble, and anytime Method Orange are crossing the map. One thing that's important, though, is, of course, that Method Orange just won on Nagran. So if we start seeing, Thirst for Burst win on the large map, and then Method Orange take it to a small map, they're going to have that advantage later on in the series. So winning Nagran has been super important anytime you're facing a team that runs Mage Lock, because if you lose Nagran, then you have to win a game on Tolvir or a game on Ashamins later, which is difficult.
And as we're seeing both of these teams they're running with that Mistweaver, then do you think it's not often that we've seen recently in recent cups that we're seeing these Mistweavers run out of mana. Do we think that's going to be an issue at all in this next game?
Well, I mean, on the large map, theoretically, Danny Carey, well, basically the way it's going to work is Sea-Doo, Mez, and Samayam, if they need to, they can retreat behind the pillar. But being at the pillar, it makes it really, really difficult if they're all clumped up to actually sit down for a drink. So I think Thirst for Burst and Danny Carey are going to have the luxury of being able to, have that open space where Danny Carey can sit down for drinks basically whenever he wants. And for Method Orange, Sea-Doo's just going to have to hold on. He's going to have to manage his mana well. Sitting down for a drink is extremely unlikely if, Very Nasty and Maldiva are on point. So it might come down to mana, but I don't think that's how we see this game end. I don't think it's going to be a Mistweaver Monk that's out of mana, and that's what results in a kill. I think it's more going to be about consistent setups, big burst windows for Thirst for Burst, and who can pull that off better.
Yeah, we'll see shortly as these teams get set up and loaded into the map here. One final question I do have for you, Zico. We have two Fire Mages here on both sides of the team. How do we think that they have their gear set up? We are in a tournament realm. They basically have any choice of armor and talents here, which you can also check out at awc.gcd.tv to check that out. What do you think they're running?
They're running, kind of standard stuff here. Both mages stacking versatility, knowing that they could be targets, and I like that they're going with, the Flame Cannon, Kleptomania, and Greater Pyroblast on the side of Very Nasty. It's, the standard build, especially Flame Cannon. If you don't go for Conflict, you don't get that baseline Temporal Shield, and then you would go Greater Pyroblast, Kleptomania, and Temporal Shield. But since you get that baseline, going for Flame Cannon is very nice, because on the large map like Tolvir, those extra yards range that you get on your spells really starts to add up, because as soon as Mez starts to charge forward, you can be very far back and already start throwing out Greater Pyroblasts and start going through some of that defense with the Spell Reflects and everything. So I like both of these mages builds. Obviously Samayam as well is one of the innovators. A lot of the mages in NA just straight up copy him on his builds, so I'm not going to criticize it.
All right, here we go. Maldiva pushing forward on the right side, and Method Orange are going to be pillaring up in a defensive position, and it's due to the nature of the map. If you fight a Destruction Warlock and a Fire Mage on Tolvaron, and you just kind of run out there and start trying to attack, you're probably going to get dissected. So they're really going to pick their moment here. They need to do hit and runs with the Intimidating Shout and the Paralyze. That's going to be the focus point of the team of Method Orange, because these crowd controls can't really be stopped. They're guaranteed to land, and they last about, 11 seconds in total between each other, maybe a bit longer if you even get the leg sweep on that chain. During that time, they can burst down Very Nasty, maybe a dampening switch to Maldiva instead, but early on, the Greater Pyroblast is a bigger threat, so I do anticipate that Very Nasty will be the target, at least for the first 5 to 7 minutes.
Yeah, Very Nasty. He's looking to get some damage rolling, but not able to find it just yet, as it looks like Thirst for Burst. They're just setting up crowd control, trying to defuse this go if they can. Samayam and Sea-Doo pinned down at the pillar once again. Maldiva in midfield. You can see Mez, he's greatly overextending right now. might be a little bit scared if they can find any damage on him, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to just yet. Sam gets the Ring of Frost onto Maldiva into a re-polymorph. Big burst damage here onto Very Nasty, but with no crowd control on Danny, we know how this goes. The Mistweaver Monk is going to be able to heal through basically any damage at this point in the game. So we're going to need to see Sam and Sea-Doo go for crowd control on Danny Carey. And I think if they're just wasting time sitting in the open, it's not a winning position. But so far, Danny Carey's been doing a good job making that exceptionally difficult positioning as far away as you possibly can. And that's what he needs to do. Finally, Method Orange, they pull the trigger. Paralyze on Danny Carey. Big burst damage onto Very Nasty. This is the Temporal Shield the Life Cocoon trades out from Danny as he uses his Gladiator's Medallion to free himself from crowd control. Maldiva looking to fire back with a couple Chaos Bolts onto Sam, but looks like Sea-Doo is able to heal through it. Sam, Mez, and Sea-Doo looking nice and healthy. They got a big objective there, which is Danny's Trinket, and they can just wait for the next leg sweep, the next Paralyze, and Method Orange is going to be looking to do a big go once again onto Varen.
Oh, Sam getting bursted down. Sea-Doo gets caught in a fear. Mez activates Rallying Cry, trying to stabilize here. Sea-Doo gets stunned up by the Shadow Fury, but Vitality Conduit's already rolling. Danny, in the meantime, is caught in a Ring of Frost. Sea-Doo's trying to get in position for a Song of Chi-Ji, but Danny has now escaped the ring. It will be very difficult for Sea-Doo to land it. It looks like he still wants to try, but as he tries, he gets intercepted by the Polymorph, but it breaks prematurely. They go for another one. Danny moves in for a leg sweep. He knocks Sea-Doo into it, but Sam blinks away from it. Nice blink from Sam Very Nasty taking control of Mez, trying to stall. Maldiva switches Fear over to Sea-Doo. Even despite the polymorphs and the fear, Mez and Sam really not taking too much damage. It's Very Nasty who is falling behind. Sam pops a combustion. Very Nasty spell steal cancels it instantly to remove that threat. Danny is still locked down in the paralyzed. Rolls away, not able to land the Chi-Ji. Sea-Doo's feared off into the distance. Danny repositions. Very important for Danny to consistently move away from Sea-Doo. He doesn't want him anywhere near him. He wants to make sure that Sea-Doo needs to go midfield to get crowd control so that Maldiva and Very Nasty can help. Sea-Doo gets polymorphed, but it looks like he pre-Vitality Conduited it, so he's just going to freely heal Sam up to full. Now he gets feared, though. He's taking quite a lot of crowd control. Sam could be in trouble. He's looking for polymorphs on the Warlock. Very Nasty's not finding a greater Power Blast, so Sam is likely to stabilize. Sam blinks in to try and poly Danny. Danny is protected by Maldiva with that spell lock. Sea-Doo is pushing up. Danny rolls away from Sea-Doo, looking to get nowhere near him. And Thirst for Burst are continuing to stall. They punish Sea-Doo by polying him out in midfield, but again, it breaks early. And if these polymorphs don't stick, I mean, it's going to be very difficult for Thirst for Burst to find a win. Both mages going at each other. Combustion stolen. Huge pressure. Is Sam going to be able to get the kill here? Chaos Bolt's being lobbed in. Life Cocoon from Sea-Doo going to stop all the damage there. Maldiva's polying on his Dark Soul. Method Orange have solid game plan here against Thirst for Burst. And honestly, this is going to be very good practice for them in preparations for the inevitable Cloud9 matchup that they're going to need to figure out how to deal with. I'm curious, like, what are the major differences? Because in my mind, when I'm watching this doesn't look very difficult for Method Orange, at least comparably to when we watched them face Cloud9. So I'm just trying to figure out the differences between Cloud9 and Thirst for Burst in terms of their pressure. It doesn't. It's something that maybe it's like just some small nuances. But
I did see a screenshot of Sea-Doo posting a 70% dampening match against Cloud9. So we're a little bit far off from that moment. Sometimes it can be hard, as well as the Mage Warlock can live, it can also be difficult to secure a kill against this particular composition. Varen getting bursted down, though. It is going to be the Ice Block. Really good crowd control once again. These consistent setups from Method Orange, unfortunately, are resulting in a lot of defensive cooldowns, and Thirst for Burst can't be feeling too good. There's no Trinket from Danny Carey. That was actually his Trinket. He got crowd controlled on it, wasn't in line of sight of Varen, and as a result, they had to overlap the Trinket and the Ice Block. I have to say, about a minute ago as well, something we didn't really notice was Sam was forced into his Cauterize, or forced to use the Cauterize, so no longer has that cheat death and needs to be very careful, because Maldiva with the Dark Soul can easily just take him down to 0 hit points in just a few spells. So without that cheat death, he's going to really have to pay attention to those big burst moments.
all right, Greater Pyro pummeled. Very Nasty, not able to blink away from it in time. Sam just lobbing out fireballs, trying to reset that combustion. Getting a couple seconds off for every fireball cast. Maldiva lobbing out damage. Thirst for Burst trying to play in a deeper dampening. Sea-Doo gets counterspelled by Varen, but not finding too much damage. They're trying to Greater Pyro Mez. Nice fear on Mez. He wasn't able to get back to Very Nasty. The Greater Pyro connects as a result. Sea-Doo's going to have to power through that and pick him up. Sea-Doo looks like he wants to move out towards Danny, but he could get intercepted by a polymorph if he's not careful. Samayam blinks in for a counterspell. Clutch play here. Very nasty, blinking away, but Mez is in hot pursuit. Leap charge. Life Cocoon gonna activate from Danny Carey. Likely we do not see Very Nasty go down through that powerful cooldown. Good response. Now Maldiva popping Dark Soul, trying to counter pressure, going after Sam, fearing Sea-Doo. But Sam will line of sight here. Sea-Doo reconvenes and should easily pick him up. Maldiva switching targets to Mez. Dark Soul still active for a few moments. Gets a Chaos Bolt on Mez with it, but it's of no consequence. There's no crowd control on Sea-Doo. He should pop Mez back into the fight quite easily. Danny repositions. He's managing his mana. And yeah, like you said, maybe perhaps it's that as soon as Thirst for Burst gets to that 70% dampening mark that we see Cloud9 to get to, they'll be able to pull off a win. So maybe I'm calling it too soon here with Danny's swap over to the Mistweaver. Sam is being pressured. Looks like Vitality Conduit was activated by Sea-Doo though, right before the crowd control. Unlikely that he dies through that powerful cooldown. Sea-Doo comes out of the fear and should be able to bring Samayam into the fight. He's getting a lot of fireballs though. He's getting maximum value. His combustion already reset.
Yep, and just taking a look at the gear, Very Nasty, despite being the target in the last game, he's still opting for a lot of haste amps. So most of his corruption has been dedicated towards just additional haste in the matchup. And I mean, you're kind of seeing it. He is getting bursted down. Most mages favoring, pure versatility in a matchup like this, but they are going for big damage onto Sam. Let's see if they can actually push through. Unfortunately, the Life Cocoon from Sea-Doo denies completely. And I think that might just be it. I mean, not having as much defense, Very Nasty's missing out on, I would say, a large amount of versatility, making him more susceptible to these burst windows, because for Method Orange, the only way they win is big extended crowd control chains on Danny, and Varen needs to basically do everything he can to survive those setups. And if he's not, then they're going to be able to push through, they're going to be able to get Ice Block, they're going to be able to get Life Cocoon and Trinket. Whereas, other mages we've seen, they just go for pure raw defense, because they know they can only die in that one burst window, and if they can survive that, then it's going to be looking good for them in the long run.
All right, Very Nasty getting bursted down by Mez. Nice fear timing. Is Temporal Shield going to be enough? Sam moving forward as well. They're really pushing for the kill. Danny Trinket's paralyzed, activates Life Cocoon right before the stun, but Life Cocoon actually gets cut through. But they don't have any further crowd control. Danny should begin to stabilize Varen. Vitality Conduits traded on both sides. Mez getting spam polymorphed. Thirst for Burst trying to stall. Maldiva activating Dark Soul, so he was trying to counter push during Method Orange's advance. Didn't really get anything going with it, unfortunately. No Ice Block forced on Sam. No die by the sword from Mez. Those are going to be the major points of objective at 9 minutes in and 26% dampening. Sam wrapping at the corner with Sea-Doo, waiting for their crowd control to come off cooldown. Mez is out in midfield. Blade storming away, storm bolting the Greater Pyro Blast. They're going to need good communication to stop these Greater Pyro Blasts, as this is going to be the main point for Thirst for Burst to engage. Another Greater Pyro Blast. It's on Sam, and he's going to tank it right to the face. Sea-Doo feared away. Another Greater Pyro Blast being cast. Double Mortal Coil. These Greater Pyros are slipping through. Vitality Conduit from Sea-Doo right as he gets polymorphed. That's going to be a lot of free healing again. Varen using Temporal as he does dip low. He's got Ice Block still available. Sea-Doo moves into midfield. Danny gets caught in a poly. Sea-Doo has leg sweep ready. This is going to be a long crowd control chain, but Danny anticipates it with Life Cocoon. Very Nasty tries to turn it around with multiple Greater Pyro Blasts. Sea-Doo responds, activating the Life Cocoon. Danny stuns Sea-Doo first and retreats away. The main goal for Thirst for Burst is to not die. Stay in the fight until they get to that deep dampening stage. Maybe they're about over the halfway mark at this point. Can Method Orange close it out?
All right, we'll have to see. Sea-Doo pushing in. This is the moment. They want to try to get the Ice Block. Can they do it? Very Nasty's going to be using the Demonic Gateway to get away. Mez, with a heroic leap, chases them down. Very Nasty's just trying to do everything he can to escape from Mez. Polymorph onto Mez into a Frost Nova. Sea-Doo can't dispel it, unfortunately. Leg sweep into Song of Chi-Ji onto Danny Carey. Varen is all by himself, but Samayam's also getting pressured down, but it will be Varen who is forced with the Temporal Shield and Ice Block. And to keep himself alive, when with no Cauterize, no Ice Block, 35% dampening, there's a huge opportunity here for Method Orange to close this out.
All right, they've got the window. Can they slip through? Mez has Intimidating Shout. They could go for a big push. And my eyes are on Sea-Doo. He's going to be the aggressor of the team. He needs to initiate with the Paralyze if Sam can't find a Polymorph. But while he pushes out into midfield, he will be susceptible to crowd control. So Sam is trying to get on point. He does manage to land the Polymorph. This could be it for Thirst for Burst. Danny breaks out, but he breaks into a full fear. Unfortunately, Vitality Conduit was activated. I would have liked Mez to save that intimidating shout, punish him later on, having seen the Glider's Medallion. It's now Sam who's in trouble as Thirst for Burst intercept. I love these Dark Soul timings from Maldiva, popping them exactly when Method Orange is in the middle of their attack so that they risk dying to the Dark Soul. But Maldiva is just not finding any damage with them every time he activates it. Sea-Doo trades Vitality Conduit, Life Cocoon, very nasty, dips low. Danny has to activate Life Cocoon of his own. His mana is starting to slip away, and so is the game. They still haven't got a Die by the Sword or Cauterize from Sam in some time. Sea-Doo feared at half duration. Very nasty, casting a Greater Pyro. Gets that one onto Sam. Is he going to get a second one? He gets a second one. Not able to find it. Looking for a third cast. Mez actually taking some hits. Danny trying to roll away from Sea-Doo. Sea-Doo gets intercepted this time by Polymorph. This could be an opportunity for Thirst for Burst. They're going after Sam. But they just don't have the damage. Sea-Doo sits through the Polymorph comfortably. Comes out and can use Vitality Conduit if he needs to, but he's feared now. Good punish. Nice chain by Maldiva. Looking for another fear. He needs a third one. They do need a leg sweep too if they can get in position, but they can't. Life Cocoon activates. Sam I Am stabilizes. Spell Reflect from Mez on the Chaos Bolt. Sea-Doo moves to midfield along with Sam. They're pushing on top of Danny. Danny can't get away. Sea-Doo's all over him. They pre-Vitality Conduit. Will it be enough? The Song of Chi-Ji gets cast. Danny dodges it with the Chi Torpedo. Sea-Doo is a second too late. Mez rolls over, but he isn't able to find anything, and that missed Song of Chi-Ji could allow Thirst for Burst another opportunity to stay in the game.
Ooh, here's the leg sweep onto Sea-Doo. They're making a big swap. Can they take him down? He gets the Fortifying Brew. He's just going to sit there. He's not afraid at all, and it will be very nasty. That does fall. The crowd control chain is extended. Method Orange are able to push through the defense. As dampening went on, though, it seemed Thirst for Burst, they started developing more pressure in the match onto Sam I Am. They actually forced out the Ice Block. And I feel like it could just be one of those things where, I mean, how much do you think it matters that he's not geared defensively? Like, I feel like that it actually matters a lot. And, you know, sometimes it's just a little bit, 5%, 10% damage that makes him not comfortable enough to, hold his Ice Block, or Cauterize doesn't proc. It can buy you that extra second or two you need. And, I mean, that was a really well-played game by Method Orange, but I do feel like there's some adaptations we could see Thirst for Burst pull off.
Yeah, that's going to be a Game 2 victory for Method Orange, and now they only need one more win to win this whole series and send these guys out of this tournament, unfortunately. To add a little bit onto what Venruki said, Zico, let's talk about that a little bit. What do you think that they were maybe improving on, like Ven was saying towards the end of that game, that they could maybe carry on into a third game, potentially taking a game off of Method Orange?
Yeah, so I like the build that Very Nasty's going with. I like, the Azurites that he's picking and everything. His neck looks good, but I gotta agree, having those expedients on your gear, not gonna be ideal. I think either you go full out Versa or you go Racing Pulse. Kind of the Racing Pulse, we haven't seen it yet, but we will, trust me. So I think that for sure does matter, but I also think Method Orange just looked really good here. They had clean setups, with the Warrior Fears, with the Song of Chi-Ji and leg sweeps, and they were able to, despite the map, still get out, a lot of setups. And I think some of that has to be attributed as well to the targeting. I feel like the Mage Law could have targeted Mez a little bit more to push him back and then go for Sam. Especially if Sam is blinking in and going for CC, that's when you can really punish him. I feel like maybe they should have hit Mez a little bit more to just have more control over what was going on, because I feel like Mez was just doing whatever he wanted that game.
And we also saw, of course, Danny swap off of that Resto Druid onto the Mistweaver, and it seemed like they also lasted a bit longer. They were maybe putting up better defenses up against Method Orange that time around. Sid, what do you think that they were doing maybe differently between Game 1 and Game 2 that were helping them maybe sustain a little bit longer in that game?
They didn't play a Druid? I mean, that's the main one. Druid is in a place where I think it's good, but it's not over the top. And right now, what you want to do to win is you need to be over the top. So
it's good, but it's not a Mistweaver, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I have fun playing my Druid. I think it's pretty good. Like, it has its drawbacks, it has its strengths, but Mistweaver is just in a place where it's only strength. So you're kind of just in a place where, like, yeah, you don't. Why am I gonna play a druid? It has a weakness. I could just play the monk and not have the weakness. So I think that's the major reason why they're able to last longer than with the druid. But aggressively, it seemed like they didn't have a game plan. In EU, we saw a lot of Mistweavers. They would use Ring of Peace to prevent the enemy team from running away. They would also set up swaps a lot, so you can polymorph Sea-Doo and then switch to him while he can't move in the polymorph. It seemed like Thirst for Burst weren't doing any sorts of setups. They're kind of just, all right, we're midfield, we'll cast Chaos Bolt and Greater Pyro. When they try and crowd control us, we'll pop our cooldowns and try and kill them. And it was just too predictable, the way they were playing. So Method Orange were able to deal with it pretty easily. Whereas Cloud9, I think that's the difference. Every once in a while, they'll do the whole, we're casting Greater Pyro and Chaos Bolt, but they'll mix something up. Like, oh, Sea-Doo's out mid, and I have Leg Sweep. Do you want to go him out of this? It's done, and then they'll switch, and they'll mix it up more. Whereas it seemed like Thirst for Burst were just the same thing over and over and over and over, and Method Orange just knew what to do.
And we talked about it before this series, Thirst for Burst. They have a lot of individually really strong players that we've seen had great success in previous cups or seasons. And do we feel like this team has a lot of potential? I mean, they're not obviously probably getting the results they want against Method Orange, Ven, but how do we feel like if this team could be like improved over the next couple of cups that we're gonna see?
I mean, just refine their setups, right? I mean, they are running one of the best compositions in the game. We saw it a lot yesterday in Europe. We've been seeing it from Cloud9. I mean, Cloud9 basically exclusively runs the Mage Lock Mistweaver, so it is a composition that can win. But I think with little tweaks, with their setups, how they gear, things like that, that will be able to carry them quite a bit, in these tournaments. I think Method Orange is a difficult opponent for them. I mean, Method Orange has been practicing and preparing for Cloud9 quite a bit, and they know exactly what Cloud9 is going to play. So as a result, they have prepared this Monk, Warrior, Mage. They're very experienced in this matchup, and I think Thirst for Burst is kind of experiencing that right now, just how experienced Method Orange is. But I definitely wouldn't count Thirst for Burst out of this series yet, and I think next week if they stand up again, they could do really, really well in the tournament.
Well, maybe they reverse sweep.
Yeah, that's what I said. I wouldn't count them out. Yeah, I said that.
Okay. No, that's true. You did. Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
my bad.
I like Mess's crowd mount. Do you guys see
they have like a team mount. It's actually kind of interesting. A lot of the teams have
they're all
set up, these team mounts for themselves. Sea-Doo's a big fan. Sea-Doo, Mez, and Sam are a big fan of doing the crab dance in the starter room.
Is it because it's orange?
Maybe, yeah.
Like an orange crab because it's Method Orange? Because C9 have the frogs,
The Super Frog days?
Yeah, they have the frog mount.
The Krogwa. Sea-Doo's actually, this is a good start by Very Nasty. Sam just presses Temporal though, and he's just going to soak all his damage if he even takes any heal back to full. Good shutdown by Method Orange. They're playing at the pillar, waiting for their opportunity. Sea-Doo running the song of Chi-Ji again, so he is going to be the one that starts the crowd control. When you see Sea-Doo start to move towards Danny, you know that Method Orange are going to be doing something that Danny isn't going to like. And that's why I'm always watching Sea-Doo. Where has he got those Chi torpedoes? Is he able to get on top of Danny without getting crowd controlled? He's repositioning. Sam blinks with him. They're getting closer to Danny. Danny's like, all right, you're getting too close. I'm going to move even further away. I do like Danny's positioning right now, and he's going to always have to adapt it and keep his eye on Sea-Doo and Sam.
All right, let's see. Sam, I'm getting feared away, and then we're just going to be waiting basically for Sea-Doo to get the crowd control that he needs to push in the match, and that's what it is for Method Orange. It's just about putting out, pretty good consistent damage, but saving your burst for when you have that instant crowd control onto Danny Carey. And Very Nasty and Maldiva are going to have to do a really good job diffusing that situation. Actually now setting up on Mez a little bit, so maybe going after Mez a little bit more in the matchup to kind of spice things up.
Why did Sea-Doo roll to this side of the pillar? I thought he was going to go for crowd control. I guess he's waiting for Sam to get out of fear. Danny repositions, and now Sea-Doo doesn't have a Chi torpedo. Maybe he left his port on that back pillar, and if Danny moves over to it, he's going to port on top of Danny. Maldiva's pushing up on top of Sam, though. Sam's going to polymorph him if he's not careful. Line of sights it. Sea-Doo getting that crackling Jade Lightning. Very important as the Mistweaver Monk to attack the Warrior's target every now and then to get Mystic Touch up. 5% more physical damage for Mez. And it is very important to ramp up just because they need just enough damage to kill with crowd control. So you want to make sure that Mystic Touch is up. Mez taking a beating out in midfield. Sea-Doo trying to max range any potential interrupts. We see Sam and Sea-Doo rolling up into midfield. Danny repositions over into the starting room, puts his portal in the starting room, I suppose so that if he needs to port away from Sea-Doo, he's still out in the open so that his team can help him. Interesting. And he didn't fall for the trap. Sea-Doo did leave his portal here, so Danny didn't fall for that. But they're going to start the chain with an intimidating shout into a full polymorph. A deadly crowd control chain, to say the least. Very nasty, using the demonic gateway and his temporal shield to stall during the crowd control. Dragon's breathing Mez, buying time for Danny to get out of the polymorph, activating the vitality conduit. But now they could switch to Danny, as he is softened up a bit from the vitality, but it's too risky. They're not going to. And Danny's just out in midfield. This is where he needs to be so that his team can freely cast spells onto Mez and Sam. And both teams make it out of that exchange without any real hits. Danny's mana, though, isn't looking good. And actually, Sam sneaks in a polymorph. This could be devastating. They're pushing for the Cauterize. They stall with a Fear and a Dragon's Breath. Another Fear from Maldiva. Danny's out of crowd control. It's actually Sea-Doo who is now in a Fear. Sam immediately retreats behind the opposite Tiger statue. But look how far away he is from Sea-Doo. How is Sea-Doo going to get to Sam? Maldiva's intercepting him. Sam is still low. Sea-Doo is now paralyzed. The map is definitely doing a lot of favors for Thirst for Burst. They continue to push forward, but the Warbander catches that half polymorph. It's going to be more than enough with Life Cocoon. Sam's going to go back to full health in the near future. Danny repositions. The main thing that Danny needs to consider is setting up his drink. His mana is not good. Only 50% at 4 minutes in. He's going to need to do something about it soon.
Yeah, I mean, definitely setting up that drink is going to be important. His team should be able to set it up for him, but Method Orange feeling very confident to continue this push. Then it will be Very Nasty, who potentially has to use the Cauterize or the Ice Block. Looking for crowd control on Danny Carey. The polymorph gets shut down, and Life Cocoon does connect. And now Sea-Doo could be in a little bit of trouble if we see Maldiva find some damage. Sea-Doo gets the Vitality Conduit on himself with the Fortifying Brew. There is no chance he falls through that. And Sam with good control, polymorphs, denying Maldiva any sort of damage, but I think that's one thing we see Cloud9 do quite a bit is when Sea-Doo is making those offensive pushes, if they can land a polymorph onto Sea-Doo, then use Combustion and Dark Soul to set up on Sea-Doo with a leg sweep, they can really punish the fact that he is using all of his mobility to push in. He's using both Chi Torpedoes, he's exceptionally far away from his Transcendence, and I think that's the one vulnerability of what Method Orange is doing, is when Sam or Sea-Doo push a little bit too far, you have to have a well-coordinated counter attack. Otherwise, just getting pressure is too difficult.
Is Sea-Doo taunting the Fell Hunter before he gets polyed? Because he's breaking out of these polymorphs, and I swear I saw the Fell Hunter turn direction. Sea-Doo moves up. He's got crowd control. Very Nasty is isolated during his combustion. Sam takes it away. Now his damage is increased. Very Nasty's in a lot of trouble. Will he be able to stabilize while Danny is leg swept for a moment longer? Yes, he will. Life Cocoon connects, and Very Nasty should recover. No, I'm not a fan of that intimidating shout from Mez. Maybe it was defensive, but they could have got so much more with that. Danny's now playing Relentless, so those intimidating shout crowd control chains are going to sit for the full duration. Danny needs to drink. I believe Sea-Doo is chasing him. He hits him with a Crackling Jade Lightning, not letting Danny drink whatsoever. Sam is in an aggressive position. Sea-Doo gets feared away. He could get punished for being out in midfield. Danny rolls forward with Leg Sweep. Is he going to go for it on Sam? Stuns the Polymorph. Huge damage, but Vitality Conduit is already rolling on Sam. It's picking him back up through all of the damage. And he's back to full. Danny repositions, and the only thing is that his mana is just getting worse and worse at this point. Full polymorph on Sea-Doo. Could be an opportunity for Thirst for Burst. Sam has Temporal Shield, though. He activates that. He's not even taking any damage anyway, but the Temporal Shield would have healed him back on it. Danny now caught in a poly. Sea-Doo rolls up, looking for a Song of Chi-Ji. If he lands this, it's going to be a caught in a block, but he gets feared on it. It doesn't look like he's able to find it. They go for Dragon's Breath instead, but Danny already activated the Vitality Conduit. Should stabilize Very Nasty very easily. Sea-Doo now on diminishing return for crowd control should begin to... Actually, no, it just came off the polymorph diminishing return. You see that? He taunts the Fell Hunter, and he broke his own polymorph. He's done that multiple times now. Maldiva needs to be careful and put his pet onto passive as soon as possible to prevent that. I mean, that's a very high-level play. I remember monks doing that against hunters. You trap the hunter pet, or taunt the hunter pet right before you get trapped, and then the hunter pet attacks you and breaks it. Sea-Doo's doing the same thing with the Fell Hunter. It runs over and attacks and breaks the polymorph.
Yeah, but I mean, as nice as that is from Sea-Doo, those polymorphs consistently breaking are losing the game for Thirst for Burst, so they need to clean that up. definitely need to make some adaptations, because it's a high-level play from Sea-Doo, but it's also a low-level play to allow that to happen consistently over and over and over. That is what's going on, and it looks like it is. They definitely need a little bit more pet control. Sam-I-Am's going to be taking a huge hit of burst, but with the temporal shield, going to be feeling nice and healthy to continue the push here onto Very Nasty. Polymorph lands onto Sea-Doo. Fear on Sam-I-Am. Is there going to be any burst? Maldiva actually gates away. I think that might have been a mistake. I think he misclicked his gateway, unfortunately, and that denied that opportunity. And now it's going to be Very Nasty, who is in trouble. Combustion's popped out. They're going for a big counter assault here onto Sam-I-Am. Vitality Conduit onto Very Nasty allows him to make an offensive push, but now a Polymorph on Danny Carey. They still have the burst damage. They might be able to take him down. Reaping Flames lands.
Oh!
Triple leg sweep from Sea-Doo. Looking for the dance of Chi-Ji. Sea-Doo with a beautiful play. Interrupt onto Very Nasty, and it will be the ice block. Luckily, it's not overlapped with the Cauterize, but definitely some nice offensive plays there by Method Orange.
Excellent crowd control chain. They've also denied Danny from drinking. That's usually supposed to be the hardest part, is stopping Danny from drinking, but Method Orange have been able to accomplish that, as well as get setups. They're looking solid in the matchup. I would be very excited to see them against Cloud9 if they manage to make a deep run in the lower bracket here. Or maybe Cloud9 gets upset and sent down early, and we could see it again. They've definitely put the practice in. Sea-Doo double rolling in, looking to stop the drink and maybe crowd control Danny and push for the win. Danny repositioning on the back side of the map, going towards the starting area. Very Nasty is just taking a ton of damage from Mez. Mez has obviously got a lot of reps on that Warrior since the last time we saw him as well. Sam gets interrupted and bursted down. Maldiva needs to be the one on point to sort of counter-aggress for the team. His Dark Soul timing and his fears need to be what wins the game. But Danny gets interrupted. Very Nasty temporal shields. Heals himself back to full. Mez avatars out of the Frost Nova. Sea-Doo rolls up, but he does get punished, pulled into a fear, but actually overlapped with the Polymorph, and he already pre-life cocoon. They switched to Sea-Doo. This is what I wanted to see more of from Thirst for Burst. Punish Sea-Doo on this map, but Danny's in the poly. Very Nasty only has Cauterize. If Mez connects, Very Nasty unlikely to survive. He gets the fear out. Very Nasty is burning down, melting, and Mez is trying to go for the win. Leaps over. Life Cocoon activates, but this is going to cost all of Danny's mana to heal Very Nasty back into the fight. They still haven't got caught from Sam. I don't know if it's maybe once in this series that they got it from him even. Sea-Doo is maximum mana. Mez gets Vitality Conduit. Nice spell lock from Maldiva. Those are the plays that he needs to make if he wants to put a point on the board here for his team. But Very Nasty falls behind. Sam secures a counterspell into Danny, and Very Nasty is likely to fall over. Maldiva stalls with the Mortal Coil. He buys him a moment. He temporal shields, but the full Song of Chi-Ji, there's no way. 2 more seconds left. Not enough time. Sam blocks for the kill. Method Orange close it out. Their Mage Warrior Monk looking strong in Cup 3.
Now that was the second 3-0 that we've seen. Method Orange has sent Thirst for Burst out of the tournament, and they will be moving forward in the bracket, and they'll get their opponent later with that Golden Guardians versus Turtle series. Let's talk about that, the end of that game there, Zico. It seemed like there was really no hope. Their mage went down super low health several times. Danny Carey was out of mana. There were really no defensive cooldowns left. Walk us through those final moments.
There was just a lot of clean CCs from Method Orange. Sam securing a counterspell. Sea-Doo following up with the Paralyzed, with the Song of Chi-Ji and the leg sweep. And I mean, it's kind of what you guys were already saying. Method Orange were just, it felt like they were in the driver's seats. There was a couple of dicey moments on Sam, but it felt like in the grand scheme of things, they were the ones controlling the pace of the game, and they were the ones, you know, setting up kills repeatedly until they were able to force all defense and throw that.
Yeah, and would you say, I feel like in that last game you guys were saying there were like a couple times like City were criticizing Mez's intimidating shout, and there were just a couple moments there that we saw Method Orange maybe not playing quite as cleanly as we're used to. Would you say that this is something like just a one-off game, or how do you think that
I think in that moment Dark Soul was also up, so Sea-Doo or Danny was already on diminishing return with intimidating shout. So when it activated, it looked like Mez made a mistake, but I'm wondering if he meant to do it to stop Maldiva. The only thing is if you have to use it to stop Maldiva, then you kind of lose your ability to win. I kind of chalk that game up more so to just Danny maybe not having as many games in the Monk, because in the live realm, I know that his Monk is undergeared. I think he'll do broadcasts like, does anyone want to play with my undergeared Monk? So he probably doesn't have the most amount of games on it as he does Druid. I think that was maybe obvious in that game in particular. He wasn't able to figure out how to find a drink. It seemed like they were not certain 100%. So if they go back and, I mean, they were going to. If they didn't lose on setups, they were going to lose on mana. He was completely while Cedar was full.
It's true.
Well, I certainly hope to see that team come into that top 8 for the next cup next week. Thirst for Burst, they did, definitely no easy task facing off against Method Orange. But we're going to be hopping up to the upper bracket to the Cloud9 versus Space Station Gaming. Then, what do you think about this matchup?
I think this is one of those matchups. I mean, we've seen it time and time again. Cloud9, I would bet that they're going to be locking in the Mage Lock Monk once again. For Space Station Gaming, my question is, have they figured out anything different? They've tried the Windwalker Destro, doesn't work. They've tried the Warrior Destro, doesn't work. They tried locking in Gorecki on the Restoration Shaman. It felt like on paper there was some potential there, but it ended up not working. We did see Gorecki play, an inevitable Truth build, and they really took advantage of that and were just killing him right away. So maybe the Restoration Shaman could work out here for Space Station Gaming if they, stack that versatility, try to survive those setups. But I think we're going to see something new from Space Station Gaming. If they end up locking in, same old, I expect the results to be same old as well.
Yeah, and I feel like we've seen it before with that team as well. On the side of Space Station Gaming, they kind of get pressure put on them, and they tend to come up with creative solutions, Zico.
Oh, well, yeah, definitely. We've seen a lot of things come out of these guys, with, Smexin playing Fury Warrior and things like that. But I feel like they've tried a bunch of times now to play Windwalker Lock, and it hasn't worked that much, that well. And I think last time they tried Fury Windwalker as well. And basically their whole game plan was to try to one-shot the mage before he uses cooldowns. I want to see something a little bit more convincing. I don't know what that is, and thankfully it's not my job to figure it out. But yeah, if I'm in Space Station Gaming, I don't think the Fury Warrior is necessarily the best answer. I think if they had an Arms Warrior, usually pretty good into Warlock, and then something else to go with that, like some kind of range. Maybe they just go Warrior Warlock.
Yeah, I want to see Ellie Warlock.
Yeah, or that. I want to see Ellie Warlock too, but I feel like we're not going to see it.
I want to see it.
We've been saying that for a long time
will,
now. We want to see that.
We'll find out shortly enough whether or not Space Station Gaming has an answer to Cloud9, and we'll come to that series after this quick break.
chance. There needs to be a little bit more crowd control on Looney, and Method Black will close out this game. AWC's going to fall. AWC's going to fall. Bomb drops. Kidney shot on Bledso. Massive damage, and Method Black does it. Big takedown.
Entirety of both teams, honestly. Chun-Li at the preemptive defuse magic, but they're just so far behind. Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done. The Shadows don't want the combination. And Snuts is in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again!
Welcome back, everyone. We've already seen 2 teams get knocked out of the tournament, and now we are moving into the upper bracket, that Cloud9 versus Space Station Gaming matchup. And before the break, we were talking a little bit about how we weren't quite sure if Space Station Gaming had an answer for that Cloud9 Mage Lock composition. Sid, I want to hear your thoughts. What do you think Space Station is going to do here in this situation?
Yeah, I mean, they'll probably try the same thing they had before, the Windwalker, Mistweaver, Destro, Warlock. They were winning that matchup in earlier community events this year against Cloud9, but maybe Cloud9 have just improved to another level, so it might not work for them. And we already pointed out before we went to a break that they were getting so desperate they were just trying like Warrior Lock Shaman. I feel like Warrior Lock Shaman, the last time Warrior Lock Shaman was played and it was good, I feel like it was a long time ago. So Space Station Gaming, they're kind of desperate. If the Windwalker Lock Mistweaver doesn't work for them, I don't know if they actually have an answer.
Well, we already saw 2 teams 3-0 their opponents earlier today. Then, how do you think this one's going to go? What do you think we can
It's like I said, if Space Station Gaming hasn't come up with something else, I expect the results to be the same as they always are. Cloud9 winning this series, but I really hope Space Station Gaming, either a strategy change, a composition change, something. They need to try something new, because I just don't see them winning with Destro, Melee, Mistweaver. I just don't think it's going to happen. I think Cloud9 is too good at abusing the Melee, pulling them out of position, making it extremely difficult for Thugonomics to get anything rolling. And yeah, I'm just looking forward to seeing what they lock in blind. And I think that's going to be really, really telling to me how the series is going to go.
And what is it about Cloud9 that makes them such a powerhouse, Zico? Like, we see other teams playing similar compositions as Cloud9. What are they doing differently than the other teams here?
Well, they have Chanimal on their roster. No, I mean, yeah, I think, well, all of them are obviously really, really amazing players. But yeah, I think, I don't know. I've been feeling this for a while now. I feel Chanimal is just on one tier above the other Destro Warlocks. In general, and when you have a Gobsy on your team, which is one of the best healers, and then you have Wealthy Man always solid on that mage, and then Snuts, like it's just a good roster, and it's one of those when this team kind of started forming, when they were the Super Frogs, we were just like, yeah, this is a good team. There's a lot of potential here. We'll see how they do. There was well, how is that dynamic with having Snuts and Chanimal in the team going to work out? Because Snuts plays a Warlock too, but it's worked out great for them. I mean, they've incorporated Snuts well on his Windwalker, on his Rogue, anything that he needs to play, he's been able to play it, and for the most part, he's not really needed to play that much because Chanimal and Wealthy Man and Cubsy are just winning everything with Mage Lock.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's something that we talked about a lot last year as well with this team, Cloud9. We don't see Snuts being played in a lot of those games. But, every time I've interviewed them and spoken to them about, what does... Obviously, Snuts isn't just sitting there on the bench doing nothing. He's an extremely valuable player to them. He's really coming up with, from what they've told me, a lot of the strategies behind the scenes. He's been there to support their team every step of the way. And I just feel like this team... like you were saying, ever since they've been Super Frogs and then they got onto that Cloud9 org, they've really just found their synergy. And with a team like Cloud9 that has been playing together at such a high level for so long, especially up against a comp that Space Station Gaming doesn't quite seem to have an answer for yet, then this is really just going to be a difficult feat for them, for Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud9, they seem to have all the answers, and the main answer for them for a lot of these questions is just Mage Lock. I mean, it seems like for years they've just been able to play the Mage Warlock, comfortably into 95% of their matchups and come out ahead. It's a composition. Obviously, Wealthy Man and Chanimal, they have a ton of synergy. Cubsy as well. I think the one thing that sets them apart for me is that they seem to just have really, really good coordinated offensive goes. So, it's not like both of them are just sitting in the open, just casting Greater Power Blast, casting Chaos Bolt. Like, we're actually really seeing them assist each other. Wealthy Man getting Novas for the Chaos Bolt, or Chanimal, he's getting, Conflag Roots for Greater Power Blast. They have really big coordinated goes with Leg Sweep, Infernals, and Mortal Coil. And it's just those little things offensively, as well as just defensively. They're just great at staying alive, and Cubsy's great at managing his mana. They just don't allow teams many openings. Like, there's just not a lot of openings against them. You really have to force mistakes against them, and they just, unfortunately for a lot of these teams, don't make many mistakes, and they can really punish you if you do. So I think that's why we consistently see Cloud9 make this composition work, and they make it work better than anyone else. I mean, that's just the truth. I mean, they consistently win, but other teams also run Mage Warlock, but they don't have anywhere close to the amount of success.
Well, the game is going to be starting soon. We'll have to see if Space Station Gaming has come up with an answer for Cloud9. It is game 1 of this series.
Well, they came up with an answer. That's is it the right one?
Well, this was the one that I said I didn't want to see. Fury Windwalker, this was what they lost with last time.
Did they try with Shaman?
I spoke with Smexon a little bit about this just to give you guys a little bit of insight, and it's something I kind of alluded to. They thought that this composition has a lot of potential from when they last played it, but they felt like the main vulnerability is that Gorecki was using Ineffable Truth, and they said, you know what, if he goes full versatility, all of a sudden he's not a great target, and they think that they can win. So I think that is the logic. I don't know if it's going to practically play out that way, but I do like that they're trying something else, because like I said, if they locked in Destro Mistweaver melee, I think they would 100% lose.
Yeah, I like that. At least changing your gear, changing something could be that what makes or breaks the game. So I like that they're going in at least with a different plan.
All right, we'll see if it works out for them. Yeah, and he is running full versatility. He's also running Electrocute, so a little bit of an aggressive Restoration Shaman build here for Gorecki. Double Mortal Coil from Chanimal, intercepting their push, and he just trades out Touch of Karma to go aggressive here. Space Station Gaming are going all out. Almost getting a cauterized from Wealthy Man in that advance, but Cubsy activates the left cocoon in time. Cubsy now rolling out into midfield. Looking like he wants to reposition. Chun-Li and Smexon retreat back behind the pillar. They're avoiding the Dark Soul of Chanimal. They just want to wait for it to be over. They'll hit whatever comes near them, and then when that Dark Soul is over, I do anticipate them to get aggressive again. But they are showing potential. I mean, that was a crazy amount of damage considering they didn't commit the Siege Breaker or the Touch of Death, which they've now just utilized. Wealthy Man could be in trouble.
I definitely could be. He still has a cauterize, he still has the ice block, but I like the offensive strategy here by Space Station Gaming. Really just trying to push Wealthy Man over. But a setup now on a Gorecki. Cubsy rolling in. These are the setups I'm talking about. Nice paralyze, but Gorecki's going to be in a lot of trouble. He's in the leg sweep. Can he survive? Chun-Li trying to throw in some heals, and it looks like he will ultimately live. There just wasn't enough damage from Chanimal and Wealthy Man to back it up. And now Wealthy Man's the one that's getting bursted down once again. And Space Station Gaming, they are not afraid to go aggressive in this match, and it's something I really like to see.
Oh, Gorecki getting greater power, but he should be able to get around the corner and heal himself back up. He's playing Conflict and Strife. He knows that he was the target last time around. That's what I love about Cloud9, is as soon as they see an enemy healer kind of expose themselves in midfield, they are not afraid to just switch to the healer. I mean, even right now, they're punishing Gorecki for pushing out. Double Fear by Smex, and Wealthy Man interrupted, going after him. Seduce on Gorecki, but it's on diminishing return. He's purging away. So many purges here. Flame Shock applied, really trying to maximize the damage onto Wealthy Man, but he's being pushed back. Needs to be a bit careful. Greater Pyro into a Mortal Coil. Chanimal setting out with a Fear, but Gorecki stabilizes at the box. These Purge all-ins, they are looking scary for Cloud9. And every once in a while, we just see Wealthy Man dipping down to 10%. Gorecki rolls out into midfield. He gets stunned up, but he's Conflict and Strife, and he's in Ghost Wolf. Very unlikely that he takes too much damage here. He's going to activate Astral Shift for the Combustion. Fair trade. He's going to recover from another swap. And Wealthy Man's getting bursted. Cubsy wind sheared by Gorecki. He is now seduced, though, and Chun-Li is low. He's going to trade out Touch of Karma. Does Wealthy Man decide to just block this? I don't think it would be wise. Unlikely that they find a kill this early in the match, but they could. Chun-Li pops that Fort Brew after the Karma there. I actually almost wonder if they would have killed him if they blocked that off. He almost died anyways, but Wealthy Man is low. Cubsy's in a paralyze. Gorecki's moving. He's purging out in midfield. Cubsy in a Stormbolt double leg sweep here by Space Station Gaming, but Chun-Li needs to be careful. They may need to consider running away, but they're not going to. They just popped a Touch of Death. They're trying to get some damage out on Wealthy Man. I don't think his Touch of Death is going to get too much. With the Dress to Gath, that double dress, I love. They waited until Touch of Death was about to go off, and then they timed both of their Dress to Gath, Smexen and Chun-Li's, to hit as it exploded to try and KO Wealthy Man. That could net them the win later in the game, although now that they've shown how much damage it can potentially do, Cubsy will be more ready for it.
And he's going to have to be ready with the Life Cocoon, with the Vitality Conduit, Wealthy Man with the Battle Masters. They need to really anticipate that setup. Smexen taking a little bit of damage, and for now, I mean, Chun-Li and Smexen can self-sustain quite a bit, but a big Chaos Bolt lands on Smexen into a Mortal Coil. He can't heal himself. He's got the Frenzied Regeneration, but he just couldn't attack. Beautiful setup there by Cloud9. If Smexen just had even a moment to attack with the Frenzied Regen, he would have got massive healing on himself. But because he was just crowd controlled, he couldn't get that off. Chun-Li now getting bursted down, might just die through the fuse, forced to run away. Gorecki caught into a Seduce, into a Fear. The crowd control chain seems to be endless. And now all of a sudden, Space Station Gaming, they appear to have to play very defensive. They got to be a little bit afraid. Chun-Li with, of course, the Touch of Karma. Can't afford to make one more trade here, but he has to be very careful. His Chanimal is just being allowed to free cast in this matchup.
That's the risk you take when you play aggressive against Mage Lock. They already got through Karma and Fort Brew in this push. Gorecki is still crowd controlled. They are punishing him for this aggressive play style, running back to the pillar. They left Smexen out in midfield, but Smexen on that Fury Warrior is going to be very self-sustaining. It's unlikely that Gorecki will ever need to keep his eyes too much on him with that Bloodthirst healing. So he's likely to just keep focusing on himself and Chun-Li. Cubsy and Paralyzed, Wealthy Man and Stormbolt into Cap Totem. Big Dress to Gath push, but Vitality Conduit heals Wealthy Man back to full health. He double blinks away with a Greater Pyro. Chun-Li ducks to the side to dodge it. And now Gorecki looks to try and get next to Chun-Li. Wealthy Man is pulling Chun-Li and Smexen away, so Gorecki has to run out in midfield to heal them, and Chanimal could intercept. He is also running the Succubus, so he could get a long crowd control chain by himself. Damage on the Wealthy Man, but Cubsy isn't crowd controlled. They pop that motorcycle. 2 motorcycles. Wait, is Gorecki wearing one too? I'm double checking. No, he's not. Okay. Smexen from the side. I'm actually wondering if that's an option at some point where the healers start running I guess you just run the claw, right? If you're going to run a damage trinket, you don't really need to go all out with a bike, but I know as a restoration druid, if you run the Master Shapeshifter, you're in cat form, you get 25% more damage, and that buffs the damage of like a motorcycle or a Dress to Gas, so you could do that. And try and go for just a triple bike kill on the mage maybe, but they're not running it this game. Gorecki's mana still in a good position to continue the purges. Fear on Cubsy, this is the big push. Chanimal intercepts with the Mortal Coil into a root. The Cap Totem Cubsy out of the Paralyze. Good combo. Life Cocoon 10 seconds away, but Vitality Conduit available, so Wealthy Man heals himself back to full very easily. And now Chanimal's trying to pressure them off. Seduce on Gorecki, Fear on Smexen. Looks like Smexen is stuck in it, so no Berserker Rage. Chun-Li gonna trade Touch of Karma while he's all by his lonesome, and they're just happy to attack into it. They're trying to kill him through it. Now he activates the Fort Brew. Wealthy Man trying to poly him, but Chan breaking it there. Gorecki moves into midfield. He's gonna get rooted by Chanimal. Shadow Fury, fake cast there, trying to avoid the Wind Shear. Goes for a Fear, trying to bait the Tremor. I don't think Tremor is available for 5 more seconds, so Gorecki is gonna be able to reposition. No, actually does get feared at the chain end, but Wealthy Man's getting blasted. Those double Dress to Gas are very scary. I love that Smexen and Chun-Li are coordinating them together. At any point when those Dress to Gas are up, they could net a kill. They swap over to Gorecki again, but he's Conflict and Strife. He's full versatility. He basically went up in health in the stun. I don't think that's going to be an option for Cloud9. It seems like Chun-Li is only the real vulnerability for the team.
Yep, unless they can get the crowd control on Smexen. If they can keep him in a stun, a Mortal Coil, then I could see the Fear Word going down as well. And here it is. Big damage on Chun-Li and Smexen. Can they push through? Chun-Li has to be very careful. He doesn't have a single defensive cooldown, completely relying on Gorecki for the time being. And he is getting feared. He is getting bursted down and forced to go to the pillar. And this is where Cloud9 recovers. But Space Station Gaming, they just want to continue the assault. I mean, Gorecki does have the Spirit Link Totem. They can trade that out if they need to, but they really want to continue this aggressive push. But, I mean, unfortunately for Space Station Gaming, although they've had some nice attempts, they haven't got a big defensive cooldown yet from Wealthy Man. Like, we're at almost 20% dampening, almost 8 minutes elapsed. They've been sitting on Wealthy Man the entire game, and they haven't gotten cauterized. They haven't gotten Ice Black. Cubsy is literally 100% mana, and this is just what makes it so difficult. Space Station Gaming, they need a moment to just regroup, potentially think about a target change or something, because this just doesn't appear to be working. Although there are moments of offense, it's just hard. It's really difficult for Space Station Gaming to get anything rolling.
I mean, their only pressure is those Drestigath trinkets. I feel like it's the only time I noticed Wealthy Man's health spike, so they need to time that with the Siege Breaker and the Touch of Death, go for a one-hit KO with Purges from Gorecki. Seems like that's the only way they're going to win. They initiate with Paralyze, but Chanimal intercepts with Mortal Coil. They switch to Cubsy. Maybe they're trying to bait something there. I mean, Cubsy could die in a stun to a double dress. I easily see that as potential, but Cubsy will have to expose himself. Wealthy Man being bursted down. There's the Drestigath again. Gets life cocooned by Cubsy. Cubsy rolls up for a double stun, adding some damage to the team as well. Deeper in dampening, though, Smexen does become a target. Before dampening, he's going to heal himself to full, but deeper in dampening, he does become a better target. Seduce on Gorecki. Chun-Li trades Karma immediately. Maybe they could switch to Smexen instead. Looks, they're actually popping Combustion into Touch of Karma. Chun-Li's just going to diffuse magic the Combustion, but they're actually killing him through every cooldown. And I mean, that's the main goal for them, is just get deep into dampening to the point where you die through cooldowns and you die through healing. Right now it's working. Chun-Li is still very vulnerable. They have to Spirit Link Totem as well. That was every single cooldown on that Combustion pretty much for Chun and Gorecki. Now, what are they going to do? They don't have any safety net to fall back on if they want to get aggressive.
It's not easy here for Space Station Gaming. It's like you said, as this game goes on, it becomes more and more difficult for Smexen to actually just tank this damage. His self-healing will go down quite a bit, and I think the pressure might just be overwhelming. Chun-Li forced to the pillar to Vivify up. This gives Cubsy a moment to just top off Wealthy Man. Smexen's now going to be taking a huge hit of damage. Gorecki has to deal with the double leg sweep coming in. Smexen, he's got no trinket for this. The Earthen Wall Totem from Gorecki really trying to slow him down, but once again, the team of Space Station Gaming forced to completely hide behind the pillar, 30% dampening. Gorecki's losing on mana. All three members are dying, and Cloud9 is kind of asserting dominance in this match. The only thing I really see for Space Station Gaming is if those Drestigath trinkets crit a little bit more, they can get the Cauterize and maybe push through for an Ice Block, but it seems like you said, Sid, they are completely reliant on that trinket to actually cause pressure on Wealthy Man.
Triple Shadow Fury from Chanimal. Fear on the Ascendants. Double Ring of Frost. Greater Pyro gets Storm Bolted just in time, but Chun trades a Touch of Karma anyway. They're trying to crack it with some Chaos Bolts. Gorecki is still crowd controlled. Double Mortal Coil. Chun, unfortunately, Mortal Coiled out of line of sight. They can't cast on him. They're going to go after Smexen a bit. Gorecki is making his move forward here. They got Touch of Death. They've been sitting on it for some time. They popped the Fort Brew to buff the damage of it. This is where they really need to get a Cauterize. If they don't here, I don't know how they're going to win. There's no Life Cocoon to deny it. Drestigath pops off here, but it's not enough damage. Chun's still pushing for it. Is Chun-Li going to find it single-handedly? Smexen's making his way back to the target, but Combustion got popped. Chun-Li is scared. He has to retreat away back behind the pillar, but then Wealthy Man immediately swaps back over to Smexen. He's down to half health. He's got Enraged Regen. He might need to consider it. He pops a Rallying Cry instead, leaps away, but Chaos Bolt's in the air. Greater Pyro Blink. Wealthy Man doesn't find it. Gorecki's mana not looking good, and he needs that mana to purge if he wants to remove the Renewing Mist, the Enveloping Mist, and try and add some extra damage with the Electrocute. It does seem like Space Station Gaming, they're just basically living on a prayer. They press that Drestigath, they say a prayer to Drestigath and hope it crits, and if it doesn't, then Wealthy Man's never going to die. Oh no, they're stacked up for a triple leg sweep. Greater Pyros, Chaos Bolts flying in. Smexen pops in Rage Regen, but he can't attack and heal with it while he's disarmed. He Spell Reflects at low health. Defensive Intimidating Shout. Staying in the fight. But that's pretty much all they've been doing all game, is just staying in the fight. It doesn't seem like there's a light at the end of this damn tunnel.
I mean, definitely not. Wealthy Man has built his character to be literally as tanky as you could possibly be. He's even opting to use the Honor talent, Netherwind Armor, reducing the chance you'll suffer a critical strike by 15%. So, praying for those Drestigath crits, that's going to be even more unlikely with the way Wealthy Man's built his character. Maximum versatility, running the Heart of Darkness, Azurite. And, I mean, that's why it's so difficult to take him down. Drestigaths come flying in once again, but Cubsy, with Vitality Conduit, keeps him at full health almost instantaneously. The offensive pushes from Space Station Gaming, they've been good, but the defense from Cloud9 is just looking unbreakable.
Drestigath versus Life Cocoon. Who's the more powerful warrior here? We find out as we get deep into dampening. Chun and Smexen are rotting heavily. They're stacked up for double stuns, double coil. Smexen could be eradicated. Gorecki is still crowd controlled. He leaps back around the pillar, interrupts the seduce. Gorecki is now free, but Chun got left behind. He's out in midfield. Is he going to duck for cover? He's pushing. He interrupts the Greater Pyro. Smexen's trying to back him up, but he's very far away from the fight. Goes for the Berserker Rage, charges in. They need to get a cauterize sooner than later. There's almost no mana left, but Gorecki gets caught in a polymorph. They go for the Paralyze. Wealthy Man temp shields the Touch of Death. It's do or die here to take out Wealthy Man. Do they have enough damage to do it? No, they don't. Smexen's in trouble. He's disarmed. He pops the Rally. He gets a boost of health, but everyone is just dying. Gorecki's now seduced for another 3 seconds. He hasn't left crowd control for like 20 straight seconds. He drops the Spirit Link, but he doesn't get inside in time. Now he has to pop the Ascendance. Chun is still low on health with the Diffuse Magic rolling, the only thing keeping him alive. Ascendance is up. Gorecki needs to get heals, but he gets Mortal Coiled away. Vitality Conduit on the motorcycle. No damage taken from Wealthy Man. Infernal's called in on the whole team. Cubsy's rolling up. He's got a leg sweep. They actually dodged the leg sweep. Big mistake by Cubsy. Chun then ports away. Smexen leaps back behind the pillar. That leg sweep could have won the game if Cubsy landed it. It does give Space Station Gaming another opportunity to pray to the Drestigoth gods for a crit, but having to win on only a crit is not the way you want to consistently beat a team, and they're just rotting to this Infernal around the corner. Flame Strike on one side, Rain of Fire likely on the other. I mean, they got to do something. Dampening's just getting higher.
It's getting higher and higher, 57% dampening, and this is where Smexen becomes an absolutely wonderful target. Grapple weapon on Smexen, one Greater Fire Blast. Actually gets deflected. Nice, really nice job there by Smexen, reflecting that Greater Fire Blast, but now one actually lands, and how is Gorecki going to deal with this damage? Chaos Bolt lands, Chanimal putting out tons of pressure. Seduce might actually get cast out on Gorecki, and if that happens, it's either going to have to be a Tremor Totem or a Trinket. Smexen already running away, but this is the problem. You go in, you try to get something rolling, but they just can't find any damage. Gorecki caught in the midfield might just end up dying as well, and I just don't know how Space Station Gaming at this point can recover. Cloud9 hasn't had a single defensive cooldown for us. There's been no Cauterize, there's been no Ice Block, Cubsy's 100% mana. I mean, this composition might work on a smaller map, maybe, but I'm not even convinced of that at this point.
Combustion pops. Smexen tries to fear it away, but dampening's too high. Gorecki can't recover. And the Drestigoth gods are not going to grant Space Station Gaming their blessing. Cloud9 still looks strong in week 3.
Space Station Gaming falls at, I think, what was that, 64% dampening, somewhere in there. They definitely put up a good fight, though, but in the end, it just wasn't enough against Cloud9. Zigo, we were talking a little bit about the use of this comp and how maybe they could make it work. What about that comp that just wasn't working for them, or what about that game that they didn't do enough against Cloud9 against that Mage Lock comp?
I think the biggest issue is that every time, like, their idea was, let's go out, let's use some of our cooldowns, get the Life Cocoon, then we pull back, wait for our next stun, we go out before Life Cocoon is back, and then we pop the rest of our cooldowns. Problem with that is that every single time they would go out the first time, Chanimal would fear up Smexen, force out his Berserker Rage, and then the second time they would go in, Smexen would just get spam feared during the setup. And I think it's just whoever is playing the defense there on the side of Cloud9, whether it's Chanimal or if it's Wealthy Man, like if they're focusing Chanimal, then it has to be Wealthy Man, or if Wealthy Man has to be Chanimal. Whoever is playing that defense always does a great job on scene. I think that's why it's so hard to kill them. I think it was a couple of dicey moments there in the start, but for the most part, it just looked like C9 was full control.
Yeah, they did have a fairly aggressive, Space Station Gaming had a fairly aggressive opening in the beginning there, Ben.
I mean, they definitely did. They weren't afraid to just trade out the Drestigath trinkets, Touch of Karma, basically just go with a really, really, really aggressive gameplay. The problem is, as the game goes on, it's not as easy to do that. You're not feeling nearly as confident to, trade blows with your Touch of Karma early on. Gorecki doesn't have the global cooldowns to actually spam Purge and push in for interrupts, and it just seems like as the game goes on, as dampening gets higher, For Gorecki, it's so difficult to balance, you know, defense as well as offense. It seems like you're just forced into the situation where you're fully defensive. You can no longer be offensive. You can't afford the globals to actually do it. And that's when the game is essentially just over. You try to make a push, but you're immediately swatted away by Cloud9, and the Gorecki on the Shaman becomes, I don't want to say useless, but it's really hard for him to use that Shaman utility in a meaningful way at, you know, 60% dampening.
So it looks like Space Station Gaming has locked in Blade's Edge, Sid. Do we feel like they're going to try to make this comp work again, or is there something that they're going to maybe change up going into this game too?
I'm trying to think maybe Ellie Windwalker again? They use the knockbacks? I
just want to see Ellie Destro. I want to see Ellie Destro.
I want to see it too, but I want to see it with a very specific Ellie build. I don't know
the
if I want
one-shot?
to see... Yeah, the one-shot Ellie build where you just stack up 200 Maelstrom and then dump out 4 shocks on Dark Soul Chaos Ball target.
At this point, it's pretty obvious they're not going to win with a melee cleave, and they're not going to win with Destro, Mistweaver, melee. Like, it's just not working for them. You go ahead.
I was just gonna say, can we not call it the melee cleave? We actually, me and the replay guys, we came up with a nice name for this comp that Space Station Gaming has. We called it Down Ghost Cleave.
Down Ghost Cleave? Why is that?
Because all they're trying to do is kill the mage before buck.
Ah.
Wow.
Sorry.
Imagine if Naruki
had I finally got a little bit of a break from Rich, and here we go, getting betrayed by one of my best friends. It's okay.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
I hope I'm still one of your best friends.
I can't see your guys' faces, but honestly,
does that mean you'll call me on your walk now, Ben?
Sid, don't get any ideas. I'll be calling you later, man.
Sounds good. But seriously, on a more serious note, like I really want to see. So I do feel like the Destro Elemental Shaman, that used to be like the wizard comp that reigned supreme. Like, it was the best wizard setup. You just have so much disruption with the Destruction Warlock, with the Elemental Shaman. You have really, really good burst, consistent damage, crowd control, lockdown. But I think the thing that the thing that makes it difficult. I don't know how I feel about this. I think the thing that makes it difficult is a really, really large map. So I'd like to see the Destro Ellie played on kind of a smaller map where you really get control of the Fire Mage and he can't just play max range and go for greater power blasts. So that's something I'd like to see play out. Maybe they've already tried it doesn't work, but they have a different idea. It's going to be Blade's Edge Arena for Space Station Gaming, and they're going to use the knock you off the top of the bridge cleave, which is Mistweaver, Windwalker, and an Elemental Shaman. So, yeah, they're going to be knocking... Anytime Chanimal is up top, trying to get aggressive, I assume we're going to see a Ring of Peace, a second Ring of Peace, and a Thunderstorm to make sure he is out of position. And I think it's a decent pick here for Space Station Gaming. Definitely could work. I know as a mage, kiting around and trying to make use of this map is definitely difficult sometimes.
If this does work for Space Station Gaming, what are their options after that? I mean, what maps would you choose to repeat the same strategy with knocking people off of this bridge that we're going to see in
and
Blade's
there's nothing
Edge?
quite like Blade's Edge.
All right, well, we'll see if this map choice works out for Space Station Gaming here on Blade's Edge. Cloud9 is up 1-0 against Space Station Gaming.
I think in the past, the counter to Destro was actually Aflock. You just played Aflock with
Sid, don't get any ideas, man.
I want to see
that's
Aflock.
Definitely going to work.
No one wants to see an athlete lock.
Come on.
Man. I'm sorry, bro.
I mean, we could definitely see an
Affleck.
athlete lock, but we're going to see it lose for sure.
Everyone wants to see the athlete lock. It's a rare, endangered species. It needs help.
It needs to remain in like the kind of sanctuary where it is locked away right now. Right now it's just destruction. Okay, and I like the Windwalker Ellie pick. I think this is something that you have a lot of instant the CC, and you have a lot of big damage, and you're gonna have offensive purge for temporal shield. This is a comp that definitely could take somebody down with surprising damage.
Well, I mean, we'll see what kind of damage we're can really find here. Who are they going to go after? The one thing I do like about the Elemental Shaman is you have Purge, and Purge is super effective against mages. Blazing Barrier is really strong, and it actually scales with versatility as well. So the more versatility you see a mage like Wealthy Man stack, the stronger that Blazing Barrier is, and that can be the difference between essentially life and death. And if Smexon can purge that off, he can purge off that Temporal Shield. A lot of the ways the mage keeps himself alive kind of get nullified.
Triple Obsidian Claw for Cloud9. Interesting build there, but Smexon is actually playing a Dwarf, so he'll be able to remove those Obsidian Claws. Chun-Li can with the Diffuse Magic, and then Gorecki has a lot of tools with Dispel and Revival. Good setup by Space Station Gaming here. Decent damage to follow it up as well, but not enough to get the Cauterize. Cubsy's out of crowd control. Chanimals now pulls the trigger on Infernals, going after Smexon. He jumps off the side of the ramp, trying to heal himself back up through the onslaught. Gorecki is still polymorphed. Big Chaos Bolt hits there, looking for a second one. Not able to find it. Thunderstormed off the side, and this is where Trampoline Cleave is going to shine. Chanimal drops a Demonic Gateway to get back upstairs, as we see a Ring of Peace trying to knock the other team off the side. Not finding it. I mean, the knockback with a huge amount of damage could clutch out a win. But again, it's kind of like trying to win on a gimmick, more or less, than a consistent strategy. And it's something that's really only going to work on Blade's Edge. But a knockback strategy where you just send Wealthy Man flying into the distance and burst him down before Cubsy can get back to him, I mean, it could work.
I mean, just the way they're positioning and the way they're using their knockbacks right now, they're making it difficult for Chanimal and Wealthy Man to set up on the same target. And I think Cloud9's realizing it, and they're saying, you know what? We're not playing up there anymore. We're going to play down here, and they've decided to make the arena as small as possible. Chanimal is actually going to push in. Gorecki as well. Triple assault here by Space Station Gaming. Paralyzed into leg sweep onto Cubsy, but it gets shut down a little bit there by Wealthy Man. Dragon's Breath onto Gorecki. If they can get Gorecki in crowd control, this is where they're going to look to burst. The Greater Power Blast gets shut down. Chun-Li single-handedly shuts down and diffuses that situation, but Gorecki could potentially just fall anyways. Is there any damage? No, there is not. Great plays there by Chun-Li with the Ring of Peace, with the Paralyze, with the Spear Hand Strike, keeping Gorecki alive during that setup.
So Gorecki is not running Conflict and Strife. I would love to see Cloud9 try and get Gorecki out in midfield and then swap to him. That could be an option for them. They did it to his Restoration Shaman when he wasn't running Conflict and Strife and killed him like minutes into the game. Wealthy Man stunned up downstairs. Smexon just going to Hex him. No way to remove that. Hex is a good crowd control here for Space Station Gaming. Chanimal just hiding under the bridge. Chun trying to go at him, but he's now polymorphed. He is taking a bit of damage. He gets thunderstormed away from the pillar. Gorecki's in position. He paralyzes a Greater Pyroblast instead of the healer. Cubsy could roll up here and paralyze Gorecki. Wealthy Man's lobbing out the Greater Pyroblast. This is a tricky map to navigate, as there's basically two levels, that upside of the ramp and then the below the bridge. And double stun engaged here by Chun. Smexon's raining terror from above. He's getting a lot of fun with this upper level of the map, while Cloud9 are reluctant to just get knocked off over and over. Wealthy Man paralyzed, but even with this good positioning, they're not finding pressure. The counteract magic is going to be very effective to heal through the Elemental Shaman. Gorecki gets stunned up upstairs. They could swap to him. This is what I wanted to see. Infernal stun into Mortal Coil. Mortal Coil, but it's on diminishing return. Gorecki gets a Vitality Conduit, and he is going to stabilize. But being the only teammate that doesn't have conflict, I feel like he's the major point of victory, because that leg sweep will hold him in place long enough to kill him. So Gorecki's going to need to be very careful in this matchup.
He definitely will be, as he is going to be a main vulnerability without that Conflict and Strife. And you can bet Cloud9, they're going to be looking for those setups. I mean, there's so much lockdown from Smexon and Chun-Li in the match. It's more than likely we just see a big one-shot here from Cloud9. It's not going to be about really that consistent damage rolling. And so far, this map has worked out okay. Wealthy Man's sitting on the edge. They could use a Ring of Peace and knock him off if they ever get in trouble. I think that's really the nice thing, is they kind of dictate the positioning of the map. Right now you can see Chun-Li knocks Wealthy Man down. They're looking for burst. Gorecki charges in. Great setup here by Space Station Gaming, but Cubsy with the Trinket Life Cocoon completely diffuses it, and it looks like Wealthy Man will be completely fine. Holds onto the Cauterize, holds onto the Ice Block, but even just netting that Trinket from Cubsy was a great start.
All right, let's see if they can keep it up here. Dampening about to kick off. Cubsy with no Gliders Medallion. Stormkeeper's up. Smexon is Thunder Charge, looking for some big lightning bolts. One lightning bolt, looking to weave it in with another lava burst, and then go for the second one. That Stormkeeper looked like it tickled. Chanimal literally didn't move down in health. Smexon's going to have to try again later. Jumps off the side of the bridge. avoiding those Chaos Bolts and Greater Pyroblasts, getting his Flame Shocks rolling on as many targets as he can to get his Lava Bursts online. Chun lead on Chanimal for now, but they're leaving Greater Pyro open. Smexon moving in position to Thunderstorm. Wealthy Man blinks back away from it. Chanimal taking a big hit from Chun on that Fist of Fury, but now Smexon is feared away. Gorecki taking to midfield. This could be dangerous for him if they want to jump on top of Gorecki in any second. Infernals are up at 14, but Wealthy Man gets trampolined off the side. Chanimal gets trampolined off the other side and uses the gateway, gets trampolined again off the side on it. Cubsy gets swapped to. Huge power play by Space Station Gaming. Absolutely sick. Just knocking Wealthy Man off one side, knock Chanimal off on the other, go right through the middle and get the kill on Cubsy.
The trampoline comp has been successful for Space Station Gaming today here on Blade's Edge. Cubsy went down so quickly. I looked away for a brief second and he was dead, Zico. How was it just the knockbacks, just the combination of knockbacks that we saw in that match that was the fall for Cubsy there?
I like what you did there. The fall. No, it was the.
Oh, that was not.
You have to
pretend that
it
was.
It was. What are we
Just
talking
take
about?
the credit. Yeah, so the trampoline cleave, making the dreams fall here. C9, just not really on the same level as last game. So yeah, they got the knock obviously on the Wealthy Man and then on Chanimal as well, but it was just a super clean setup there. They forced out Cubsy's trinket a little bit prior to that, and they were able to land the leg sweep, have the follow-up sweep. They had, insane damage, and I think that's one of the nice things about the Ellie Windwalker is that you can just swap around. You can just swap the Wealthy Man, force out, Cubsy's defense by having a big go there. Then you can swap to Cubsy later or continue your assault on the Wealthy Man. Just seems like you have a lot of options.
Did you sneak another one in at the end there? Cloud9's not on the same level as they were.
Oh my goodness.
All right, well, my question then for you, Supatees, we talked about it before this game. Now what is their option? This isn't really something that's repeatable. There aren't any maps quite like Blade's Edge. Where do they go from here if they want to secure a Game 3 victory?
I mean, Chanimal could just play Conflict. He was also running Conduit. So in that game, I think the only targets that were going to die were Cubsy and Gorecki. And that map was really good to be able to get Cubsy isolated, so they can't play Blade's Edge Arena again. And I'm just trying to think if there is any other... I mean, you could maybe do something similar on Dalaran with the Ellie Windwalker and the other levels. It's not nearly as devastating, though, as Blade's Edge Arena. Nothing else is really popping out to mind other than that map to be able to do the same strategy. I want to see them try Ellie Destro on Tolvaron, because we all know Cloud9's going to Tolvaron.
It's already been decided.
Yeah.
I mean, I actually had a little smirk on my face. I was like, yeah, I know exactly where we're going.
Yeah, that was a quick lock-in of Tolvaron Arena by Cloud9. Space Station Gaming, they're going to be going on that Windwalker Ellie again with, of course, Gorecki on that Mistweaver. Venruki, what do you think about that choice?
I think it is not a bad choice. I mean, they won the game with this composition, right? I mean, map may have had a huge something to do with that, but at the same time, they are not winning with anything else. So this is looking like their best bet. Try it on a bigger map. I'm curious to see how they play this one out. I think it's going to be for Space Station Gaming all about just playing back potentially. I don't think they can play in the open for too long. I think Smexon will end up getting really, really abused, but it's going to be about those hit and run strategies. Try to go for those big all-in one-shots with the Mistweaver and the Windwalker crowd control. But for Cloud9, they're going to probably be feeling very confident here on Tolvaron Arena. I don't even remember. When's the last time? I think the last team to ever beat Cloud9 on Tolvaron Arena was probably Colo playing Rogue Mage Paladin like 2 years ago. So I think this is definitely a comfort zone for Cloud9.
2 years and like a career ago. Doesn't compete anymore, right?
He's retired like twice now. So
yeah.
Oh, 2 careers ago then.
Yeah.
So the other thing about we saw it do this Windwalker Ellie comp do really well, obviously on Blade's Edge Arena. What about it that may work? Obviously, we just said that Cloud9, this is sort of their home turf here on Tolvaron. What about this comp might work that Space Station Gaming is playing here?
It can kill a Mistweaver.
Well, it can kill the Mage and the Mistweaver. I think that's the good thing about it. You don't necessarily need to get a lot of spells out on the target that you're hitting. That's the beauty of the Ellie Shaman. You can kind of just sneak behind the pillar, load up your Stormkeeper, and then, you know, when you do the Paralyze into stun on Gorecki, on Cubsy, then the Ellie Shaman doesn't actually need to stand there and cast like a big Chaos Bolt or something. You can just stand there and kind of zap people from having that Stormkeeper ready to go. Or if you already charged up, you know, Maelstrom, you can just go in there with a couple of Earth Shocks, and it's going to be big damage that you have to respond to with them.
Well, the map, the gates on this map are opening soon. Cloud9 versus Space Station Gaming. They're all tied up. Let's see if Space Station Gaming can get this comp to work here on Tolvaron, or is Cloud9 going to take it home with another win?
Well, this is a good map for Cloud9. There's no question about it. Space Station Gaming, if they can win this map, this has huge implications for the rest of the series and honestly, the rest of the tournament. So definitely curious to see how this one plays out if Space Station Gaming can find kind of a win condition, because if they can, I think they have the possibility of winning this entire tournament. It might just all come down to this map on Tolvaron. If they can pull it off, it's going to be huge for this team.
All right, buckle up. I think this one's going to be a long one. Mage Lock on Tolvaron Arena. Space Station Gaming closed it out on Blades Edge Arena with that clutch double Ring of Peace knockback push onto Cubsy, but doing that here will be very difficult. They don't have that upper and lower level to bounce people around with. Perhaps they can use Ring of Peace, though, to pin their target against a wall. That could be an option if they're able to get to the target. Grid of Pyros are already flying in. Smexen grounds one of them. Weltyman blinks in, counterspells the Hex. Looks for another Grid of Pyro. Infernals are called in. Grid of Pyro blink back. Smexen has no grounding. Is he going to be able to survive this? Looks like he is. Not just taking no damage at all. Wealthy Man interrupted on Polymorph instantly by Smexen, activating that Primal Fire Ellie, ramping up his damage, going after Chanimal for now. So on the large map, just hitting the closest target. Chanimal is closer to Gorecki than Wealthy Man, so they're attacking him. And then if that changes, they're likely to switch to Wealthy Man instead. Play at the pillar, maybe wait for dampening. Now they're actually going in aggressively. Gorecki double Chi torpedoes in, but gets intercepted. Both monks are caught in a paralyze as Chun-Li supports them. They're going to swap the Cubsy maybe? Double leg sweep. They could if they wanted. They're cleaving two targets down. They go for a second leg sweep out. Big push by Space Station Game, but they don't get the kill. And now Gorecki's in trouble. Counter engagement. Gorecki immediately has to trade Gladius Medallion and Life Cocoon, and I feel like he's devastated from that. They stacked them up for 2 stuns in a row, didn't get anything from Cubsy, and then 1 stun turnaround, and Gorecki has to use his most valuable cooldown. Cloud9 get a good lead.
Yeah, definitely a really nice offensive push there by Cloud9, reversing that pressure. But quite honestly, I think we have to say Space Station Gaming did a pretty good job of diffusing that as well. It could have been a lot worse. Getting that double stun setup actually allowed them to delay that go and actually throw Cloud9 off just a little bit. So nicely done defensively there by Space Station Gaming. However, Cloud9 still able to push through, get the trinket from Gorecki, which is obviously a huge victory. And we can see Chanimal, he still has the Dark Soul. Infernals coming up in 35 seconds. Wealthy Man, if he can reset his combustion, I don't think he's going to be able to, but still, if he just gets some instant damage, if he can somehow find a greater Pyroblast and they can set up on Gorecki once again, the game could just be over. So definitely look out for that. Cloud9, I think they're going to try to play it patient, wait with the Infernals, with the Dark Soul, with the Chaos Bolt, with everything, essentially, to make a big power play on Gorecki.
All right, power play opportunities for Cloud9. Gorecki's set up in the Mortal Coil. Are they going to land the leg? They do land the leg sweep. This could be devastating. Smexen needs to help. He thunderstorms Chanimal away, but Wealthy Man's still hammering down. Gorecki stays alive. Good support by Space Station Gaming. Now Gorecki's rolling in. He wants to get crowd control. He's trying to get a leg sweep. Cubsy's running away. He does manage to land it. Chanimal could be in trouble. Chun-Li getting spam polymorphed at the moment. Gorecki ports out of midfield. He can't afford to stay out there for too long, facing down the Wizards of Cloud9. And both teams are going to take a moment of pause while those leg sweeps reset. It seems like that's where all of the power comes on these teams, is the leg sweep stun, and then pairing that up with a Dark Soul. Welterman sitting through a full Hex, a bit annoying for him. Windshield on the polymorph. Smexen doing everything that he can to make this game difficult for Weltyman, but Weltyman's now finding greater Pyroblasts. He got 2, I believe, on Chun, so Gorecki can activate Vitality Conduit on Chun-Li to heal through those greater Pyros. Smexen pushes forward to interrupt them. Nice double Cataclysm here on Chanimal, hitting Gorecki and Smexen, getting Immolate on 2 targets for 1 cast. Still greater Pyro a threat. They're kind of just letting Weltyman do whatever he wants right now, and finally, Weltyman will get Chun-Li's attention as he rolls over to try and disrupt some of his damage. Drestigat power play, huge damage on that leg sweep,
so
but
close.
denied of the Cauterize by that Life Cocoon. Once again, living on a prayer of that Drestagath crit. Chun gets blasted, though. He spent a lot of time out in midfield. Has to karma now as well. Will he survive this? I almost wanted to see him ice block that. I wonder if he's worried he won't get it back again in time, but it could have been a nice little power move while Gorecki was polymorphed. Although Cloud9, not really known for taking too many risks. Wealthy Man interrupted out in midfield, but now Chanimal is left open, and he's got Dark Soul. Let's see what he gets done here. Double Mortal Coil, gets paralyzed. Chun is like, all right, that's Dark Soul, time to run. But Smexon got left out in midfield. He has Grounding Totem, though, so Gorecki rolls out. Cubsy's going to drink while he sees Space Station Gaming running away. Cubsy aware he needs to drink anytime they retreat so that there is at least something going for their team while the other side avoids damage. And we got a bit of a reset here, 30 seconds to dampening.
You remember a bit of a history lesson, not that far ago, but I believe, I'm trying to remember at what tournament it was where we saw, I believe it was Wildcard Gaming actually implement the double Shaman Windwalker against Cloud9 and had an incredibly close series, and we actually thought they probably should have won that matchup. So a little bit of a history lesson there. Space Station Gaming, they're going to be implementing this composition as well, and it's looked good. I mean, Wealthy Man literally held on to his Cauterize 1% HP, was able to hold on. Cubsy keeping him alive with a life cocoon, but these burst opportunities for Space Station Gaming, they're looking great so far. And like I said, I mean, Space Station Gaming, a lot of close calls, it's looking good. If they can win this match, I mean, that might just be, you know, that might spell out the rest of the tournament for us here today and this weekend for North America. So definitely a lot of implications if Space Station Gaming can finally sort of crack the code that is Cloud9's Mage Lock Monk.
Yep, Space Station Gaming looking to make a good performance here. They were dominating in the community events earlier this year, but since the AWC Cup stage, they've been struggling to get that first place finish that they got every single tournament earlier on. Cloud9 has leveled up a lot since then, and now they're kind of the North American team to beat. They've got 1 point on the board, though. That Matt Blades Edge Arena paid off a lot. Gorecki rolls up, looking for crowd control, gets intercepted by Chanimal, and now polymorphed by Wealthy Man, but they make a mistake of stacking up. Chun punishes with the double leg sweep. Still going after Wealthy Man. They win shear the follow-up polymorph. Chanimal not going to look for a fear. Cubsy now in a paralyze. They're pushing on Wealthy Man. They're going to go for the Dressagath. Stormkeeper popped here. Big lightning bolts. Wealthy Man temporal shields. Absorbs all the hits. Blinks back out into midfield. Chanimal going for Chaos Bolts. Is Chun going to retreat away? He doesn't have many cooldowns right now. He's playing a dangerous game out in midfield. Gorecki, realizing this, activates Life Cocoon. He's going to be totally fine, but there's Combustion, there's Dark Soul. There's no Life Cocoon, there's no Karma, there's no Diffuse. Chanimal, wow, where is this damage coming from right now? Surprising pressure from Chun. Double Dragon's Breath from Wealthy Man, looking for a double ring. Doesn't find it. Going for Greater Pyro instead. There's a big opportunity to kill Chun-Li, though. They just got Fort Brew before their cooldowns. They're swapping to Gorecki. Cubsy catches him in the leg sweep. He has to Trinket once again, respecting that Combustion. But he didn't activate Dark Soul, so Chanimal still has that as a win condition. Perhaps he's going to save that as sort of like an opportunity to set up drinks later in the game and try and drag this game on. Double leg sweep. Vitality Conduit on Chun-Li there, maybe? Doesn't seem like it 100% necessary. Cubsy repositions. Wealthy Man goes back out into midfield. Smexon's trying to chase him down, looking for a Hex. Unfortunately, on diminishing return, not going to get too much value there. Chanimal, Fist of Fury flying onto him. Vitality Conduit to stabilize. Greater Pyro's flying in on Chun. He Karmas to redirect the damage on Chanimal, but they actually crack through the Karma. Smexon drops a Grounding Totem on one of those Greater Pyros. He's trying to move in range of Wealthy Man. Wealthy Man blinks right on top of Gorecki, lands a Polymorph, and he's out in the open. Chanimal could Dark Soul here and maybe go after Gorecki. Leg sweep's coming up in 3 seconds if Cubsy can get there. Gorecki ports away immediately, realizing that he could die if he's stunned out in the open to a Dark Soul. Gorecki needs to avoid Chanimal for another 55 seconds.
Yep, definitely needs to be a little bit careful. 20% dampening at this point. Wealthy Man channeling out some Greater Power Blast. Chun-Li with the Diffuse Magic, holding on to it just now. Vitality Conduit from Gorecki manages to keep him alive and in the fight. The nice double stun coming in from Chun-Li, clotheslining both Wealthy Man and Chanimal. Beautiful Drestagath as well. Can they push through? Temporal Shield looking to deny from Wealthy Man, popping him off completely. If we look at mana, this is actually really, really even, but I would say right now, Space Station Gaming, they are behind on defensive cooldowns. With Chun-Li caught into a stun, a little bit of a vulnerability, although with a preemptive Fortifying Brew, not really going to be taking too much damage. Wealthy Man getting knocked away, and I think that's one of the nice things about the double monk as well, is you have essentially a ranged interrupt with Ring of Peace if you need it. Chun-Li using the Ring of Peace to keep Cubsy in combat, I believe, to try to deny the drinks, but I mean, his mana is just so high, it doesn't even seem like it really matters at this point. Big all-in attempt here onto Smexin. Gorecki uses the Life Cocoon, actually onto Chun-Li, I believe, and Wealthy Man just changing up the pressure here onto Smexin. And now this is where we see Cloud9 start really developing some momentum, but there's a counter-aggression here onto Wealthy Man. Life Cocoon trades from Cubsy as both teams are burning through their defensive cooldowns.
Look how far away Chun is right now from Gorecki. Gorecki tried to drink, but he got sniped by a Cataclysm. How is Chun going to get back to Gorecki without dying? He rolls back out into midfield. Looks like they're stable. Cubsy drinking to full mana once again, making sure that he's always got that advantage. Chun-Li getting blasted. He's still out in midfield. He doesn't have many answers. Is he going to retreat away? Cubsy's rolling up. Gorecki trinkets out of the paralyze into a full stun. That could be lights out for Chun. Ring of Frost to follow up. Shadow Fury. Beautiful crowd control by Cloud9. Chun gets Ring of Peace off the pillar, but they just don't have the damage just yet, though. Mortal Coil. Both the man wind sheared. Not enough damage to find the kill. Chun recovers with the Life Cocoon, moving back out onto Wealthy Man, getting set up for a push. Gorecki rolls out, lands a double stun, retreating back to the closest pillar. Cubsy pulling his team back up in that leg sweep, not finding any opportunities. Touch of Death available. Sky Fury Totem as well from Smexin. Could combo that together for a big push. Question is Chanimal actually the target? They're leaving Wealthy Man open. He gets one greater, blinks back for the second. Grounding Totem, gonna eat that one up. Chanimal tried to kill the Grounding Totem instantly with his Fell Hunter there. That was pretty clutch, but not able to kill it fast enough. Gorecki, I believe, is trying to drink at the moment. He's getting some ticks. He's going back up to full mana. Smexin just playing defense at the moment, intercepting them as dampening continues to rise for this long haul. And this is one of those matchups where Space Station Gaming are just playing on a knife's edge the whole time, and they're basically praying for critical strikes to find a win. If Earthshock doesn't crit, if Dressigat doesn't crit, I don't know how Cloud9 are going to die. But if they get those crits, Space Station Gaming could walk away with it. See if they can stay alive long enough to find that opportunity as they're pinned at the pillar, and Cloud9 have control.
I mean, it's such a large map. It's really difficult to deal with all those polymorphs, all of those spheres. And Cubsy basically has the advantage of being able to position wherever he wants with the safety of basically Chanimal and Wealthy Man being turrets defending him. So he can sit down for drinks, recover, and we can see at 40% dampening, he still has a mana lead over Space Station Gaming, but they're going for a big all-in one-shot on Chanimal. Vitality Conduit comes in from Cubsy. That'll once again keep Chanimal alive, dealing with that burst damage quite nicely. Cubsy, of course, he does have the Life Cocoon as well, if he needs to. Chanimal holding on to the Unending Resolve, and we've seen Chanimal time and time again really, really greet it with that Unending Resolve, not using it unless he absolutely has to. Meantime, Chun-Li, he's going to be looking to set something up here with his Touch of Karma, but Smexin, he's left in the midfield. If he gets caught into a stun, this is a really scary situation right now for Space Station Gaming. Polymorph onto Gorecki. Smexin uses the Astral Shift in order to survive. Gorecki buys enough time to get the Life Cocoon, and they manage to hold on. But now without that Astral Shift, it's going to be difficult. And that's the problem for the Elemental Shaman is, you know, he's reasonably mobile with the Ghost Wolf, but man, when he's crossing the map, if he gets caught in crowd control, he's kind of a sitting duck, and that's when Cloud9 can really try to go after Smexin and create that opening for pressure.
Oh, Gorecki in a full polymorph. Chanimal baiting Chun-Li. He roots him up on his flying serpent kick, fears him away on the Touch of Death advance. Nice play by Chanimal, totally negating Chun-Li's assault. Cubsy getting in position. Leg sweep coming up in 18 seconds. He wants to be out in midfield as well. Wealthy Man gets bounced away from the pillar as we see Smexin out in midfield. Space Station Gaming are going for their push onto Wealthy Man. With this push, they need to find a cauterize, preferably an ice block as well. If they don't, they're going to be so far behind at almost 50% dampening. At least they've managed to keep their mana on par, but a full polymorph slips through. Greater Pyro is being channeled out. Chun can't really go anywhere. Flying Serpent Kick backed on target, but Greater Pyros are being cast. No Grounding Totem. Chun diffuses. They overlap it with the Life Cocoon. Maybe a bit of panic for Space Station Gaming. They paralyze Cubsy. They go for the Drestigath. No crit and no block found. They switch back over to Chanimal, swapping out the Vitality Conduit. Trying to get some pressure here, but he's looking pretty sturdy in this position. I like Smexin's positioning at Cubsy's pillar. He can interrupt Cubsy if he needs to, as well as a duck for cover. Smexin looking for a Hex, trying to fake out any potential interrupts. He fakes the counter spell, goes for a Hex, gets stunned on it. Cubsy looks like he's rolling out. Gorecki ports away from him. Smexon is still just pushing for the kill. He's taking a big gamble here deep into damp, and he gets stunned up with no way out. He just used his dwarf racial. Very unfortunate for Smexon. Not able to escape the stun and blasted out of Tolvaron. Cloud9 move to match point.
That is going to be a 2-1 for Cloud9, like you said, Sid. That means only one more win for these guys, and they are sending Space Station Gaming down to the lower bracket. And Zico, it really seems like there is no end in sight for Cloud9's dominance on this.
Yeah, it's just one of those. It looks like another weekend here, another day at the office for Cloud9. The trampoline cleave is not going to be that effective when there's sand under you. But yeah.
There were a few moments, though, in there, I feel like, Ben, where we saw Space Station Gaming maybe able to get a kill.
It's just like game number one. And I mean, Sid was calling it out throughout the game. When we see Drestagath, it's going to look like really, really scary bursts. It's like, wow, this trinket, it hits so hard. They have this big moment, this big opportunity. But without that trinket, it just seems like their burst damage just isn't enough. They don't have what it really needs to push through. I think Wealthy Man has really figured it out. I mean, you're the target in most matchups as the Fire Mage now. A lot of teams, they don't go after the Destruction Warlocks because if they do, then the Fire Mage can really punish them with greater Power Blast. However, Wealthy Man has said, you know what, I'm just going to literally gear as a tank. So the most versatility you could ever run, Azurite traits for pure versatility, honor talents for maximum, reduction in critical strike, temporal shield, basically everything you need to survive as long as possible. And it just seems like if your strategy is to go after Wealthy Man, a lot of teams have not been able to kill him because his defensive plays are great. He's backed up by, Cubsy and Chanimal. And the one game we did see Space Station Gaming win, it was going after Cubsy. They couldn't kill Wealthy Man. They just had to go after Cubsy. So definitely not an easy thing to do, but I think if they can, find that opportunity on a smaller map, we could see them tie up the series.
Mm-hmm. And if you want to see those trinkets that Venruki was talking about, you can go to awc.gcd.tv. You can see what both of these teams are using for their gear and talents as well. And Super T is, where do they go from here? Ben talked about it a little bit, some of his ideas. Do they maybe play that same comp and try and go after Cubsy instead?
I mean, yeah, they need a small map.
Or what are their options here?
Greki isn't so susceptible to crowd control. They can just bob and weave around the pillars, do some damage, try and punish Cubsy if he overextends. The small map is definitely going to pay them a lot of favors, but I don't expect Cloud9 to really make any changes. Although, I mean, they could. I feel like, could they play Snuts on a small map? If they wanted to run Windwalker Lock, or maybe they're afraid of mirroring. Space Station Gaming will go for the mirror. It's one of those things where it's like, we never lose his mage lock, so we're not going to change it unless you make us. And that's what I see being locked in here. I don't think we're going to see any changes.
It looks like also I have a bit of a desync issue, so if it sounds like people are interrupting, they're not.
Yeah.
I'm just a jerk.
But hopefully hopefully we'll work on that during this.
Like, we hate
they're just
Aya,
really
that's why
rude
we just
actually.
talk over her instead of. It's totally not desynced.
But yeah, it looks like they are going on to Hook Point. Any thoughts on this map choice from
it's going to be an explosive
Gaming?
match for sure. I think it's going to be a much quicker game in general because I think Space Station Gaming are going to go very aggressively. They're going to look for those setups that we've seen on Goreki, trying to get paralyzed into a leg sweep there. They can force out his trinket and then maybe replicate that a little bit later. But if they do that, I think Wealthy Man is going to just be open and just have a good time on that mage, landing a lot of polys. Those pillars are very small, so polymorphing, Mistweavers is going to be pretty easy for him with that shimmer. And yeah, I think it's going to be an explosive match here.
Yep, we'll see if Space Station Gaming can maybe tie it back up, or is Cloud9 going to send Space Station Gaming to the lower bracket with a 3-1
Let's see if they can do it here. They're on match point. They got a nice... I really liked their win on Blade's Edge. That seemed like the first kind of unique situation I've seen a team win a game. I don't think anyone's ever won a game like that. Knocking both Wealthy Man and Chanimal off the side with 2 rings and going right down the middle to Cubsy. That was probably easily the coolest kill I've seen in WoW arena history, but it's very difficult to pull off when you don't have that map to play around here. So let's see if the small map works out for them. They could take it to a game 5, but then they're going to need something on a big map like Ashamane's if they want to best Cloud9 overall in the series. Weltyman is taking a bit of damage here initially, but Cubsy looks like he's far back in a good position. Gorecki's moving forward alongside Smexen. They're getting ready to go on top of Cubsy. Are they going to go after Cubsy, I wonder? Gorecki switched his gear to Conflict and Strife. He expects Cloud9 to kill him, whereas Cubsy is not running Conflict and Strife. And look at this. They immediately go on top of Gorecki. They stun lock him up. And because he's running Conflict and Strife, his health might even go up at the end of the stun chain. Maybe not up. Actually, he's going to die through Conflict and Strife. All right, survives at 10%. If he wasn't running Conflict and Strife, he was definitely dead there without using a way to break
His
out of
health
the
is
stun.
going to go up.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
It could have.
But Smexen actually is the one that saved him there. He trinketed and used his grounding totem to soak up some of that combustion damage from Weltyman, and that was a really close call. But Smexen using his trinket allows Gorecki to hold on to his trinket. So if we don't see any overlaps there, that could be a good way for Cubsy to fill up.
Yeah, I also think it's really important to note one thing about Conflict and Strife is it actually is not, you don't get the benefit during Infernal Stun. So if they can time most of their bursts during the Infernal Stun and not the leg sweep, and the Mortal Coil not the leg sweep, that's when we see, kind of Gorecki just explode as fast as you can possibly imagine. But 2 minutes into the game, there's been one nice setup onto Gorecki. Who are Space Station Gaming going to go after? Looks like Weltyman is still going to be the primary target in the match. Smexen now charging in, looking for potential crowd control here. They're actually going after Cubsy. Big Drestigath. Can they take him down? It's Trinket Cocoon, and that is what I like to see. Good setup there, and I have to say, I think that was just 100% Chun-Li. He didn't even use the Touch of Death, so there is a huge opportunity to take down Cubsy. What I want to see is wait for Chun-Li's leg sweep, go with the Paralyze, Touch of Death, leg sweep from Chun-Li, leg sweep from Gorecki, and if they can pull that off with even any damage from Smexen, I can see Cubsy just absolutely getting obliterated. But obviously Cloud9 is going to have some ways to defuse that. But if they can pull that off, that's a game-winning situation.
To 22 seconds away from that moment, that's how they won their one victory on Blades Edge Arena, was with that crowd control chain. Let's see if Space Station Gaming can pull it off here again. They're just biding their time. 12 seconds until Chun-Li's leg sweep. Chanimal will be ready, though. He has Infernals. He has Mortal Coil. They really need to make sure that Chanimal can't disrupt them, paralyze the Warlock, try and Ring of Peace him away from Cubsy when they go for the push. Chanimal relaying that Demonic Gateway, getting ready. Smexen's pushing forward. They've got the double leg sweep. When are they going to pull? They roll in. There's the Paralyze. They can kill Cubsy here if Chanimal doesn't save him. He calls in the Infernals. Goes for the double Dragon's Breath. Goes for the double Shadow Fury. They stall all of the damage. They totally shut down Space Station Gaming. Cubsy survives the swap.
I would have loved to see Paralyze there onto Chanimal. Unfortunately, not going to happen there, and Chanimal expertly diffuses that situation. Cubsy is going to have his trinket rotating back up, so that kill window now that Space Station Gaming had is pretty much completely lost, and now once again it's going to be C9 here looking to set something up. Right now they're going for Chun-Li. Greater Parablast is going to connect. Gorecki is going to use that Life Cocoon right there. They're going to polymorph Chun-Li here, just CC him on that defense of that Life Cocoon. Chun is going to not have his Touch of Karma or his Fortifying Brew, so all of a sudden there's a big opening here onto Chun. If they can get some kind of CC onto Gorecki, they could potentially take him down.
Yeah, I mean, let's see. Weltyman's still looking for those greater power blasts, but Chun-Li has been able to really deny him. And on the small map, things are actually looking really, really good here for Space Station Gaming. I think what we're likely going to see from Cloud9 once again is trying to go after Gorecki as well, or later on in dampening, maybe take down Smexen if he gets interrupted and caught in the open, like we did see on Tolvaron. Gorecki now charging in, Paralyze onto Cubsy, as they go for a huge burst on Weltyman. Temporal Shield and Blazing Barrier are enough for him to stay alive, buying Cubsy at the moment he needs to get the heals out. And ultimately, Weltyman will survive. But that was a really nice attempt there by Space Station Gaming once again. But I mean, it just seems like they commit so much to Weltyman, and they just are not able to get through his defense. He always has the Cauterize. He always has the Ice Block. I don't think they've been able to force it out once this series, and I just don't know if I'm a big fan using the Drestigath on Weltyman. I want to see the setups onto Cubsy as consistently and as often as possible.
I mean, Wealthy Man's, like you said, he's running Netherwind armor. The only way he dies is if he gets crit. So the honor talent reduces the chance that he'll be crit by 15%. And it's not like people are running crit, so it's basically guaranteed that he won't get crit, which means he won't die. So I do think you're right. Cubsy needs to be the target. Chanimal in between seems to be working. They do get a little bit of momentum on him, but they leave Wealthy Man open. He gets one Greater Pyro, looking for the second one. Smexen grounding totems. Wealthy Man goes for a third. Smexen pushes up to disrupt it with the Wind Shear. This map could work out for Space Station Gaming. They are showing signs of life. That all in on Cubsy as opportunity and the pressure that they've been showing on Chanimal. Greater Pyro on Smexen, but Garky's in position. Garky's rolling forward to get on top of Cubsy. He ring of pieces Cubsy in the room, trapping him with the Paralyze. Wealthy Man getting bursted down by that Drestagath. Big Earthshock follow up by Smexen. Lightning Lasso, beautiful combo. Cauterize will finally trigger. Space Station Gaming keep themselves in the game.
Beautiful push right there. And this is the strength of having that purge on your team. Wealthy Man did a beautiful preemptive temporal shield before that attack, but it got immediately purged off from Smexen. Combined with that LA burst, with that Stormkeeper, combined with the big Earth Shocks and the Lightning Lasso, they're able to force out that Cauterize. That's going to be a big win, because now all of a sudden there's going to be that 2-target pressure that we've been talking about. Now all of a sudden Wealthy Man could be a target, or Cubsy could be a target, which is going to make it a little bit more difficult for Cubsy to preemptively, kind of prevent that from happening. So Space Station Gaming got a big lead there, and now they're just waiting for those cooldowns to come back up so that they can make another push. As soon as that paralyzed leg sweep combo is ready again, we can expect Cubsy to be put into one of those, and then maybe another setup here onto Wealthy Man. Chun-Li's going to use his Touch of Karma aggressively, and there it is. Paralyze going to come in. Gorecki there, beautifully timed there with the Paralyze. Not going to use the leg sweep though, because Cubsy did preemptively use that Vitality Conduit, and now Chun-Li is in a little bit of trouble, going to get that Life Cocoon.
Yeah, and Life Cocoon will keep Chun-Li alive as Space Station Gaming is still trying to push forward and get the damage rolling on Chanimal. I really wonder if they're going to have the pressure later on. I'm actually going to check Chun-Li's talents. He is running Tiger Eye Brew, so I think the strategy for Space Station Gaming is to just try to go for these one-shots, play the game as safely as possible, go after Wealthy Man, but when Chun-Li has big stacks of Tiger Eye Brew and dampening gets high, I think it's going to be Chanimal that is, the main target of this matchup. They're going to sit on him, try to get out that big Windwalker Monk consistent damage, but you have to be really careful, because if you leave Wealthy Man alone for too long, those Greater Power Blasts become absolutely horrifying. Cubsy right now in a leg sweep. Can they get his Trinket? Let's see what they can get going. It's actually, they're going after Wealthy Man, and it was a beautiful preemptive Life Cocoon there. But actually, Wealthy Man with no Cauterize is a little bit vulnerable for another big setup coming in from Space Station Gaming. Without that cheat death effect, if we do see Drestagath crit, it could just outright be the end of the game.
Well, let's see if he can find that opportunity. Wealthy Man's being left open again. Grounding Totem is over. Greater Pyro gets Ring of Peace. They used the Life Cocoon on Chun-Li as well to soak some of that damage. Cubsy sits down for a sip. He's getting a lot of mana. That Polymorph on Smexen was well timed. He wanted to stop Cubsy from drinking. Lightning Lasso around the corner, avoiding the spell lock for a moment. Did develop a lot of damage onto Wealthy Man. Perhaps like a Hex Lightning Lasso combo or something along those lines. I guess it's the Fell Hunter that's really what's preventing him from using that Lightning Lasso. I feel like the Lasso would be a way better engagement than the leg sweep if they can manage to get that without it being stopped by Chanimal. Smexen just getting feared around in circles. Wealthy Man 1v1ing Chun-Li out in the corner. Greater Pyro, Chun ducks around the fence, line of sighting it, going back on target now. Wealthy Man looks for polymorphs, interrupted. Now Greater Pyros, Gorecki rolls up, he finds crowd control first. Wealthy Man temporal shields right before the Drestagath hits and the Earthshock. This is going to be a big temp. He's back to full health. Chanimal calling in the cavalry. Infernals have landed. Double leg sweep by Cubsy. Chanimal out of crowd control, looking to ramp up some damage. They're actually just going for Immolates and Fears, not really even going for Chaos Bolts. Gorecki in a polymorph. Good opportunity to develop a lot of damage onto Chun-Li or Smexen. Smexen in a good position where he's not really a target. They have to go after Chun. Gorecki going to respect that setup. Trade Life Cocoon once again. Double Shadow Fury, but no follow-up. Wealthy Man taking some big Earthshock hits. Cubsy going to stabilize him with the Vitality Conduit. Stormkeeper casted here by Smexen. Feared away, though, by Chanimal. Chaos Bolt's lobbed in. No significant sticky damage just yet. Wealthy Man dips low, but no crowd control on Cubsy. Should pull him back into the fight pretty easily. based on how this has been going, it looks like a much better game for Space Station Gaming, but Cloud9 is one of those teams that they're so experienced in dampening that even if they're behind, I'm not sure that they'll actually lose.
Yeah, Cloud9, well, I want to say Space Station Gaming has been in a commanding position, and right now, Wealthy Man is in massive trouble. He's going to use that ice block on that touch of death right there. Another paralyzed leg sweep here onto Cubsy, and Wealthy Man is a great target right now, but we are starting to hit that point in dampening where Chanimal does become the better target, and the problem is that you're going to leave Wealthy Man open to spam out those greater Pyroblasts, so they can only really go for Chanimal if Smexen has grounding, if they have Wind Shear, if they have Ring of Peace, you know, things to kind of interrupt the Wealthy Man while they're going for Chanimal. So for now, I think they should keep going after Wealthy Man, see if they can land any more CC. Right now they get the Life Cocoon there forced. Combustion gets popped here as well. Wealthy Man trying to get a little counter pressure going. Chanimal now going to be the target since the Wealthy Man has that Life Cocoon. But I think they want to get back onto Wealthy Man. His Cauterize did just rotate back up. Cubsy still has his Trinket, so they rather trade the Ice Block and Wealthy Man's defense than trade Cubsy's Trinket because he did die earlier. And now Smexen finally getting a Lightning Lasso off. You see Smexen running around the corner there, trying to line of sight the pet as he's channeling that lasso. But Chanimal's doing a great job as well with that pet control.
Yeah. And it looks like Chun-Li will be forced to run away, but Wealthy Man, with the Cauterize rotating back up, things aren't looking too bad for Cloud9 here. I mean, Cubsy, he has his Trinket, he has Life Cocoon coming up in just 8 seconds, and I do think it's the point of the game where you can go after Chanimal. You have Tiger Eye Brew, Chanimal, 42% dampening. It is going to start really taxing Cubsy's mana to take him down, but you have to be very careful not allowing Wealthy Man to get too much rolling in the game with those greater Pyroblasts. So good shutdown on Wealthy Man. We need crowd control on him. They need to deny the CC as well. Wealthy Man sneaks in a Polymorph. Who are they going to go after? It looks like Chun-Li, he's just going to trade. He's going after Chanimal. Do they have the burst to actually take him down? Doesn't look like it just yet. A nice Ring of Peace from Cubsy denies that big Fist of Fury coming in from Chun-Li. And Cubsy positioned really far away from the fight right now. He just wants to keep Chanimal and Wealthy Man as healthy as possible, heal as efficiently as possible, and just allow them as much time as they need to try to set up a big one-shot. Chun-Li trades out the Fortifying Brew, and he's continuing this pressure. And you can really see, I mean, at this point, Chun-Li can actually take down Chanimal. I mean, just one good crowd control chain, I could easily see Chanimal falling, but they're going after Smexen. Greki with a beautiful counter engagement with that Life Cocoon. That's more than enough to keep Smexen alive. And Chun-Li gets feared away. Cloud9 managed to stabilize a little bit, but here's a big offensive push with Touch of Death.
All right, let's see what they can get done here. Life Cocoon likely denying anything that they could get done there. As you say, Chanimal becomes more vulnerable at this point in the game. They've been getting Wealthy Man's cooldowns. Nice Lightning Lasso out of line, but Temporal Shield by Wealthy Man. Vitality Conduit pulls him into the fight. Combustion gets popped. They're going after Smexen. Uses that Fire Blood to remove the Ignite Dot off himself, removing a lot of pressure. Likely an Obsidian Claw as well. Stormkeeper getting lined up here. Smexen dropping that Sky Fury Totem. Some big lightning bolts over onto Chanimal, but Chun is still going after Wealthy. Now getting back on Chanimal. Big Drestigath while Cubsy's stunned up. They're pushing for the kill. Are they going to find it and take Cloud9 to game 5? Greki gets intercepted with Polymorph. Smexen and Chun-Li duck for cover. Chanimal wants to push in and push them over, but he is susceptible to going down if he's not careful. They catch Greki out in midfield off the back of that Polymorph. Remember, he's Conflict and Strife, so they don't really want to commit to him in the stun. They're just trying to make him panic. Wealthy Man gets Ring of Peace. He blinks into midfield. Chun is still low on health. He has to get Life Cocoon. He's feared on his Life Cocoon. Wealthy Man gets Ring of Peace on his Greater Pyro. Great denials back and forth from both sides, with Dark Souls now popped. Chanimal is a big threat if they are not careful. Grounding Totem available. Smexen in position. Grounds a Greater. They're pushing Chanimal around. Dampening finally, making it so they can dent Chanimal. Life Cocoon available, but Gareki gets spell locked. Chun could be in trouble. He wants to push for the win, but if he does, he could die. Everybody on the side of Space Station Gaming in trouble. Cubsy gets stunned up by Chun. He's going for the kill on Cubsy. Isn't going to find it by himself out in the corner. Vitality Conduit denies the kill. Cloud9 begin to recover. They still hold on to their defense. They have caught, they have blocked, they have an enemy resolved. The only thing they don't have is mana. If Space Station Gaming can stop Cubsy from drinking, Smexen's little poke damage with these lightning bolts is eventually going to stick. Chun-Li chasing down Chanimal. He's got Karma. He's trying to go for the kill while they have momentum and the mana advantage. Can they keep it? Cubsy gets Ring of Peace. 1 inch away from Ring of Peace permanently into the wall. If those Ring of Pieces were slightly forward, Chanimal would have died right here. But now an ending resolve should be more than a trade. Cubsy rolls up. He's got Leg Sweep. Who's he going to go for the stun on? Greki's positioned far out of the fight. He paralyzes Cubsy. Is he going to roll in for the Leg Sweep himself? Not able to find it. Both monks are now teetering with very minimal mana. Chanimal is falling more and more behind. Fort Brew, Life Cocoon, big shield there. Even still at, 62% dampening. Wealthy Man going to activate the Temporal Shield, try and soak some hits here. Pop the Combustion, go for the kill on Smexen. He gets Astral Shift off this time around. Unlikely that we see him die through that cooldown. Maybe, though, interrupt onto Gorecki. This could be game over. Chun and Smexen are floundering with Wealthy Man right on top of him. Chanimal moving to the left. Cubsy moving over to Gorecki, but they make a mistake. They stack up for a double stun. Beautiful punish by Chun-Li, and Space Station Gaming take it to game 5.
Oh, I love that play by Chun-Li. He had to make an offensive play there. We're just getting pincered behind the pillar. He rolls in the double leg sweep, the dress to Gath. Really, really, really nice setup there. And what a close game that was. Series all tied up 2-2, but I just can't help but feel like if we go to just a large map once again, like Ashamane's Fall, this is just going to be really difficult, but I just love the fact that Space Station Gaming, they have figured out at least a composition for these smaller maps.
I'm sorry, my cat is on my desk. He was meowing through that whole game and he wanted on my lap. But anyways, yeah, well played by Space Station Gaming. They were able to tie up this series, and now it is on match point for both of these guys. And I feel like there were a lot of back and forths between there. We really couldn't tell who was going to go down in those final moments there, Zico. Where did it start to turn around for Space Station Gaming?
Well, they got the big push there with Chun-Li's Touch of Karma right at the end there. They were able to force out the unending result. Then they went back behind the pillar a little bit, able to secure another push there. And I think the big story of the game is just you're playing against Mage Warlock, and they're on a small map where Cubsy can't actually get those drinks. So every time you're going behind the pillar to kind of just catch your breath for a second, Cubsy normally would go and drink there on a big map, and by the time you're crossing the map to get to him, you're going to get CC'd and you're not going to be able to stop him. But on this map, Cubsy wasn't actually able to do that at any point, and that's when the benefits of playing on this super small map really kicks in. Aside from making it easier to kind of go in and just get your aggressive pushes, it also just helps those.
Yeah, incredibly well done job by Space Station Gaming, the boys. Things you love to see. They really had a tough competition to get ahead of them in the form of Cloud9, and it seems like they're kind of starting to find an answer to this Mage Lock composition, Sid. But is this something that they're going to repeat? They're going to try and repeat in Game 5 with the same comp? I mean, obviously it's Cloud9's map choice, so they're going to try and maybe pick a different map that won't allow them to repeat the same thing that we just saw on Hook Point.
Well, Chun can't just attack Chanimal and run away like he did on Hook Point when he needed to. On Ashamane's Fall, he's going to be out in the corner in the middle of nowhere, and if he does choose to run, then Chanimal's not taking damage for a really long period of time, and it's going to be that downtime that Cubsy gets to drink, regenerate mana, keep power healing through into the later stages of the match, and map is very important for Cloud9 overall. And I would imagine they're going to be going to Ashamane's. It doesn't make sense that they would go anywhere
You're
else.
Right. Yeah, they just locked in Ashamane's.
I want to see Space Station Gaming come in with the 5-head Destro Ellie pick behind here. That's what I want to see.
All right. What about you, Ben?
Maybe it's harder to... I mean, I wouldn't mind it. Honestly, I feel like they're going to be pretty confident with this composition, and this has definitely looked the best for them. The Destrelli would be nice, but I just don't really see them playing that as... I mean, maybe Cloud9 would even just lock in something else, like Rogue Mage or something. I think locking in Blind is certainly a lot scarier, but yeah, we don't really need to talk about it anymore. They're going to be going with the Windwalker, Elemental Shaman, Mistweaver Monk once again, and I mean, Cloud9, it's fairly obvious what they're going to go with. It's a large map. They're going to go once again with the Mage Lock Monk, and they're going to try to basically exploit Smexen being in the open and try to take him down.
So good at that. How did you know?
I don't know.
Well, while Cloud9 locks in their composition here, let's talk about Space Station Gaming with this bigger map pick on Ashamane's Fall, Super Tees. How do you think they're going to be looking to secure a win here and hopefully repeat what we just saw in the last game, considering the fact that they're now on a pretty different map from what we saw in that last game?
The Tiger Eye Brew and Channel looks like it'll work. A major component to that was Cubsy was out of mana, though. I don't know if they can stop him from drinking on Ashamane's Fall. But maybe it doesn't matter if they get deep enough in dampening. Even if Cubsy has mana, they could kill Chanimal. I feel like he is the only target, though, because he doesn't move as fast. So if they get away from it, let's say Chanimal pulls them out into the middle of nowhere, they run away from him because they don't want to get Greater Pyroed. He comes back closer to the pillar. It takes him a long time to get back into the corner, so you can attack him for a bit, get some uptime. Either way, this is going to be really hard. This, I mean, Tolvaron was already hard enough, but this is basically just Tolvaron 2.0 for Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, it'll be a difficult win for them for sure. Space Station, if they want to look to move forward in the upper bracket. Loser of this, we are in an upper bracket match, so loser of this game, this next game here, is going to drop down to the lower bracket. But the pressure is certainly on. Both of these teams are on match point. They only need one more win to secure this entire series. It is Cloud9 up against Space Station Gaming 2v2 here on Ashmane's Fall.
Yep. Exceptionally large map, and what we saw Cloud9 do on Tolvaron Arena was, they put pressure on Chun-Li, but for the most part, it was Smexen. When he overextended, they tried to really punish him. If they can lock him out on, a lightning lasso, then all of a sudden he doesn't have access to grounding totem and wind shear, and that's when it becomes a really big vulnerability. And I think this is going to be one of those games where if Space Station Gaming, they play it defensive, which I think they need to until later on in the game, where they can actually go after Chanimal. It could be prolonged for a little bit. I don't really see Space Station Gaming looking for, big offensive power plays early on. Maybe some one-shots. I mean, if they can set up on Cubsy, that would be absolutely great. But this series has been absolutely phenomenal. Space Station Gaming finally coming up with some sort of an answer here. And we'll see if Cloud9 can win this series, or Space Station Gaming is going to send them down to the lower bracket, which is something we haven't seen in quite some time.
I think regardless of what happens here, this has been a massive win for Space Station Gaming, just because now they have that answer. Ooh, big push here onto Wealthy Man. He's going to go ahead and get that Life Cocoon already forced out here. So now they're going to swap over to Chanimal, try to build up some momentum there. And just one thing that I love to see right now is the fact that we're seeing less rogues, and I think that's allowing more Ellies to come into the meta. And Ellies are extremely good at shutting down mages. Big swap here onto Cubs. He might have to use his trinket. No, he is gonna escape there without having to use his trinket. And no Life Cocoon available, but he's not going to have to use any of his defense, though. That was still a nice push there from Space Station Gaming. Already early on, they have all the momentum. As long as they don't tank too many Chaos Bolts, too many Greater Pyroblasts, they can set up these big one-shots. If they get enough, crits on the Earthshock and the Drest, they can absolutely force out things like Cauterize or Cubsy's Trinket and actually get a big win condition for later.
Lightning Lasso, I mean, look at how much damage this is doing when he's able to land it. I'm actually wondering if they should dedicate one Paralyzed to the Fell Hunter so they can guarantee that a Lightning Lasso will sit. I feel like
Nixon should play Earth Grab, and he should just...
I don't think Ellie gets Earth Grab. I'm pretty sure Ellie doesn't have it.
Oh, okay.
All right. Well, that's unfortunate. That would be nice. You Earth Grab the pet, get out of line of sight, Lightning Lasso. I mean, that would definitely make for a really, really nice setup. Wealthy Man now looking for a Greater Pyroblast. Looks like Gorecki is the target of choice. They are really televising it, and Chun-Li says, hey, here's a Paralyzed Cubsy. Gorecki, have fun running away, and that setup gets completely shut down. I like the attempt there by Cloud9, but they just made it way too obvious. Cubsy was just standing on top of Gorecki waiting for the Greater Pyroblast to land. If they landed it, that would have been great, but it just allowed for Chun-Li and Smexen enough time to see what was happening and completely shut it down.
Oh, big swap on Gorecki, but Conflict and Strife. Is he going to go down? Greater Pyro's in the sky. He forward proves on very low health. He's ring a piece into the wall. Smexen deflects with that Lightning Lasso. See the Zen Focus T from Gorecki. He can't be interrupted. He's starting to bring himself back into the fight, even with that Conflict and Strife almost going down, but manages to stay in it. I really think the Lightning Lasso is going to be important for Smexen. If they use Paralyze on Cubsy, Paralyze on Fell Hunter, Lightning Lasso the Mage, I feel like they could win with that setup. It's a huge amount of damage if he's able to get a fully channeled Lightning Lasso, but it seems very difficult otherwise, and they're not really dedicating any crowd control to the Fell Hunter specifically to stop it from using Spell Lock. They have Stormkeeper, Sky Fury, Fire Elemental. Smexen's going to start ramping up his damage here. Ring a piece on Wealthy Man into Lightning Lasso. He's actually just choosing not to Spell Lock it. They get a full Lightning Lasso. Cubsy's now in a leg sweep. Wealthy Man's getting blasted. Temporal Shield is going to be enough. He's very low. It is. Buys time for Life Cocoon. Life Cocoon from Gorecki. Both sides trade. No developments in terms of mana from either side either at the 3-minute mark. About 1 minute and 32 dampening at this point, as it is likely a requirement between these two teams. Wealthy Man's Combustion up in 18. Looking for greater pyros on Chun out in midfield. Smexon rolls in to try and thunderstorm it. Wealthy Man blinks the thunderstorm, but he blinks right on top of Chun. So Chun's like, hey, Spearhand Strike, no greater pyro for you. Going after Wealthy Man. See the lightning lasso. I like the positioning of Smexon. It's the only time I really noticed Wealthy Man's health move is that lightning lasso. If they manage to get one of those setups later on in the game, I feel like Space Station Gaming have potential to actually best Cloud9.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is going to be setting up those lassos, setting up big Earthshock pushes, and obviously coordinating with Chun-Li. For now, though, there is no real openings here. Wealthy Man's going to throw out a sheet. They're going to get a fear. Greater Pyroblast. They're going to try to go through the touch of Karma here of Chun-Li. Chun-Li not afraid to just toss that out and try to get some counter pressure with it. And then when he has nothing, he just pours back. And now a big setup here by Chun. He gets the Paralyze, but no follow-up CC here. That push is going to get once again denied here by C9. And now Chun-Li's going to have to run away soon. If a Greater Pyroblast connects on him, he has no touch of Karma. He needs to be a little bit careful. He's going to roll over to Chanimal, try to get in port range here potentially. Gorecki action a full sheep. Chun now could be in a lot of trouble here. No touch of Karma. Another sheep there. Beautiful Hex though by Smexon. And Gorecki does sneak in a Life Cocoon. So Chun is going to be completely fine there. But it's a little close call there. A little too close for comfort. But I guess before dampening, you can kind of afford to take some of those risks there. Try to throw out your defense offensively and see if that can net you extra wins as you enter dampening.
Ooh, Wealthy Man caught into a leg sweep. Is there any more burst? Chun-Li going for big whirling Dragon Punch, Fist of Fury. But it looks like Cubsy should be able to heal through that. And both these Mistweaver Monks are doing absolutely fine on mana at this point of the game. 2% dampening now as they make a big Touch of Death swap onto Chanimal. Drestigath as well. I mean, they committed a lot of their offense. That was Touch of Death. That was Drestigath with literally no crowd control on Cubsy whatsoever. So, I mean, good damage, I suppose, but it was just really easily shut down. I think they could have been a little bit more patient with that setup, but potentially they're just trying to trade out their offense to get some defense, and that can create some openings for them for when they do finally land that crowd control where they could try to push through and actually take someone down outside of that Life Cocoon cooldown, which is really, really short. Wealthy Man right now into a Lightning Lasso. Smexon setting up his team just a little bit, but Wealthy Man using Displace to get away, creating a lot of space. Chun-Li not afraid to push forward, and I think we're going to see Chun-Li. When he's got the Diffused Magic, he has the Touch of Karma. He can play, point guard for his team. He can really push in. He can play offense, can stay in the open, take a huge hit of damage. But when those cooldowns aren't up, he's going to have to run and play it as safe as he possibly can.
Both monks at full mana at this point. No big openings, basically a reset, 1.5 minutes into dampening. And Space Station Gaming are reluctant to leave their pillar, as they will be exposed to a lot of damage. Chanimal has his gateway set up in a way that he can jump right on top of Space Station Gaming, although I feel like that's unlikely. I don't imagine they'll make any aggressive moves until much deeper into dampening. Chun-Li interrupting Greater Pyro, then getting back on Chanimal. Smexon's moving towards Wealthy Man so he can Wind Shear him. Wind Shears the Polymorph, has Grounding Totem, looks for a Hex. I like these Hexes on Wealthy Man. If they're going to kill the Warlock, they definitely need to be landing Hexes on the Mage. He goes for it again, but gets counterspelled into a Fear. Nice Ring of Peace from Gorecki. I do like that they're managing interrupts on Wealthy Man without hitting him. That's very difficult to do, allocating damage to the Chanimal because he's closer, but interrupting Wealthy Man who's standing behind him. They have been rotating very well. I mean, Wealthy Man hasn't found a single Greater Pyro, even though they're not targeting him. Chun then rolls over to kick him for a moment as well. Cubsy still posted up in a good position. Dark Soul available, Combustion available. Cloud9 have a lot of damage waiting in the wings. Smexon just getting feared around circles, dispelled. Cubsy rolls over to stun Chun. They pop Combustion on him. Life Cocoon from Gorecki makes Chun-Li take 0 damage. He's going to be stable to stay on Chanimal. Chanimal has split his cooldowns. He didn't pop Dark Soul along with the Combustion, so still potential. He could use that to counter engage too. It's very important that the enemy doesn't just immediately run. Smexon actually just tanks 2 Chaos Bolts straight to the face. He's going to retreat back to the pillar and try and recover after receiving that punishment. Stormkeeper is up. Likely we see the Sky Fury totem. Smexon holding on to it for now. Just lobbing out.
I really like what Cloud9 is doing right now. Anytime Chun pushes in, they just pop all of their cooldowns on him. That way, like now, I'm expecting to see a big push onto Chun just to make him use his Touch of Karma, because when he doesn't have those abilities, he can't actually stay in. He has to just run away, and that way he actually never gets that uptime that he needs to kind of stack up his damage and get his burst ready. I'm going to see if they can do just that right now. Smexen is in a fear. Chanimal trying to get some counter pressure going here. Wealthy Man gonna be stopped on that Greater Pyroblast. Gonna go for another one. Oh, he got bounced between those two rings. It kind of looked like an 8 on the ground there. Wealthy Man's just gonna blink out of that situation. Try to load up another Greater Pyroblast, and I think Chun-Li is gonna have to run here. No, they're going for Smexen.
Yeah, looking to go after Smexen. I think it's the best target they have. When Smexen is in the open, force him back to the pillar. And that's the problem. I mean, we saw it on Tolvaron Arena. If Smexen gets caught in the open, he's such a great target. He doesn't have Transcendence or, big negating cooldowns like the Diffuse Magic and the Touch of Karma. But they're pushing forward. Paralyzed on Wealthy Man. Let me double check once again. I think Chun-Li is going to be playing that Tiger Eye Brew. So they took down Chanimal in the last game. I think it's extremely likely that is going to be the main target in this game as well. And it's at that 40% dampening mark where you're going to really see Chun-Li put out tons of pressure on Chanimal. And that's when Cubsy is going to burn through his mana really, really quickly. At 30% dampening, both of these healers have been able to drink. And they are at absolutely full mana. But once we get to 40%, 50% dampening, that's when they really start getting taxed and the consistent pressure really starts adding up for both these teams. Wealthy Man once again looking for a Greater Pyroblast, but I have to say, Space Station Gaming, they've been doing a really good job shutting that down. Good burst damage here on Chanimal as well as Smexen looking to just create some solo pressure on Wealthy Man. Basically just hitting whoever he can in the match. His job is basically just deny Wealthy Man his Greater Pyroblast with Grounding and Wind Shear and Lightning Lasso, and also just put out as much consistent damage in the match as possible.
Nice Hex on Wealthy Man into leg sweep. Nice setup with the Dress to Gath, but Life Cocoon easily going to stop all damage. Chun ports away. No reason to be out in midfield attacking a target that's immune. Cubsy repositions to the starting area. An interesting position to be at. If Chun gets baited into there, but he actually Ring of Pieces Cubsy into the wall. Not able to capitalize on that positioning too much. Smexen is just feared. Grecky gets polyed, but it's on diminishing return. A little bit sloppy here, but obviously these teams have played out a very long best-of-5 series, so I do expect mistakes to happen. Chun trading out some cooldowns, but he's still getting cut through. Big damage from Cloud9. They don't want to throw it away. They've played this out for almost 11 minutes. Damage now on a Chanimal. Cubsy needs to get ready. Instant counterspell on that Lightning Lasso. Nicely done by Wealthy Man, breaking up the chain. But Chanimal is still being hounded. He's going to double Mortal Coil Chun and Smexen. Fierce Smexen off into the distance. Smexen is so far out of the fight right now. He's in a polymorph. There is no way he's getting dispelled out of that. I almost want to see Wealthy Man Frost Nova him over there. Chun-Li and Gorecki are just healing each other at the pillar. Chun-Li trying to get back on the target, which is going to be Chanimal deep into dampening with that Tiger Eye Brew. He uses Demonic Gateway to escape. Cubsy rolls over. They reposition. They trade sides on the map. Chun switches to the closer wizard. Wealthy Man doesn't want to overextend out of line of sight, but Gorecki is counterspelled. Good damage on Wealthy Man. Surprising pressure from Space Station Gaming. It seems like around that 50% dampening mark where sparks really start to fly between the teams.
Yeah, and Chun-Li does have all of his defense rotating back up in 20 seconds, and I think this is when we're going to start seeing the Chanimal push. If he has his defense available, he can use that onto Chanimal and stay offensive, and this is a big win right now. They got this Life Cocoon here. You can expect Chun, as soon as that Life Cocoon is over, he's going to probably activate his Touch of Karma and just go complete face here onto Chanimal, and Cubsy's not going to have any Life Cocoon. He's not going to have anything really to heal through it, so we're going to see if they can land something. Cubsy actually with a beautiful leg sweep onto Gorecki. Gorecki used his every man for himself racial right there to get out of that sticky situation, and he used his own Life Cocoon, which in my opinion is a mistake because Chun is going to need it very soon to have more uptime onto Chanimal if they want to win this game on the side of Space Station Gaming. And here you can expect it. They're going to try to shut down Wealthy Man on those Greater Pyroblasts that are about to be casted, and then after that probably trade out a Karma here onto Chanimal and really try to push. They have a small window here before the Life Cocoon comes up where they need to force out the Unending Resolve. I'm not sure if they're going to find it. Wealthy Man has done a great job just stalling out that setup with the polymorphs and now counter pressuring with that combustion onto Smexen, forcing all of Space Station Gaming to just cover behind the pillar, and that window is now once again lost. C9 with their classical chokehold here on that pillar.
Yeah, but it looks like Space Station Gaming, they have kind of recovered, and they're looking to make an offensive push once again, but Chun-Li has to be careful with no defensive options. They just want to get the ball rolling. They want to get the damage onto Chanimal if they can, but this is something that could absolutely backfire. Gorecki uses the Life Cocoon, but at 50% dampening, they shred through it quite quickly. This is the touch of death, but there's just so much defense available for Cloud9. Life Cocoon trades out by Cubsy, and now Chun-Li, I mean, he's going to have to run at this point. Chanimal getting big burst damage out. There is no Dark Soul. That was the Infernals, however, and he does have the Mortal Coil, so Chun-Li definitely, there's a potential that he can get set up, but he's just going to use actually the starter room to line of sight and try to avoid damage. Wealthy Man with a Shimmer, Greater Power Blast, gets Wind Sheared. Really good backup there by Smexin, keeping Chun-Li in the fight, and now it's Wealthy Man. This could be his Cauterize. Do they have the damage? It is going to be the Touch of Karma. Wealthy Man choosing not to ice block it. Doesn't want to get over aggressive. Just slowly force Space Station Gaming back to the pillar. Limit their offense. And now it's a situation where Space Station Gaming, they basically have to recover. And I want them to wait as long as they possibly can. Wait for Touch of Karma. Wait for Diffused Magic. Wait for basically everything. Because I just don't see any reason to try to trade unless you have all your defensive CDs to try to make a power play.
Smexin Lightning lassoed the Fell Hunter to try and let Gorecki drink. Now blasting Wealthy Man. Sudden burst. That Life Cocoon not looking nearly as good at 57% healing reduction. They break it without Wealthy Man getting topped off. They Ring of Peace Wealthy Man towards mid. Chun is chasing down Chan. Rolling now back over onto Wealthy Man. Trying to burst him. He blinks back. Greater Pyro. Grounding Totem. Nicely done there by Smexin. Cubsy just healing up the team. Mana is maintaining between both sides as we get to 60% dampening, and Chun is just trying to wait. He wants that Karma, he wants that Fortified Brew before he makes a move. Otherwise, he will be susceptible to death because Dark Soul is up, Combustion is available. Chanimal and Wealthy Man are a big threat right now. They've played such a long series, they don't want to throw it away. They're trying to go for a push here on a Wealthy Man. Big Drestigat, they get it, the Cauterize finally. Only 15 minutes later, they finally got Cauterize from Wealthy Man. Chun rolls to the side, then back in to kick it. Ports back to his team. If they can stay alive for another push, they could net an ice block. Are Space Station Gaming finally going to be able to overthrow North America's dampening overlords Cloud9?
The thing is, they need to make several pushes here. Wealthy Man still has his ice block, and they're getting to that critical point now where the poke damage, the rain of fire, and the flame strikes are really starting to add up. Wealthy Man getting aggressive, knowing that they're just waiting for that leg sweep from Chun-Li before they're going to go back in again. So he takes the game into his own hands, stacks up that big combustion, and now it looks like C9 are going to have the pressure that they need to close out this match. Wealthy Man could be in big trouble, though. He needs to be extremely careful. He might just have to use his ice block here. He does get a beautiful temporal shield with the Vitality Conduit, and now Chun-Li once again is going to have to go behind the pillar. Gorecki using that Life Cocoon, and this is the chokehold that C9 needs. I'm pretty sure Space Station Gaming is out of space here on this map. Now we can see they're going to rot down to the Cataclysm, to the Rain of Fire, to the Flame Strikes, but Wealthy Man does blink in aggressively. Could cost them. He needs to be careful. Drestigath is still available here on the side of Chun. Don't want to repeat what happened there on the hook point. And now Gorecki as well is just, I think, going for a drink. I'm not sure. He's just trying to not stack up with his team. And you can see he's having a real difficult time here keeping his team alive, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem. You just have so much instant damage from the Fire Mage and the Warlock. It becomes so difficult to top off. And I mean, Chun-Li with no offensive cooldown or no defensive cooldowns, he can't really make a push. Cloud9 is definitely looking good at 72% dampening, the highest dampening we've seen, I think, in a couple of weeks. Smexin, I just don't know how you can possibly recover a polymorph on a Gorecki, and that's it. All it takes at 70% dampening is a polymorph. Any amount of damage should close us out on Smexin. He is still alive, but I mean, not for long. 73% dampening.
Is that the most
and you can see
we've seen all day?
It is the most. It is the most for sure, but this is what happens, right? If Cloud9 brings it to 70% dampening, you can't recover. All it takes is one polymorph, and the game's over. One fear, the game's over. They can just poke you. You're gonna burn down to ignite damage, and I mean, that was a really, really nice attempt by Space Station Gaming. I think they learned a lot from this series, but I mean, Cloud9 really showing what they do to teams on large maps.
Yeah, for sure. And that we did see some success in that series with Space Station Gaming with that comp. Is that something that they could fine tune a little bit? Is this maybe them being on the road to potentially finding an answer for this compositions ego, or is they're going to have to kind of go back to the drawing board on this one?
No, this is for sure the best they've looked in this matchup in a long time. So I think they just need to work on what they want to do. Pick. I think maybe they could even run this comp in the blind pick on Nagrand, and it could work. But honestly, I feel like if they could perfect that Destro Ellie, I think that's what they play on the big maps, and then they just play Windwalker Ellie on the smaller maps, because it looked good. They looked kind of practiced on it too. They had, some good win conditions, but I think they could polish it even more and be even deadlier.
Yeah, totally agree. And that is not the end of Space Station Gaming either. They will be moving down to the lower bracket, and they're going to face off against M2KC later on in the tournament. But yeah, well played by them, and also especially well played by Cloud9. They're going to be moving forward into the bracket to the semifinals. And now we're going to be watching that Golden Guardians versus Turtle series. Sid, what are you looking forward to seeing in that series coming up next?
I want to know what healer Absterge is going to play. I feel like it's not often we get to see these teams face off. But Jungle usually actually has a hard time with Shadow Priest Rogue. And it has an even harder time with Paladin. So I wonder if Absterge will play Paladin in this particular matchup.
What about Destro?
I mean, they could do that too. I feel like they don't need to, but yeah, it's an option. I feel like they'll probably just play Shadow Priest Rogue Shaman. And unless Turtle absolutely stomps them, that's going to be their comp.
What about you, Ven? Any predictions?
I would say Paladin. I think it's going to be Shadow Priest, Paladin, Rogue coming in from Golden Guardians. Turtle likely just going to be playing the Mistweaver jungle. And yeah, I think it's one of those matchups that can go either way. I remember actually something, I think it was something Dilly, told me. He said one of the biggest counters he could ever think of to Jungle Cleave is going to be the Shadow Priest Paladin, I think with a Feral Druid, but I think the Rogue is a acceptable substitute there. He said if he queued into that, he would just leave the game. So I think Golden Guardians, they definitely have a good composition to what Turtle are running, but this should be a really fun series.
Yeah, looking forward to it. We're going to come to that series after this break. It's going to be Golden Guardians versus Turtle coming up next.
Looney's ice block. Can they push for it? Ironbark, but he gets caught on a polymorph. The Ironbark may not matter. 10 seconds away. 8 seconds away for it. Can they gun down for the kill? Conrad's about to trigger. 4 seconds away. 3 seconds away. 2 seconds. 1 second.
Oh my goodness! Oh my god! My heart is still racing from that ice block.
Need to be careful. They need to keep the heals going for just a little bit longer. Looney has his trinket available, but that means blind is also available. I'd love to see him just trinket trinkets. He needs to keep his DK in the fight. DR blind. Waz is pushing for the kill. Does he have enough banish? Growth. Do they have the polymorph? It doesn't look like it just yet. Even the Vivify is coming in, but it will not be enough. Method Black go through to the grand final.
Welcome back, everyone. Earlier this morning, we saw 2 quick 3-0s. 2 of those teams were sent out of the tournament, and then we saw that Cloud9 versus Space Station Gaming go to a Game 5, so that was a pretty long series, and now we are halfway through our day. Hello, everyone. My name is Aya. I am joined by Elliot, Venruki, and Zico, and Supatese. I need to say your name twice, apparently, Elliot. But yeah, now we're moving on to that Golden Guardians versus Turtles series. And if we take a look at the bracket, some of the games that we saw played so far, and some of the ones that we're going to be seeing later today, in this series. Sid, any games that you're looking forward to, any upsets that you want to talk about, anything to take away from this bracket here?
I'm curious to see what M2KC are going to bring to the table this week against Space Station Gaming. It seems like the Windwalker Mage is really their only option. They're able to beat the Rogue Warlock of Charlotte Phoenix, so Space Station Gaming is going to play the Windwalker Lock, so it's a little bit different. I'm very curious to see if they're going to bring the same level of competition that they brought in the first Cup here in Cup number 3. Other than that, I mean, this is kind of the series, I feel like, of the day, the Golden Guardians and Turtle, because they're both kind of underdogs in terms of the meta, and they've had to make some changes on their roster to have the success that they're now having in the upper side. So seeing them go head to head is going to be very exciting.
So given what you just said, Sid, that if these teams are both a little bit off meta, don't quite have those comps that we were seeing, really dominate both of these brackets on EU and NA, Venruki, I'm curious as to what you think in terms of just the composition pool that we're seeing from these two teams. Which team has the advantage here?
That's a good question. I mean, in Europe, we see Jungle Cleave do quite well. Enlight, with specifically the Mistweaver Jungle Cleave, they've been having top 3 performances, top 2 performances, and I think Turtle has seen that, and they're trying to replicate that just a little bit. Unfortunately, I think Jungle isn't as strong as it was last week with some of the Gushing Wound changes, but still, it is a very strong, well-rounded composition. You have a lot of defense, a lot of offense, crowd control, it kind of checks all of the boxes. For Golden Guardians, they've been implementing a little bit more meta themselves by having WizK pick up the Destruction Warlock. He had a phenomenal performance on it last week, and I think they're going to utilize him again in this matchup. However, I think traditionally the Shadow Priest is actually pretty good into the Jungle Cleave, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see them kind of default back to the Shadow Priest Rogue Shaman, but I think I'd be a lot happier if we saw Absurge either on the Paladin or WizK going on that Destruction Warlock.
Well, yeah, we'll soon find out once these teams are sort of getting their group together, waiting for the match to start. But Golden Guardians, what do you think about that, Zico? Do you think we're going to see WizK here on his Shadow Priest, or do you think we're going to see him on his Warlock?
I think that one thing I've learned about the Golden Guardians is that if Shadow Priest Rogue isn't extremely hard countered, they will play it. So I'm pretty confident they're just going to go for comfort. This is a matchup same thing if we saw like a Rogue Mage. These are matchups that they're pretty comfortable with. I think if you have WizK on the Warlock, for example, compositionally it's going to be better, but the hardest thing about playing on alt is when you're the target and everyone is throwing everything they have at you, and you have to survive and also kind of reverse the pressure and you have big shoes to fill at that point. I think WizK is just going to be a lot more comfortable doing that on his Shadow Priest. With that said, though, I really, really, really hope that Turtle are running double or triple Maledict. If they don't, I'm going to be a little disappointed. I'm sorry. Dilly is like a PhD in mathematics. To be for him. This should be easy math, bro.
Oh, well, yeah, hopefully we do see that coming out of Dilly. What do you think, Ben? You think they're gonna run those Maledics, or do you want to see them? I should ask.
I think Zico and I for a long time have been the outspoken advocates of the Maledic trinket. So I think it's just a great trinket in general. A lot of the classes we see, they have self healing to keep themselves alive, and if you get crowd control on a healer and then you mitigate their self healing with Maledict, it becomes a lot easier to actually take down a target. So could implement it. I don't know if that is going to be the difference maker in this matchup, but I think it will certainly help.
Do you guys think that?
I think it will make a massive difference, actually. All those ghosts where you don't even force anything, because, things like Vampiric Embrace, Maledict. Shadowmant, Maledict. And it lasts for such a long time, too.
It's
like
true.
all the little extra hots, like Renewed Mist and stuff like that. Maledict, just soaking it all up.
What do you think? So
True.
with the 8.3, with all the gear changes that we've had, we have obviously the corruption going on, and all these essences, and there's so many different ways to sort of fine-tune your characters this season, especially since these players are on a tournament setting. How does that change the component of these teams sort of setting up for victories here, Sid? What does that do in terms of like creativity and sort of the different things that you can do with classes and specs specifically?
I mean, right now, I'm trying to think of it if we've seen anything that's entirely unique. It seems like right now with the strength and versatility that everybody is just full versatility, and then if you're not, you're making a mistake. I guess it wasn't the case before the Gushing Wounds nerf. Some teams would run Gushing Wounds, such as the Golden Guardians, or a jungle like Turtle, but now that it got nerfed, I can't help but feel that versatility is just better.
Do you think that with the tuning changes, we're going to see more variance then?
I mean, there are some like really funny builds that you can do. I mean, Venruki did one where you had just a ton of haste and you're a mage casting Greater Pyro with 1 second cast time. There's crit builds as Shadow Priest, so you just go full crit and use shadowy apparitions flying at every target all the time. But those fun builds, fun doesn't win normally. So yeah, you can do a lot of fun things if you want to lose, but doing the fun thing is not necessarily going to win. So I don't see people competitively doing it.
I mean, it's just like, it's one of those things where you can have a ton of haste and get out quick Greater Power Blast, but if you get stunned and just die immediately, you're not having the most fun. It's just a lot more consistent to go for the damage reduction, but we are going to be getting into this game. Golden Guardians leading with their best foot forward. Turtle doing the same. Main composition versus main composition. Peekaboo creating some pressure onto Smooth right now. Stun onto Absturge. Are they going to find crowd control? WizK taking a huge hit of damage. Having to use the Fade, looking for a Master Spell. Can he find it? Beautiful defensive fear. Now going to be loading Dilly up with some Vampiric touches, and Golden Guardians managed to defuse that initial push.
Let's see if they can keep it up here. Hex on a Smooth, but dispelled by Cyfoxy. They tried to stun Cyfoxy out of form, I think, with that Hex, but weren't able to line it up perfectly. Nice Mending Bandage from Dilly. That's going to remove all those bleeds from Cyfoxy. They snipe the Cyfiend. They get right back onto WizK. Absur's going to lay down that Earthen Wall Totem. He's anticipating crowd control. They try and knock him out of the Earthen Wall. Harpoon over for a freezing trap. They bait out grounding and they land it. Nicely done by Dilly. WizK not looking like he wants to even go for a Master Spell. He's not really even taking damage. That full freezing trap didn't even shake WizK. Smooth used his Gliders Medallion on blind. They could swap to him in the future. Absturge gets bashed, but there's no freezing trap, so I don't think they're going to be able to take him out. I'm just checking the talents. A conflict for WizK. Breath of the Dying for Peekaboo. I'd love to see a swap to Peekaboo. And Absturge is also Vitality Conduit. But yeah, Peekaboo's punishing that Trinket on the blind, going after Smooth. He's going to Transcendence away. And it looks like he's incredibly far away. WizK finally taking some damage here from Turtle. Absturge in a full freezing trap. WizK going to fade. Immune pressure while he fades. Turtle switch to Peekaboo. Build pressure in 2 places. Very important. Cyfiend active. Dilly snipes it. And now we see a swap to Cyfoxy. Cotton Cat form, but I would imagine he is also running the Conflict and Strife as he is. Dilly is too, so it's triple Conflict or Strife for Turtle. WizK is going to have to carry with the spread pressure and the dots, which, I mean, he is. Look at this right now. 3 targets at 50% health.
Yeah, everyone's kind of rotting down to the Shadow Priest. Smooth really struggling here. He's caught into a kidney shot. Good lockdown here from Peekaboo. Can they take him down? Is there any follow-up? Smooth desperately trying to hold on to that life cocoon as he transcendences away. Peekaboo now changing targets, putting pressure on Dilly, and that's one thing Golden Guardians does really well. They kind of smother their opponents, basically have pressure in multiple areas, making it extremely difficult for the healer to know who they're going to go after next. USK taking a big hit of damage though, forced to use the dispersion. Good offensive push here by Turtle, but a kidney shot on Smooth. Golden Guardians still looking to create unrelenting pressure.
Yeah, they're basically just attacking all 3 members of Turtle, taxing Smooth's defensive lineup and trying to catch him on a mismanagement. In the meantime, Turtle's strategy is pretty straightforward. Trap Absterge, attack WizK. If WizK uses the defensive, attack Peekaboo, rinse, repeat, and hope that somebody dies before you do. Let's see if it works out for them here. Earthenwall Totem is down. Are they going to Ring of Peace to try and prevent its defense? Looks like they're just going to hold steady. Wind Shear on a Smooth. Peekaboo looks like he's trying to swap, but he's Tracker's netted. Absterge is stunned. No Freezing Trap. They wait for grounding. Grounding's over, but they're dogpiling. Absterge standing on top of them, making it difficult for Dilly to land a trap. They stun Foxy, but Conflict and Strife is making him not take any damage. He's going to jump over to WizK. Smooth gets silenced. WizK is trying to power through with that Void form, but he gets interrupted with the maim by Foxy. Both healers at about the same mana, and they are looking evenly matched for game 1.
Yeah, big damage. Foxy continuing the push onto WizK, interrupting him. Do they have the burst damage? Absterge has been able to heal through this damage quite nicely on that Shaman. Smooth actually trinkets out of the blind immediately into a kidney shot. Decent damage here coming in from Peekaboo and WizK. But with that paralyzed, Smooth should be able to top off his team and they can continue this push. Look at WizK. He's got no trinket dispersion in a couple of seconds, but a nice fear buys Absterge the time that he needs to get the Vitality Conduit, top off WizK, and now WizK is going to be feeling very confident in this matchup with Dispersion, with the Life Swap. Smoke Bomb drops down. Golden Guardians looking to close it out, but there's just not enough damage. Smooth is going to, I think he's actually, is he playing the Vision of Perfection? No, he's not. But he is, good luck right now with his gear. I'm not sure what actually dispelled Dilly there, but he was able to get freed from all those dots and stay alive, really reducing that incoming pressure. But if we look at mana here, Sid, it's really, yeah, it could have been Feigned Death. If we look at mana, it's really even for both these teams.
Oh, pressure on Dilly and Foxy. WizK getting stunned up. Peekaboo moving towards Smooth, trying to make another swap. Smooth hits him with a Rising Sun kick, and Peekaboo doesn't want to leave WizK. They're jumping on Absterge. Bit interesting here. He doesn't have Conflict and Strife, so maybe they're actually going to look to try and kill the Restoration Shaman. I'm wondering if they're going to get punished. I mean, they're going to leave WizK open to free cast. That seems risky. They're not going to stay on Absterge. They jump right back to WizK. Peekaboo in that Tracker's net with a flare to stop any sort of vanish. Nice combo. Dilly moving towards WizK, waiting for his Freezing Trap. He activates the Lingering Psychic Shell right before being stunned. Well timed by Dilly. He's not going to take any damage here. Skull Bash over on Absterge, but Foxy's rotting down. Has to Survival Instincts WizK's pressure. They snipe a Freezing Trap, but WizK follows up with a Mass Dispel. Absterge is pushing on top of Smooth. Smooth is now falling behind on mana. He needs to drink. He transcendences away from Absterge, pushing on top of him. Foxy is still currently stunned out in midfield. He's going to get Life Cocoon from Smooth. I feel like Smooth is using that almost rotationally to try and maximize his mana efficiency here because he is starting to lose quite significantly on that front.
Yep, right now the silence on the Smooth. The pressure is continuing to roll here for the Golden Guardians. Vendetta has been ripped out. Kitty shot now on Dilly. Where's the crowd control on Smooth? WizK's positioned really far away right now. Just opting to kind of pull Smooth into the open. Potentially that's just a bait so Peekaboo can try to reconnect onto this Mistweaver Monk. He puts Bleeds on Dilly, Bleeds on Foxy, gets the blind on Smooth, saps the Trinket. Nicely done by Peekaboo. And this is what we see normally. They allow Dilly and Foxy to rot down a little bit, just continue the saps, more time for WizK to build up their momentum. Growth Silence into Cheap Shot on the Smooth. Foxy in a Kidney Shot. Do they have a Smoke Bomb? Not available just yet, but really nice attempt here by the Golden Guardians, and that does net them at the very least. They got the Trinket from Smooth and the Life Cocoon onto Foxy.
Absterge interrupted twice in a row. WizK is going to be able to free cast. A bit surprising to see them allocate the interrupts as such. Dilly gets stunned. I almost wonder if they should stun Dilly and then attack Foxy instead. Just use the stun to stop damage and then hit the target that isn't taking reduced damage. They've got good spread pressure moving into dampening. They got a cooldown advantage, a significant mana lead. If they stop Smooth from drinking, I think Golden Guardians have got this, dishing out a ton of damage. Pre-Vitality Conduit on the Freezing Trap, but it still may be a disperse. They're trying to rely on the Vampiric Embrace to buy time. along with the fade. Double fear with the silence. Beautiful triple crowd control by the Golden Guardians. Drestigath over onto Dilly. Peekaboo saving that for out of the stun. Doesn't want it reduced by the conflict and strife. Absterge repositioning away from the fight. Smooth needs to try and find a drink. Dispelling off some dots here. Stunning WizK so he can't reapply them. Peekaboo peels Cyfoxy away with the kidney shot. Absterge drops Earthen Wall Totem. Golden Guardians are posted up in midfield with that Earthen Wall Totem's defense. WizK gets knocked out of it. Not able to keep him out of it. They root up Absterge, trying to prevent him from getting to Smooth, but Smooth has literally 0 mana at this point. They can purge off Renewing Mist, so this is going to get dire for Turtle. Smooth now silenced, Dilly stunned, Cyfox rotting. Cyfoxy has Thorns up on himself. Peekaboo doesn't want to attack into that. Lingering Psychic Shell activated by both Dilly and Cyfoxy. They bash up Absterge. They're actually going after Absterge. So the Golden Guardians have this game. Turtle are desperate if they're going after the Restoration Shaman, I feel, in this position.
And with a kidney shot onto Cyfoxy, they're going to be looking to create pressure here on all 3 members once again. Smooth, I mean, he's basically completely tapped on mana. WizK is going to be dispelling off the Renewing Mist. They have Purge from Absterge. This is where they can really, really overwhelm. Smooth uses the Revival, trying to recover just a little bit. He's actually going for a drink if he can find it. Unfortunately not able to. Peekaboo threatens him with a sap, throwing out the Vanish, and that's a really, really nice Vanish. Smooth not able to recover his mana whatsoever, and it almost seems inevitable at this point that Turtle is going to slowly whittle down in this game. They're going to have to find an opportunity here on WizK, but with so much defense available for the Golden Guardians, I'm not sure they're going to be able to do it. Smooth also needs to find a moment to sit down and try to recover some of his mana via drinking, but I just don't think there's going to be time. I don't think Golden Guardians are going to allow for it. It just seems like they're going to be able to slowly push through in this match.
All right, let's see if they can keep it up. Freezing Trap. Not enough pressure. Smooth is silenced. 0 mana. Cyfox is desperate. Drops out the Survival Instincts. They need to kill that Cyfiend. Dilly going to kill it with his Raptor. It's just pushing onto WizK. They haven't got a Dispersion in 9.5 minutes. Will they find it here? They burst him down. Absterge is bombing in. Big heals. Gets stunned on his Spirit Walker's Grace. Peekaboo moves over to try and eat the Freezing Trap. WizK fades the damage. Ducks on top of him. Double Psychic Scream. Gets immediately removed just by the pressure. Dilly's rotting down. He feigned deaths off the dots. He snipes out the Freezing Trap. They need to get a Dispersion, but Mass Dispel removes the trap. It's unlikely. Earthen Wall's down. They overlap it with the aspect of the Turtle. Golden Guardians are ramping up to potentially get a triple kill in the immediate future. If Peekaboo gets any uptime, they double stunlock Peekaboo. They're keeping him at bay, but now Cyfoxy is stunlocked. WizK is ramping. He's in void form. He's ready to go and close this game out at 31% dampening. An out of mana Mistweaver with no Life Cocoon, no Turtle. Big Drestigath. Cyfoxy charges to Absterge, but it's desperation. The entire team is at full health. Dilly gets outright slaughtered. Golden Guardians take game 1.
Really well played by Golden Guardians, just shutting down everything that Turtle was trying to set up, and they were just completely unrelenting, Zico, and really leaving no room for Turtle to try and find a win there.
Yeah, I think Golden Guardian did exactly what we kind of expect to see. Lined up Smooth, go for the Feral Druid. If Smooth trinkets, pop Vendetta on him, then you're going to have, all those dots still rotting down the Feral and the Hunter. And, this is the thing about the Golden Guardians. They always go on the right target. Pika setting up, pressure on the healer, allows WizK to get that rot pressure. And when they go for, the Hunter, usually it's when Dilly also wants to trap and WizK is, kind of low. So it's like perfect defense and offense at the same time there. Just small plays like that and how they rotate the pressure once they have it is what allows them to just run these Mistweavers out of mana.
And for sure, all good points as well. And it sounds like you have a highlight for us from that last game, Zico.
Yeah, I do have another good point from that game. This clip right here is going to highlight what I think about the trinket choices here that some of these teams are doing. And you can see it here. We're going to see a beautiful setup here. The WizK is already kind of low. They get a nice trap onto Absterge. They, move further back, so the Drest only hits WizK, but it's not enough. A Maledict in this case, 100% will force the dispersion. No question about it. And if you're the team on a timer, you have to pick aggressive choices. I don't agree with going Tank Trinket, or if you go Tank Trinket, I don't agree going Dressed. I think you need the Dressed, so drop the Tank Trinket and go Dressed Maledict. Then this won't happen, where you do a setup and it doesn't force anything, because that's why you're losing when you're playing jungle.
And given that it is Turtle's map pick Sid, do you think that there's any way that they can maybe force Golden Guardians into another composition, or what is their play here coming into this next game?
I feel like Shadow Priest Rogue Shaman has always been hard for jungle because it has so much utility to stall and remove freezing trap. It's quite durable. It has a lot of cooldowns to trade when your healer is crowd controlled. I think they would need the priest, but maybe they just die immediately if they run the priest instead. But the Mistweaver looked like he couldn't ever get a drink, so pick a map that they can drink maybe. That's one thing, so a bigger map. And just try and win with pressure and mana. That's something that we see Zuniaki and Light's team do with the Mistweaver version of the jungle. They'll just play for the late game, so they could try that. Or they go small map, try priest. And that, I feel like those are their only two lines at the moment.
And besides, go ahead.
I was going to say, what I really want to see, I think at least, is I think Zico was really onto something there. I mean, right now we're seeing the team of Turtle, basically Turtle. They're staying true to their name. They're playing very defensive, Azurite traits, essences, trinkets. And I think for jungle, they need to keep their opponents on the back foot. I would much rather see them, use multiple aggressive trinkets. Maybe, implement the Maledict and the Drestagath. Go with the Reaping Flames, the Breath of the Dying. Sure, it's a lot scarier. And, I mean, Smooth's going to have to heal through that pressure. But equally so, I think it's like a fine line. There's a tipping point where you can, push the Shadow Priest over the edge where he doesn't have Dispersion, he doesn't have Fade, and you need damage to find those moments. And if you don't have enough damage, then it just seems like the move or the Golden Guardians are going to be able to infinitely rotate through the defensive cooldowns. You have to really surprise them, out-aggress them, and I personally think that's how the jungle wins. It doesn't seem like they're going to out-mana them. Maybe they could try going to a small map, a really large map, and Smooth can sit down for drinks, but I just think what I would like to see from the jungle is just more aggression, more damage, more pressure, and just try to put it all on the line with that.
Well, let's say they do. Let's say that Turtle does take in those changes that you guys were suggesting. They have locked in Tiger's Peak, and it looks like Golden Guardians isn't changing up their composition. Is there really any reason for Golden Guardians to switch up their strategy at all? Like, are they just going to be able to keep doing what they're doing and 3-0 Turtle potentially here?
Yeah, I feel like for the Golden Guardians, they know their win condition, they're playing to it, they're executing on it. So for them, if nothing changes, it's going to look like a quick 3-0. I mean, the only versatility on the side of Turtles is Discipline Priest, and I think they would lose extremely fast if they brought him in. So I think just gear up a little bit more aggressively, play a little bit more, risky, and that way you can at least put some wins on the board.
And if they are playing more aggressively, Sid, what does that mean for them in the opener? How are they going to try and get those setups to maybe get a kill on Golden Guardians?
Well, Dilly has to bait Grounding Totem. He has to bait Life Grip or use a root, likely use a root, and then go for the Freezing Trap. And then at that point, WizKid's going to be moving away from Absterge. And then they need to try and get Dispersion while Absterge is in Freezing Trap or Fade, and then do this, rinse and repeat this. They need to land every trap, basically. Absterge can also pre-Earthen Wall, so he can stall the trap for a long time, and while they're stalling, WizKid is just pumping damage, Peekaboo is just pumping damage, they're attacking everybody on the team. It seems pretty difficult for Turtle overall, but I don't know what other option they have. The only thing is that they could actually go Rogue. Like, attack the Shadow Priest, but when you land crowd control, switch to Peekaboo. He's not running the conflict, so maybe even run the Motorcycle and the Drestagath. Go for a big hit on the Rogue over and over every time you land a trap rather than the Shadow Priest. They could change that, but that's about it. It seems pretty tough for them, and they're sticking with the Monk, so they're definitely going to need to drink. Smooth could try Vitality Conduit. I'm worried that he'll just die if he does. It's just drinks. If they're going to play the Monk, they need to drink. Tiger's Peak is okay to do that. I feel like there could have been better picks. It's not awful, but it's not exactly tuned to the sit back and drink strategy either. So we have to wait and see here if they're able to pull off a victory. Otherwise, Golden Guardians look good to make it to Championship Sunday right now.
Yeah, they're up 1-0. It's certainly going to be a difficult task for Turtle, but not impossible. Golden Guardians versus Turtle on Tiger's Peak.
Yeah, here we go. And there's a 1-0 lead for the Golden Guardians. That last game, Turtle, that just didn't seem like they had the damage to push WizK over. Definitely signs of life, though. If Smooth can maintain his mana a little bit longer, I can see them winning. I'm going to definitely check for their gear and see if they have made any aggressive adaptations. I think they kind of need to with how the last game played out, but maybe just with, you know, some tactical decisions, they might be able to generate some more pressure. They're going to be going after Dilly early on with a sap onto Smooth. Golden Guardians looking to open up very aggressive early on.
All right, nice start here so far. WizK isolated, they get Fade. Paralyze Peekaboo, and they isolate the Shadow Priest. It's one of the major objectives. Now they need to get through the dispersion with the next Freezing Trap. They pop Coordinated Assaults without crowd control. Maybe if they max out their damage, they could run Upsurge out of mana. That's an option. They flare Peekaboo here, trying to prevent him from going for any Vanish plays. Not going to find any. Drestigath on Dilly by Peekaboo. Nice job isolating him, bursting him down to half health immediately. Blind on Smooth. He trinkets blind. Every time he does this, Peekaboo is known and notorious for switching to Mistweaver Monks and taking him out. But right now, happy and content with just going after the Hunter, minimizing his Mending Bandage usage. He can't Mending Bandage himself while he's in a stun. Rotting them all down here using Fan of Knives, getting that wound poison on multiple targets and allowing WizK's dots to really sink in. I mean, Smooth is struggling. He pops the Revival to try and recover, removing all those vampiric touches. Cyfoxy jumps in but gets stun locked. Smooth immediately life cocoons him. They've managed to survive through the Vendetta, but this is Psyfiend up on that balcony. Cyfoxy isn't going back to full health because the Psyfiend is reducing the healing by 50%. Dilly finally sniping that off. Freezing Trap lands on Absturge, but they only get Fade so far. They're trying to push for more in the Maim stun. They bash Absturge, but because they didn't chain it together perfectly, he Vitality Conduits WizK, and Vitality Conduit, there's no way WizK is dying through that. And the main problem is that Fade is a 45-second CD. Freezing Trap is roughly about a 30. So you can almost Fade every single Freezing Trap. You just stall it by a few seconds. It's very difficult as the jungle to find an opening. They do knock WizK out of the earthen wall. Nice play. They stun him and they get his Glidier's Medallion with that, but WizK then life grips Absturge to his side, preventing the Freezing Trap for a moment. Cyfoxy is just absolutely getting owned. Is he even going to be able to recover here? That Psyfiend was devastating. Smooth is silenced. They're going to purge off all the Renewing Mists. They're just rotting down. Mana is still even at this point, but when we got into dampening, it seemed like Smooth ran out so much faster than Absturge.
I mean, the problem is just dispelling the Renewing Mist. It's such a huge obstacle to overcome as that Mistweaver Monk. WizK, he's going to be putting up his dots and then just mashing Dispel as often as he can. And without that additional healing, Smooth, he's going to have to cast Enveloping Mist a lot more often. And that's where you run into efficiency problems as the Mistweaver Monk. If you can just hold on, you know, with your statue, with Renewing Mist, with, you know, Thunder Focus Tea when it is available, then all of a sudden you are extremely efficient. But when you start having to use those Enveloping Mists, that's when the mana is emptied really, really fast. And I think that's what's going on here for Smooth.
Let's see if he can keep it going on game 2. They need to show signs of life in the series. Otherwise, Golden Guardians, Shadow Priest, Rogue Shaman's looking good. They'll face Cloud9 if they win this series. Will they be able to best them? Nobody has been able to in the AWC so far. Nice crowd control executed here by Turtle. WizK, Fade, Master Spell. Totally negating that setup. Smooth gets interrupted by Peekaboo. Peekaboo going on a solo mission. WizK will recover with Vitality Conduit. Peekaboo is absolutely smashing right now. Smooth is just owned. Huge pressure. He's playing Conflict, and he just got smashed. There's no way he can't not play Conflict. That was a very quick victory to the Golden Guardians.
That didn't even go to dampening. Wow. That was a very, very quick win for Golden Guardians. Let's talk about that setup there. How were they able to get that kill so quickly, especially before that 5-minute mark, Zico?
Well, they had a beautiful setup there with the kidney, the Garrote. It's mainly Pika and also that dress trinket, you know, the kidney, dressed, isolated target. Then they followed it up with the silence. And Peekaboo actually, when they were out of lockdown, Peekaboo just threw his blind, you know, just to give his teammate one extra global where he can do, you know, a little bit of extra damage. So it was a pretty clean kill in that regard. And this is what the Golden Guardian does to monks. Was Smooth running?
He's Conflict.
Conflict?
Yeah.
He died with Conflict.
All right.
But he's playing double mana region. Right?
Yeah.
He didn't have like a battle master.
Yep.
Yeah, and if you guys are watching from home and you want to see
It'd be
what
good.
these guys are running, just as we're looking at on our site as well, it's awc.gdc.tv, GCD, sorry, .tv if you want to look at the gear that they're looking at. Sorry, Ven, I think I cut you off. What were we going to say?
Nope.
Oh.
I was talking about his trinkets. Yeah.
okay.
All good.
Well, if Turtle, they only have one more loss, and then unfortunately this is this is going to be the end of them for this series. They'll drop down to the lower bracket, so not a huge deal, but obviously that's not a place they want to be in Super Tees. What can they look to maybe change so that they don't get that opportunity like Golden Guardians did in that last game? What do they want to be looking to do moving forward into this next game?
I mean, it seems tough. Smooth wanted to get stunned out of line of sight of the priest. Maybe instead of trying to roll to the balcony, he should have just moved to the other side of the tiger statue. I don't know. He's got Roar of Sacrifice. Maybe that wasn't up. Dilly could Mending Bandage, but Smooth would have to be next to him, and Smooth doesn't really want to be in line of sight of the priest or the shaman. Normally, a Mistweaver is really good into damage over time effects, but this particular comp where WizK has the ability to remove Renewing Mist, and Absterge does as well, and they're bolstered up by the Mortal Strike effect of the Wound Poison on everyone, the Mistweaver's advantage that they normally have is basically removed, and it's actually very difficult to heal through the composition that the Golden Guardians are running. They could just pick a bigger map. I really think if they went to a really big map, set up drinks, do damage, don't die, maybe try and land a couple freezing traps, they could probably run Absterge out of mana, killing the Shadow Priest.
Well, they went with Black Rook Hold, and they're going to be playing that same comp. Sid? Were you?
I'm not... I mean, it's okay for Smooth because he gets good portals, but I think it's still going to be pretty hard to drink on this map. Maybe not. Maybe the double point of line of sight will work for him to be able to drink and reset. It seems like Turtle need to live for a long time. They're not living long enough to be able to find the win.
And is that something to do with the comp, or is it just something that they're doing as a team that's not quite syncing up very well, then?
I'm not sure. I mean, I'm thinking maybe they should even go after Peekaboo a little bit in the matchup. I'm looking at his gear. He's not playing Conflict, although it doesn't really matter against the Jungle Cleave. Conflict doesn't work against, the Feral Druid stuns until next week. But yeah, so Peekaboo, he can kind of afford to play more aggressive in the match, but I think Turtle, maybe they need to mix it up a little bit, have more than one pressure point. It seems like Golden Guardians at this point, they're pretty comfortable in keeping WizK alive. Like, it seems like Absterge, WizK, they're very good at rotating through their defensives, making sure they always have an answer for the next incoming trap, whether that's going to be, Life Grip, that's going to be Fade, Dispersion, a preemptive Earthen Wall Totem, and Turtle, I just think maybe they're being a little bit too scripted in the match, because I think if it keeps playing out like we've seen, slowly but surely, Smooth's defensives are going to get worked through, and it looks like Golden Guardians will come out ahead. So Turtle, I think they need to spice it up a little bit on Black Rook Hold.
And going off of what you said, Ven, it really looks like Golden Guardians is just super comfortable on this comp. And is this just a really good counter to that jungle, or is this just a really strong comp by itself? Like, is this something that we're going to see them play for subsequent games?
I think they've traditionally done exceptionally well into jungle. I mean, Golden Guardians, this is their bread and butter. If they can play RPS, that's what they're going to play, and I don't think we've really seen jungles give them too much problems in the past. Like I said, it just seems like WizK, Absterge, the way they rotate their defensives and their utility, they always have an answer for the trap, and it just doesn't seem like Turtle has enough damage to really push WizK over. That's why I'd like to see a little bit more offensive, gearing choices coming in from Turtle, but maybe they would just outright lose really, really quick, and that's why they're opting for a little bit more defense. But this matchup definitely looking really good for the Golden Guardians.
It's also been a while since jungle has been like in meta really. It feels like, at least. Like it seems stronger now than it has in previous
It feels
seasons.
like, so this might sound BM, but it feels like it's been a while since jungle has been meta in NA, and I don't. I think that might be because of how many paladins there are in North America. Like, it's not even shots fired towards the North American jungles, but I just think the healer choices in North America versus Europe it seems significantly different. And we're even seeing a lot of the teams in Europe now kind of adapt that Holy Paladin and, you know, find great success against the Jungle Cleave. So maybe it's a little bit more difficult just in this region in general.
Yeah, I mean, I think Dilly's like the only team that I've seen in NA, like you're saying, that's really continued to play that jungle. They had Milkman with them last year, but they certainly didn't give up on the Jungle Cleave. But it is Golden Guardians. The first is Turtle. The gates are already open. 2-0 Golden Guardians on match point.
Let's see what they decide to do here. Foxy already stunned up. Dilly disengaging in, protecting him with an interrupt on Vampiric Touch. Master's calling over to Absturge to try and land a freezing trap, but Peekaboo standing on top of him and eats it for Absturge. Nice play by Peekaboo. That's going to deny a setup. And remember when I said they have to land every single freezing trap? That's already one missed. Smooth Trinket's blind. That's very risky considering he just died last game before dampening. He's silenced on his Trinket. Dilly's in trouble. Drestigath at very low health. Smooth barely clutches out a revival. Dilly is still just receiving punishment at the moment. Smooth is struggling. His spam purges, the mortal strikes. Everything is sinking in for the Golden Guardians. Finally, a freezing trap lands. They stun Whiskey. They're going after him. Can they get a dispersion on the push? They're thwarted away by the kidney shot on Dilly. Fox is trying to push for it solo, but can a Feral Druid find it? Ascendance pops from Absturge. They hold on to the dispersion, and they stabilize on both sides. Dilly looks like he wants to maybe disengage away. Waiting to see what Peekaboo wants to do next. Is he going to go after Smooth? There's no Life Cocoon. It could be a good time. They hex Smooth. Foxy ducks over to decurse it. Peekaboo is sprinting in. Drestigath Dilly moves over to Smooth to interrupt him. Dots him up a little bit, softening him up on the silence. Going back on to Dilly. And, I mean, the Golden Guardians are absolutely terrorizing Turtle right now. I'm not sure what they can really do. The Earthen Wall Totem is stalling the freezing trap for a while. Now they're going to have Fade available again, likely for it. They jump over. They bait grounding. Peekaboo steps over to eat another freezing trap. Is Dilly going to land this one? Peekaboo standing right on top of him, making it so annoying. Dilly lands this freezing trap, but they paralyze WizK.
Fade Mass Dispel immediately, and that's what you're talking about. I mean, they're just the experts at delaying these goes, delaying the freezing traps, and now they're getting aggressive. Life Cocoon on Fox. He's Smooth. He uses the Transcendence right away. He might be going for a drink right now. No, he's at the mid pillar. Unfortunately, not able to find that drink. Now actually caught into a fear as WizK rocket jumps over. Where is the damage? So it doesn't look like Golden Guardians. They have a decent amount of momentum on all three members right now, but here's a kidney shot onto Foxy. They're going to be looking for some burst. Is there any crowd control on Smooth? Looks like he should be able to heal through it. A big Drestigath coming in from Peekaboo, forcing out the survival instincts. And there's a ton of pressure. I do like that they're going after Peekaboo. This is what I'm talking about. They need to spice it up a little bit. Keep Absturge guessing. Don't make your goes so predictable. And they get a lot of defensives. I mean, Peekaboo, he's traded out his Trinket. The next crowd control chain could get big cooldowns if Turtle can live that long.
Yeah, if. I mean, look at the health right now. 50% on Smooth, 50% on Foxy. Golden Guardians are really tearing in here on match point. Dilly jumps over. He baits grounding. He lands the trap. They need to stop Mass Dispel. WizK isn't even going for it. Actually breaks out of the main. Big damage here. Finally, some damage from Turtle. They get this dispersion, but Smooth's in a full fear. Dilly and Foxy are getting whittled away. He feigned deaths off the dots, but Smooth is now silenced. Everybody getting crushed under the weight of the Golden Guardians. Aspect of the Turtle. Smooth gets Shadow Step kicked. The relentless crowd control. The endless damage of the Golden Guardians. Turtle struggle to stay alive.
Yeah, this is not looking good for them. Turtle, Dilly gets a Life Cocoon. That will keep him alive, but Smooth, he's just burning through mana once again. However, Absturge has been using a lot of mana as well. If Smooth can go for a drink here, it would be absolutely massive, but doesn't look like he's going to offer that. They want to continue the damage onto WizK with no dispersion. There is an opportunity. They can get the Void Shift. They can get the Spirit Link. That is the major objective. You know, it's not that big of a deal if they do get dispersion, but if they get the Void Shift, the Spirit Link, that's going to be a massive victory there for Turtle. Kidney shot on Foxy. Sap on Smooth.
Oh.
A bit of a disaster. He's got no Trinket. I think this is where the momentum for Golden Guardians might spiral out of control.
All right, he at least manages to survive during the sap. Fiend is down. They need to kill this Fiend. Dilly kills it with the Raptor. Removes that Mortal Strike, that extra 50% healing reduction. WizK's in Void form. He's very threatening at the moment. Smooth gets silenced. Where are they going to go with the next kidney shot? Dilly, Foxy. They're keeping Smooth on his toes. Not even Smooth knows where Peekaboo's going to go. Peekaboo gets stunned up. They switch some damage over to him. Can they blast him down? Vitality Conduit before the trap. WizK grips it and eats it. I mean, they're just totally being shut down. They need to land every freezing trap, but they're disrupted time and time again. Cyfoxy's mind control. He's rotting down at low health. He's punching Dilly with the mind-controlled Cyfoxy. Dilly feigned death off the dots, but Smooth's almost out of mana. He's almost basically out of time. He life cocoons Cyfoxy. Then he gets silenced. They switch back over to Dilly. They bounce into Void Form. Big damage output here from the team of the Golden Guardians. They stun lock Dilly. They go for the smoke bomb. Dilly disengages out. Smooth has to reposition. Whiskey's getting on top of him. If he lands a Psychic Scream, it could be devastating, which he does. Smooth feared off into the corner of the starting area of Blackbrook Hold. This map not going to do any favors for Smooth to try and find a drink. He is right now. Is he going to get a sip? He needs a little bit of mana. He got distracted. He's sitting down. No one's stopping him. He can't afford to. He comes back after getting one tick. But his entire team got devastated while he took the time to get one tick of that drink. Now trying to roll out of range. Whiskey gets silenced. The pressure is still on. I feel like Dilly's been at half health this entire game.
I mean, Dilly's just so low. He has the Exhilaration rotating back up, as well as the Life Cocoon. Hex gets immediately dispelled. Very nicely done there by Cyfoxy. But a kidney shot on Dilly. Do they have the damage? Is there a Drestagath? Psyfiend once again rolling here for Whiskey, making it really difficult for Smooth to land the healing he needs. Life Cocoon lands. Shadow Step kick, though, by Peekaboo. That was nicely done by Smooth. Trading out the Life Cocoon preemptively. Now the Trinket on the blind. Gets caught into a cheap shot. It looks like Golden Guardians are trying to close it out. Silence here on Smooth. Kidney shot onto Cyfoxy. Is the crowd control ever going to end? How is Smooth going to recover? All three members of Golden Guardians are pushing in and trying to close it out. Dilly and Smooth actually positioning far away as possible. Absurge rolling in, looking for a potential hex once again, a wind shear. Smooth is just being denied. He's completely tapped on mana. Golden Guardians are all full health. Kidney shot on Smooth, and it's looking like it's going to be a 3-0. He actually transcendences away, but ultimately it will be the Trinket and the Reaping Flames from Peekaboo that takes him down. Very dominating performance there by the Golden Guardians.
Golden Guardians have 3-0'd Turtles, sending them down to the lower bracket. They'll be facing off against Method Orange. And, I mean, a lot of things we could say about that match, but really, what was the final moment there? Where did it start to turn around for them, Zico, in favor of a win for Golden Guardians?
I feel like from start to finish, they were kind of in a good spot. They were never in a checkmate position, you know. Whiskey, he had his dispersion for the majority of the game. Sometimes he would have to trade it out, but they never really had to use that Trinket, Spirit Link. They never were in a situation where, okay, Whiskey doesn't have Void Shift, Abster doesn't have Trinket. Now we can land a trap and potentially win the game. It just felt like the Golden Guardians were just in the driver's seat the entirety of the match.
Yeah, and it's something no one wants to be 3-0'd, and now they're going to be down in that lower bracket. But before we talk about that, Zico, what clip did you want to play for us from that last game?
I just wanted to highlight, you know, my boy Whiskey doing Whiskey things here. Just a couple of things he's been doing throughout this game. So, Turtle were using their interrupts onto Absturge, trying to interrupt him and land traps. And this is one of those attempts here where they're getting a trap onto Absturge. Whiskey grips Absturge and then eats the trap here. And, you know, every time Whiskey does a play like this where he eats a trap or he grips a trap or he master spells a trap, it's a big thing because the Shadow Priest cooldowns are so short, you know, that dispersion, if you don't have it and you grip one trap, the next time you're in trouble, you're probably going to have it back up. So Whiskey and Absturge always with that clean defensive synergy.
Yeah, very, very clean indeed. Nothing less that you would expect from Golden Guardians. And if we look at the bracket here as well for where Golden Guardians, they're going to be facing off against Cloud9. And then we have those 4 teams left in the lower bracket. And I feel like if you look at that, there's really some strong teams in there, Sid. And I feel like if any of these teams, especially Turtle, wants to make it back up to the grand final potentially, it's going to really be a really tough uphill battle for those guys.
Well, they got Method Orange. Smooth is going to be very important, I think, if they're going to be able to beat Method Orange. I'm curious what Method Orange decide to play into the jungle. Probably just a Demon Hunter Death Knight. Yeah,
would be my bet.
So Mystery River Jungle into Demon Hunter Death Knight. It could be an evenly fought match, I feel like. So this is where Smooth is really going to get to be tested. I feel like Shadow Priest Rogue Shaman is just not... It's not good for jungle. It's not a favorable matchup. Now maybe the targeting could have been changed. They could have a better map to manage mana, but it does seem like Golden Guardians were more than ready for jungle. but Method Orange might not be, as it's been some time since Jungle has been a threat for them. The next series is Space Station Gaming and M2KC. I'm very curious to see what Space Station Gaming play in Game 1 for that.
Do you want to make any predictions, or should we just wait to find out?
Let's leave it a mystery on the next episode
Okay.
of AWC.
Well, we did see Space Station Gaming play earlier today against Cloud9. That was definitely a super intense series, so hopefully they have maybe a better answer against M2KC. It is another elimination round, so the loser of that game, of that series, will be eliminated from the tournament. And then we're going to play our last game of the day, which is Turtle versus Method Orange. Again, that's another elimination round. And like I was just saying, some super strong teams left in the lower brackets. So any of these teams are definitely going to have a very hard uphill battle if they want to make it back up to that grand finals series. And then, of course, like I already said, Cloud9, they're going to be facing off against Golden Guardians. So stick around. We're going to go to a break, and we'll come back to that Space Station Gaming versus M2KC series.
Chaz, there needs to be a little bit more crowd control on Looney, then Method Black will close out this game. Adamaster's gonna fall, Adamaster's gonna fall, bomb drops, kidney shot on Bledso, massive damage, and Method Black does it, big takedown.
Entirety of both teams, honestly. Chun-Li at the preemptive defuse magic, but they're just so far behind. Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done. The Shadows the kidney shot, and Snuts is in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again!
That last series was Golden Guardians, aka The Move, sending Turtle down to the lower bracket with a 3-0 victory. And now we're going to be looking at Space Station Gaming versus M2KC. Sid, you held off on your opinions before the break for this matchup, and now let's hear it.
Okay, Windwalker, Mage Paladin. I don't think M2KC play anything else. Probably the entire tournament. Space Station Gaming. I feel like they'll try actually Windwalker Ellie.
Okay.
After seeing Burn kind of run around in circles, not be able to do anything on Charlotte Phoenix, I feel like they'll try Windwalker Ellie.
All right. Anybody else think they're going to go with that Windwalker Ellie? We did see them play that against Cloud9. Have a little bit of success there. But Zico, was that dependent on the map that they were playing for that composition to work?
Well, yeah, against Mage Lock, it was definitely very map dependent. And M2KC does have a Mage Lock, so they could lock that in on Nagran. But I kind of want to see the Windwalker Ellie too. It looked good, and I want to see more games from that comp.
Yeah, I would like to as well. You know, we did see them sort of find their footing with that composition. And then M2KC earlier today also 3-0'd Charlotte Phoenix. So both of these teams doing pretty well today so far. But I don't know. Do you feel like this is pretty evenly matched, Sid?
Yeah. Oh, well, kind of depends. I feel like M2KC have a pretty good strategy now of just, yeah, we're going to run away. Dampening is going to get really high. We're going to press combustion, and you won't be able to heal it because dampening is really high and you'll die. I feel like that strategy that they're using is going to be pretty difficult to deal with. That's why I don't really want to see Thugonomics on the Destro Warlock. I think the Ellie, getting the guaranteed damage from the Ellie is going to be more necessary for them to be able to win.
As we get past that 5-minute mark into dampening, Elliot, which of these teams do you think is going to be more vulnerable once we get deeper into dampening?
Well, I mean, if we saw Thugonomics on the Destruction Warlock, then I would say that Space Station Gaming is more susceptible to dampening, but this kind of mixes it up. It looks like Space Station Gaming will be locking in the Double Monk Elemental Shaman.
Hey, I was right.
In the blind pick, so kudos to y'all who guessed that correctly. And I think this is going to be definitely an interesting matchup here. Of course, Mexican will be vulnerable to kind of an all-in assault, but the Elemental Shaman is great. I mean, you have the Thunderstorm to deal with Storm, Earth, and Fire. You have Lightning Lasso against the Monk, which is really, really strong. And I think it could be, difficult for M2KC to get a lot of pressure rolling in this match.
Well, we'll soon find out as the gates are opening. It is Game 1 of Space Station Gaming versus M2KC.
Let's see if M2KC decide to do the ring around the rosy strategy, run a marathon here against Space Station Gaming, drag this fight on, and then go for a 1-2 punch with that combustion. Smexen and Chun-Li are actually going after Drake out of range to interrupt the Lightning Lasso. Almost getting a full duration chain there. Brain gets paralyzed on his Divine Favor. Smexen would love to purge that. He actually does manage to purge it. Not really too much consequence, but later in the game it definitely could be if Smexen lands a purge and then a wind shear afterwards. Now they're back onto Ceralium on that mage. It will be a lot more difficult for him to run away. Looks like they're just going after Gorecki, and Gorecki anticipated he would be the target. He's running Conflict and Strife. He takes a lot less damage in that stun. Doesn't even have to use a Life Cocoon. Now Lightning Lasso on Ceralium. Big burst damage here from Space Station Gaming. Smexen getting to shine on that Elemental Shaman today.
Ooh, big damage on Ceralium. And he survived. Ceralium actually, he's playing interesting talent here. Let me check it out. Actually, no, he's not. I thought he was playing the improved movement speed on Scorch, but he's not going to be running that in this matchup, going with the Ring of Frost instead, which makes a lot of sense. But The additional movement speed might have been nice to actually try to escape from Chun-Li. Not going to be what is happening, though. The Smexen seems to be the main target in this match here for M2KC. And it's like you've said, we've seen M2KC go for the big setups onto Gorecki, but I just don't know if they're going to be able to push through that conflict and strife. I think it was an intelligent decision by Space Station Gaming. And now, I mean, Space Station Gaming, they are exceptionally durable. And it really feels like, to me, Space Station Gaming has developed just so much pressure in this matchup. Can they take down Gorecki in the leg sweep and the Hammer of Justice? That is the question. He's got the touch of death, but he is comfortable to hold on and get the life cocoon, not really exchanging anything, but just that minor cooldown, the life cocoon.
Oh, cauterize and sacrifice, not even the 2-minute mark. Space Station Gaming's composition is one that M2KC can't so easily escape. That instant cast Elemental Shaman damage is paying off here. Smexen's definitely carrying for the team. He got 2 points against Cloud9. They're absolutely owning game 1 here. Brain is paralyzed. They're chasing Cerulean down for the block. He gets Ring of Peace away by Drake. Now they swap over to Drake, and the Lightning Lasso. Is he just going to drop? He breaks out. He karmas just in time to stay alive. Brain should recover with the Avenging Wrath, but now he's got to worry about 2 of his teammates going down in the next assault, not just 1. Can be a very stressful situation as a healer. Drake trying to build some pressure on Smexen, but really struggling. And Cerulean, all of his damage is front-loaded into that Memory of Lucid Dreams combustion. Outside of that, he's not really that threatening. He has it available. Curious to see when and where he decides to allocate it, because going after Gorecki has not really worked. They make a mistake. They stack up for a double stun. They're calling in the motorcycles. Vroom, vroom, boom, boom. Big damage between Chun-Li and Smexen, but Cerulean has managed to avoid death once again. Paralyze on Brain. Looks like they're switching over to Gorecki in the leg sweep. They pop off with the combustion. They go for the Hammer of Justice. They don't. Without the Hammer of Justice, I don't really see Gorecki going down, and he survives another stun lock. That was the Memory of Lucid Dreams power play by Cerulean, and not going to find any cooldowns. M2KC, once again, I mean, one of their major goals is to just not die. Drake pre-Fort Bruise this. Does it even matter? Brain had to Divine Shield sacrifice anyway. And now they're just blowing cooldown after cooldown, and I love that Space Station Gaming are so flexible. They're not just tunneling the mage, they're switching to the Windwalker, and they're taxing the cooldowns of M2KC heavily because of it.
Yep, Cerulean, though, we haven't seen him under this much pressure in quite some time. Chun-Li and Smexen really able to push in. It's a lot more difficult for Cerulean to sort of run and line of sight against an Elemental Shaman than it is against a Destruction Warlock. Here it is, caps down onto Brain. Cerulean taking a huge hit of damage once again. Needs to be very careful because of the fact that he has no Cauterize available. That Ice Block is going to be his major lifeline in order to survive. A little bit of damage here on Drake with the Lightning Lasso from Smexen. Gorecki sits down, looking for a drink, and here it is, the big all-in play once again. It has to be a perfect setup if they want to take Gorecki down. Conflict and Strife, that damage reduction is absolutely insane. He has more than enough time to get the life cocoon, and I mean, at this point, I actually don't think it's possible for them to 100-0 Gorecki in a stun lock combo. That was touch of death. If they get slowed down even a little bit, it just doesn't seem possible to me, Sid.
Yeah, they're going to have to... I feel like Chun-Li or Smexen, possibly. Drake gets Lightning Lassoed. They managed to disrupt it. Brain is still stunned. Big Dressigath hit from Chun onto Cerulean. Half his health gone instantaneously. Disrupted on the Polymorph. Ring of Peace away, but then Ring of Peace by Drake. Well done. It's forced actually to switch back to Drake. Stormkeeper fake out by Smexen. But there's no interrupts. Doesn't really need to fake it. Looking for a Hex. Hexing the mage. Cerulean's going to have to sit that. They're going after Drake with the Stormkeeper damage. They don't have any crowd control on Brain, though. I feel like he's going to be okay. Doesn't feel too comfortable, though. Trades a Fort Brew anyway. I'd say that Space Station Gaming are in full command of this game. The cooldowns that they're forcing in the early game before dampening are going to be unrecoverable situations in dampening, which has just started. It's really just going to be a miracle combustion that's going to be able to allow M2KC to stay in it. Paralyze on Brain, huge follow-up onto Cerulean. That was just a 3-second crowd control. They get follow-up. Cerulean is still all alone. Brain has to break out, trade the sacrifice once again. Basically, anytime a cooldown comes up and available for M2KC, they have to pop it as soon as it's available. Oh, but big mistake here by Space Station. They stack up for a triple stun. They're popping off with that big combustion. Smexen purges it off. And that is such a good counter to the build that Cerulean has been running pretty much every game. If Smexen strips off that combustion, it's basically no damage for Cerulean, and he can trinket every time to purge it. This composition is working wonders for Space Station.
Ooh, Drake now getting bursted. There is the touch of karma. Brain in a leg sweep. Great crowd control. Great setup by Space Station Gaming. This composition is looking great. Cerulean almost has his cauterized back up, but Chun-Li is still all over him. Might be able to take him down. Nice ring of peace there by Drake. Denies the mobility of Chun-Li. But Cerulean's just dying to Smexen. Smexen putting out massive pressure in this game. Mana in favor of Gurecki. And Gurecki, I mean, look at him in this match. Every moment he can sit down for a drink and recover his mana, he is doing it, taking a page from Cubsy, just never wanting to be at a disadvantage in terms of mana. Drake now in a Lightning Lasso, in a leg sweep. Do they have the burst to take him down? Blessing and Protection with the lingering Psychic Shell. I think they were afraid of an incoming Drestagath. Maybe a bit of an overreaction there, but I mean, look at this damage on Drake. He has to run away once again.
All right, he's on the run. Brain struggling. Barely getting him back to 50%. Cerulean the target. Fortunately, his defense is now available again, so they'll have to work through Cauterize. I think they might get it pretty soon, though, with the pressure that they've had throughout this fight. Gurecki's sitting healthy with a lot of mana. Conflict and Strife to keep himself alive on a swap. They go after Chun maybe in the Hammer of Justice. Nope, now Drake in trouble. They paralyze Cerulean to stop Counterspell and then go for Lightning Lasso. That could be deadly. Deeper into dampening onto Drake. He's trying to reverse the pressure with the Fist of Fury, hitting 2 targets, but being pushed back as you see that motorcycle called in onto Drake by Chun. Really dedicating a lot of damage to Drake. Earth Shocks as well. Chun Flying Serpent kicking over. Cerulean blinks away from it and polymorphs him out of line of sight. Gurecki repositions, dispels him out. Gets Frost Nova'd. Is able to get out of that as well. Smexen pushing forward. Thunderstorms the Fist of Fury. Drake reconnects. They ring a piece Cerulean into a double leg sweep. Is it going to be a follow-up leg sweep? Second leg sweep. This could be a lot. Sacrifice trades out from Brain. Wants to hold on to that Cauterize as long as possible. His mana is being taxed heavily. He's stuck on the wall right now. Trampoline Cleave. Making its name prove itself right there. His Brain is finally able to bounce off the pillar into a Paralyze, though. Drake lands a double stun. Cerulean sneaks in a Polymorph. A pre-life Cocoon, though. Smexen's going to take no damage. They have to wait. That Polymorph's not going to get any value. They stun Gurecki. They go after Gurecki. Is he going to die with that Conflict and Strife? They purge off Combustion, and all the damage is gone. Space Station Gaming know exactly how M2KC want to win this game, and they've totally removed it as an option. M2KC have to make a change.
Yeah, but the thing is, who do they go after? I mean, Chun-Li right now, he's got no touch of karma. Potentially, they need to focus more on him, but I just don't know if that's going to work out in the long run. Cerulean's still getting blasted here. He has recovered a little bit. He still has his cauterized. Mana is not in favor of M2KC. Drake in a Lightning Lasso once again. Chun-Li putting us a big burst damage. Earthshock leg sweep. Karma is traded out by Drake, but once again, such a close call. Really nice setups here from the team of Space Station Gaming. M2KC, they have been able to hold on, but they need to find an opening. They need to find a target, and it might just be Chun-Li. Blinding Light onto Gurecki. Chun-Li portals away, and it looks like with that distance, he should be completely fine.
All right, keeping the distance here. Gurecki's still in a Ring of Frost. Chun getting onto Cerulean, disrupting the chain. Finally, damage from M2KC. Black Cocoon onto Smexen. They switch over to Chun, but Cerulean is still low on health. No Avenging Wrath for 14 seconds on Brain. He needs to buy time. 11 more seconds. Lingering Psychic Shell and Drake should buy time. Cerulean's in a good position. And they managed to stall. But they could just whittle down his mana as the main win condition, almost edging 30% dampening here between these teams. Paralyzed Lightning Lasso, love that combo. Drake rolls away from the Drestagath, drops the Ring of Peace to protect himself from Chun. Chun wraps around the right side to go after Cerulean, instead blasting him away. He blinks back, Polys Chun instantly dispelled into another Polymorph. Brain has Avenging Wrath, he should be able to stabilize through the pressure here. Touch of Death available, Stormkeeper available. Chun-Li and Smexen keeping those in their back pockets. Drake's trying to pressure him away. Thunderstorms the Fist of Fury. Cerulean blinks on top with the Combustion popped. Gets purged on it by Smexen with the Grounding Totem to protect some follow-up. But here the damage is finally starting to sink in on Smexen, and this is the M2KC strategy. Make it into deep dampening and go for a big power push on a single target and just make it unrecoverable. Despite being on the back foot the whole game, they may be able to win off a big push like that.
I mean, definitely, Cerulean's going to be looking to reset his combustion and make that power play once again. We are 10.5 minutes in the game, 34% dampening, and now a big setup onto Drake, as he does manage to roll out of line of sight. Chun-Li actually going after Cerulean now. Can he get the Cauterize? It would be big. If they can get the Cauterize now, that would be massive for their team, but the Battlemaster trinket might be enough for Cerulean to survive, boosting his health, but the damage just doesn't stop. sacrifice comes in on Brain. I swear, Cerulean has been living at 1% health so many times, able to hold on to that cauterize. It's got to be very frustrating here for Space Station Gaming. But still, I mean, look at this damage. Smexen is just absolutely smoking everyone. There's big damage onto Drake, Cerulean, Space Station Gaming. They're all over the map right now, and Brain is really struggling. Double leg sweep coming in from Drake as they're looking to reverse the pressure. Can they get the Ring of Frost? Unfortunately, no. Chun-Li denies. And now, with the Blessing of Protection from Brain, Cerulean can continue to try to make an offensive push, but he just cannot get a Polymorph onto Gurecki.
All right, Brain, Drake, they're on top of Gurecki as if they want to attack him, but they left Cerulean over here on the right side. Drake rolling over to Smexen. Paralyze on Brain. Big power play here on Cerulean. Will he be able to hold on to the Cauterize? They stack up for a double leg sweep. Brain triggers it, but Cauterize is already triggered. It could be an Ice Block as well. We're deep into Dampening. Big Earth Shocks. Barely getting the Ice Block off. This deep into Dampening. Lightning Lasso on Drake. A big swap. He doesn't have much. Lingering Psychic Shell. I guess that's actually a lot. A 1 minute cooldown. Ice Block's pretty good. They stabilize during that burst. Avenging Wrath, big heals coming out from Brain. Needs to power through in this moment. He needs to get his team back to full health while he has it. Full Hammer, just his big combustion pop off here. Smexen Astral Shifts, he purges off the combustion. But Gurecki is sitting a lot of crowd control. The Blinding Light. They're playing an all-in chain where they effectively run the whole time, and then they dogpile you with an Infinity Chain. The Infinity Chain could be enough to even cut through Life Cocoon despite being on the back foot. Is Smexen going to fall? Gurecki finally out of crowd control. Doesn't have a lot to work with. He actually gets counterspelled by Cerulean, and despite being down, cauterized, and blocked, they could push for the win onto Smexen. He's desperate. He lightning lassos Drake. He tries to reposition. He's buying time for Gurecki to start healing him up. If they manage to survive that, they will have another roughly 40 seconds for combustions. Up again. Motorcycle from downtown connects. He temp shields it, heals it back a bit. Almost 50% dampening between these teams. And I'm not sold that Space Station Gaming are guaranteed this win. If they can set up another good combustion here on the Smexen, he might just fall over. Brain pre-sacrifices the stun. Gurecki's in a paralyze. Both teams in trouble here, deep in Dampening, Ven.
Oh, there's no question about it. Smexen could easily fall. Polymorph on Gurecki. He needs just a moment for Life Cocoon. At the same time, Cerulean could easily fall as well. Brain really struggling here. He's rotting down to the pressure. The Avenging Wrath. Can he find the healing? He needs the healing on Cerulean, but Smexen trying to take him down. Paralyzed. Immediate Divine Shield. Cerulean holds on by a thread with the Dragon's Breath Sheep onto Chun-Li. Gets dispelled. Interrupt now onto Cerulean. They need just a bit more damage. M2KC completely out of mana, but still, M2KC, they are not out of it. They just need one good setup. They get a counterspell on Gurecki, a polymorph onto Gurecki. Smexen could easily fall, but Chun-Li is just continuing the damage, continuing the pressure. Big Fists of Fury. There's no healing left. There's no gas in the tank. And Space Station Gaming, with this double Monk Elemental Shaman, will claim game number 1.
Yeah, Space Station Gaming really kind of had M2KC on the back foot there, using their defensives. Their health was pretty low. We almost saw Cerulean go down quite a few times. And M2KC, they almost turned it around there at the end, Zico, but it looks like it just wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, it was a scary moment there when Gurecki got counterspelled. They had a nice CC chain, and I think both teams just played a pretty good game there. Obviously, Space Station Gaming had to kind of just try to survive by any means necessary, but once they got to Dampening, they got some big setups with that Hammer of Justice into the Blinding Light, and combined that with the Combustion. It was a lot of close calls there on Smexen, but I think Space Station Gaming's strategy was just awesome. Go after the Mage, then when the Mage is behind too far away, Smexen just tap targets Drake, moves around the pillar, and then Lightning Lassos him, and then you have that 2-point pressure that we talk about, and that's what kind of just opened up the game for them.
And yeah, like you just said, to go off of that as well, do you feel like this is something that they can continue to do in the next game here, Ven, or are they going to try on the side of Space Station? Are they going to try and maybe switch it up a little bit? Like, are they feeling a little bit scared since it was almost a loss for them in that game there, or do you think they're going to lock in that same comp and try and repeat what
they're going to lock? Yeah, I think they're going to lock in the same composition. I mean, in that game, from my perspective, watching, it really felt like Space Station Gaming was winning, 95% of the game. Just quick math. But M2KC, of course, there was moments where they got, these big extended crowd control chains, and they were able to get, Trinket, Cocoon from Gurecki. They got Trinket, Astral Shift from Smexen, and it looked like, oh man, they're actually starting to really develop a lead. But outside of that, that big one-shot opportunity late in dampening, it feels like Space Station Gaming, they just have control of the match. They've got more damage, more pressure, just everything is looking better for them. So I would be really surprised if they switch it up on this map.
Yeah, and for those of you watching from home, the format of this, as we're talking in between these games, what's happening behind the scenes is these two teams are picking their maps and the map and their comps. So MTKC, they lost that last game, they locked in Hook Point. Now it's Space Station Gaming. Response is to they then pick their comp, and it looks like they locked in Windwalker Ellie and Gorecki on that Mistweaver. And M2KC has switched it.
What is that?
Sid. Let's talk about that comp that we see here on our screen, Super Tees.
What?
Or anyone. I mean,
Taking a second. I'm taking a second. Sorry, I'm taking a second. I'm looking at the icon and I'm like,
what is that? I haven't seen that in a while.
Wait, this is not surprising to me at all.
Gorecki needs to have a gnome. Does he have a gnome ready?
I mean, the balance druid is something a lot of people in North America have been talking about. I mean, even in Europe, we're seeing, Maro play the balance druid. It's super durable with the amount of versatility you can get. It's really difficult for a Windwalker Monk to sort of push through that defense. And I think M2KC could be onto something. This is something that, these guys run at an extremely high rating. And we'll just have to see if Ceralium's balance druid is kind of up to snuff in this matchup.
And this isn't a spec that we've seen at least this weekend. Zico, talk about the utility that we're going to be seeing coming from that balanced druid and how they're going to be trying to use it to their advantage.
Well, I think the main thing about the balanced druid is that you don't have that, kind of risk of just getting one-shotted like the mage does with that balanced druid. When you get those paralyzed leg sweep goes, you're just going to be in bear form, frenzied region, and he's going to be able to out-heal it. So I'm hoping, once again, I'm asking these players to play Maledict, but we'll see if we get to see that. But yeah, then their offensive goes, they're going to be looking something like either a Mass Entanglement Root Beam, or they're going to just try to Solar Beam one of the casts of Gorecki, and then maybe follow it up with a Bash into a Cyclone. Depends what Ceralium runs. Maro in Europe likes to run Bash over that Root Solar Beam. And I feel like Ceralium should do the same here, just because Gorecki could be on a gnome. So yeah, they're gonna look to extend the game and then get big Star Surge one-shots.
And looking at this comp that we're seeing from M2KC with the Windwalker Balance Druid, how do we see that working into deep dampening once we go into that 50-60% if this game ends up going there?
Well, I feel like if we were on a big map, I would say maybe they won't be doing too good. But on this map, they can just swap around. I think they're going to go on the Moonkin. When the Moonkin is in bear form, they might just Lightning Lasso Drake and go on him a bit. I feel like if Space Station Gaming keeps swapping around, they should have a pretty decent time still on this map.
Sid, what do you think about that? Any comment on how we're going to see these two teams interact with each other once we're into that deep dampening?
I think the only downside is that they don't have a way to remove Renewing Mist. So Counteract Magic is going to be just Renewing Mist is healing maximum the entire game. They will have to win exclusively with Burst, and they could kill Chun. Like, they could do an Incarnation, save all their Astral Power up, and do like a double Star Surge pump, like back in the days when Sam won BlizzCon. They could do a similar playstyle there. They're going to have to win with Burst, I think, because Counteract Magic is going to make the healing so high for Gorecki. And he should play Gnome, so Root Beam isn't an option. Even if he doesn't play Gnome, actually, he can just get Tiger's Lusted. I actually wonder if he doesn't need to play Gnome. He could get more value from every man for himself. And then just have Chun use... The danger you run is that you could Cyclone the Monk, or you stun the Windwalker and prevent him from using Tiger's Lust, so there's a little bit of a drawback you could play around if you want to rely on that. The Gnome is pretty much safe, like you use Escape Artist, move out of the silence, but you lose out on some of the advantages that another race would give, considering they do have Tiger's Lust as an option. I'm excited to see it. This is one comp that is of the top in terms of the ladder performance. Like, we see a lot of Moonkin Ellie Mistweaver, but we haven't seen Moonkin Windwalker Paladin in a tournament yet. This is the first time we get to see it. And it's the other comp that's talked a lot about. It's the one that's having more success on the North American ladder, as opposed to EU. It's just all Boomkin Ellie. So here's where it gets to make its stance. Is it going to work?
And what's the difference for that when you're using an HPAL with that composition, Ben?
I mean, the Holy Paladin with this particular composition, it just provides a little bit more utility, offensive utility, I should say. With the Hammer of Justice, and even if they want to use the Blinding Light, they can do these big offensive goes like we saw in the last game, except you just don't have the vulnerability of the Fire Mage. I mean, normally Fire Mages are really, really tanky, but I kind of alluded to it earlier on in the tournament. If you can purge off Blazing Barrier, you can get rid of Temporal Shield, you can get rid of Blessing of Protection, all of a sudden the Fire Mage is a little bit more flimsy, and you can kind of burst him down and control him a lot more in the match. Another thing is we were seeing, the combustion from Cerulean consistently just purged off. So their major offensive kind of one-shot, Smexen was just always dealing with that with either Grounding Totem and Purge, making it difficult for Cerulean to really have enough damage required to push Space Station Gaming over. And for the Balanced Druid, you're not going to be purging off, his major offensive cooldown. So I just think the comp makes sense. I think Cerulean on the Druid, if he can play Druid the same level as his Mage, I think things are going to be looking good.
And if we look at how the last game went as well, obviously we saw M2KC, they were they were playing pretty defensively throughout that entire game, and then at the last minute there we saw Space Station Gaming sort of on their back foot, and it was a little bit of a back and forth there. Zico, if we had to make a prediction on how the first maybe 5 minutes of this game would go, do we feel like it would maybe go quite the same way as the last game, or what do we think is going to happen here?
I think Drake is going to be the one that takes the most damage, so I think Space Station Gaming are going to go for similar CC setups on the Paladin. They're going to go for the Moonkin, but I think the Moonkin is going to be extremely hard to kill, especially without Maledicts. So we're going to see those, Moonkin main target, Lightning Lasso swaps, and that's when I think Drake could be the one that kind of spikes in health a little bit.
I think, what's funny right now is I kind of see what's going on in the tournament realm, and I think the reason why, there's a bit of a delay getting into the game, Space Station Gaming going to be taking a moment here for Gorecki to set up a gnome. Yeah.
I see him running around. Yeah, he's actually running around talking to vendors. I wonder how much delay time he has to do that.
I mean, hopefully he can set up fast enough, but it does. I mean, that's one of the things. A lot of people think that, balanced druids, specifically in tournaments, have problems, and the reason why is because of gnomes. Like, healers can literally just go gnome, and it's a pretty good counter to root beam. It's a great way to deal with that kind of crowd. What is the cooldown set on solar beam?
A minute.
1 minute.
So it's
exactly
literally
the
just
same.
a direct counter, I would say. So, I mean, that's such a huge part of, a balanced druid's offensive kit. And the fact that you can, go gnome makes it really difficult for the balanced druids to get the crowd control they need.
I actually think it's a mistake. They should just Tiger Slash the root beam and have Gorecki stay human, because I swear what's going to happen is Gorecki's going to get...
He's going to die, yeah.
Yeah, it's hook point. He's a Mistweaver, and he's a gnome. Like, he's dead.
Well, it looks like we have a little bit more time. These teams are ready to go. They're in the gates here. Space Station Gaming versus M2KC. Certainly curious of how this balance druid is going to work out for Cerulean and how Gorecki is going to do on that gnome Mistweaver. It is 1-0 Space Station Gaming versus M2KC.
All right, let's see how this works out for Gorecki. He did prepare a gnome out there, so he's going to be able to get out of the solar beams, but he's not going to be able to run Relentless, which means every Hammer of Justice leg sweep is a really long time to be stunned. Even with Conflict, it might be enough time to just completely KO him. Very curious to see what Cerulean's running, if he's going to go Conflict Major, or if he's going to run Vision of Perfection, because Vision of Perfection is massively more damage as a balanced druid. You're really only bursting during Incarnation. That just randomly grants you Incarnation in the game and will reduce the cooldown of your Incarnation overall. But if he's afraid of dying and stuns, then he's likely running the Conflict, and I'm just waiting for the gear page to update to have a double check on that. This is the first time we see the Windwalker balanced druid in a tournament. It's considered one of the best balanced druid comps in the game, so this is going to be its debut. As they actually stack up, everybody is stun locked. Song of Chi-Ji over on the Brain. Cerulean has to Barkskin. The Song of Chi-Ji didn't land. It looks like Gorecki missed it. Barkskin going to be more than enough. Now they're counter-attacking over on the Smexen. Gorecki, Hammer of Justice into Blinding Light. Cerulean getting over there. Is he going to pop the Incarnation? He's holding on to it. They're trying to bait a Life Cocoon without it, I would imagine. but I don't think they have the pressure to bait it out. Both teams going to get back to full health pretty quickly.
Yeah, both teams will completely stabilize from that opener. We're going to be looking to see if M2KC can make big swaps onto Gorecki as he is playing that Gnome. Interrupt now over onto Smexen. Who are they going to be going after? Chun-Li sitting on Cerulean right now. Drake looking for some damage onto Gorecki as Gorecki gets interrupted. Retreating back to the pillar. Smexen backs him up with a very nice Hex. Chun-Li now caught into a Cyclone. And there's just been, you know, both teams, good control, avoiding the initial offense. They've completely stabilized. But here it is, the Incarnation, Cerulean, looking to get some damage rolling on Smexen. And he's not going to be able to purge that off. Like I said, the Blessing of Protection actually trades out onto Cerulean. I think trying to just avoid the touch of death from Chun-Li. Didn't want to have to deal with that damage, but I'm kind of surprised at how low Cerulean has gotten and how many defensive cooldowns M2KC has already kind of burned through.
All right, let's see if they can keep it up here. Mana not a problem for either side. Thorns activated onto Cerulean. Chun's going to touch a Karma it, redirect the damage. Cerulean cancels his Thorns. Nice play there. Lobbing out a couple Star Surges with that Incarnation onto Smexen. Bursting him down to about half health, but you kind of run out of ammo. That's the problem with Boomkin. You build up that little blue bar, and then you spend it on Star Surge twice, and you're kind of sitting there waiting to reload, and you're not really a threat in between. Cyclone cast here, not able to land it. Song of Chi-Ji clips Brain right as they go for the Lightning Lasso. A little bit devastating there. They paralyze the Lightning Lasso, but the pressure is still on with Drake and Cerulean down at half health. Brain needs to power with this Avenging Wrath. He gets Ring of Peace off on his cast. He's stuck on the wall. He can't cast any spells. Trampoline Cleave strikes again.
Cerulean will get topped off, but I mean, I think right now Chun-Li he's actually not opting to run the Tiger Eye Brew, which is interesting. Going after the Balance Druid, you'd think the Tiger Eye Brew would be a good option to kind of pierce through a lot of that armor. You know, balance the Moonkin form provides for Cerulean, but he's not going to be going with that, and maybe that is, you know, kind of showing where their head's at in terms of targeting. Smexen taking a little bit of damage. Good crowd control onto Gorecki. Lightning Lasso on Drake is Smexen trying to reverse the pressure. But I'm most afraid right now for Smexen. These long crowd control chains onto Gorecki coming in from Brain. That is what we are afraid of, and that's what I was talking about in the pre-show. However, Cerulean getting bursted down. Chun-Li trying to create huge pressure for his team. Cerulean sitting in bear form. Trying to kite through the damage. The double leg sweep coming in from Chun-Li. Very nicely done. Brain forced to use his trinket in that exchange. And ultimately gets interrupted. And Song of Chi-Ji'd as well. Good crowd control. I think Gorecki actually sniped that through the wall. But Cerulean manages to find the Cyclone to sort of slow down Chun-Li a little bit in this match.
All right. Even the little gear page, we have to check the gear. Can't believe a Boomkin's in the arena because it's not updating with Cerulean's balance druid, so I can't double check here. I'd imagine he's running Conflict so that he's getting Thorns. I don't think you really want to pick Thorns into this comp, so you get Thorns from Conflict and Strife. He likely is playing it. I don't think it works on Lightning Lasso currently, so he won't get that benefit. Drake caught in a Lightning Lasso. He pre-Fort Bruise. That reduced a lot of damage. Should save a lot of cooldowns as well. Nice play. Song of Chi-Ji from downtown, that little red cloud. Brain gonna duck over to the side and avoid it. Drestigath pop onto Cerulean. Cerulean is just dying right now. There's not even any crowd control on Brain. Ducking into Bear, trying to get a little bit of bonus healing in there with Brain's Avenging Wrath, managing to stabilize. Crowd control into 2 players. Smexen is isolated. He's trying to line of sight the Boomkin while Gorecki can't heal. Ring of Peace and a double stun by Chun-Li. Nice little bounce there. Definitely has a lot of practice with those trampolines. Drake gets swapped to in the Lightning Lasso. He's going to pop that lingering like Psychic Shell, and then they switch back to Cerulean. It feels like in terms of momentum, Space Station Gaming, it's like a similar matchup to the first game. They're winning probably 95% of the time, but there's going to be that 5% window where Cerulean gets Incarnation up, Gorecki's crowd controlled, we're deep in dampening, and Smexen could fall over if he's not careful. But outside of that little small window, I'm not sold that this comp's going to work for them.
Yeah, like you said, it's looking very similar to the last matchup. Big swap here onto Drake. Do they have burst damage? Is there a Drestigath? Touch of Karma is forced to be traded out once again. I really like Space Station Gaming setting up onto Drake. The Lightning Lasso. Chun-Li rolls over, gets the damage rolling, but here it is. Cerulean looking to get really aggressive. Do they have any crowd control? Brain pushing forward, paralyze on, and now a Hammer of Justice onto Gorecki, but where is the damage? Smexen manages to just shrug it off, knocks away Drake on his Fist of Fury. That's going to severely limit his damage output, and it looks like Space Station Gaming will be able to hold on. We are marching deeper and deeper into dampening, about 4% at this point in the game. Both healers doing well on mana. The thing is, it's going to be very difficult for Gorecki to ever drink in this matchup. So we do see his mana start getting taxed. That's the one great thing about the Moonkin, is you can do a great job actually stopping drinks.
All right, Song of Chi-Ji again, that little cloud. It's like Gorecki's trying to like snipe those from across the map. He's just throwing clouds out, hoping Brain will walk into the clouds, but his head would have to literally be in the clouds, I think, to get hit by that. Chun-Li still just chasing down Cerealium. It's a little bit of a race to see who's more durable, a Boomkin or an Elemental. Drake lightning lassoed around the corner. The other downside is that Cerealium can't really stop lightning lassos. If he wants to use Solar Beam, that won't be available for Gorecki. If he casts Clone, Smexen can line of sight it at the pillar. Brain's in a Paralyze. They're going after Cerealium. But Gorecki walks into a Blinding Light. Cerealium is just getting absolutely smacked. This is insane damage right now onto him. The Hammer of Justice Gorecki. Chun-Li breaks out of the leg sweep, really going for the kill. This is not looking good for Cerealium. He's running for the hills. Frenzy regen back up. Brain repositions. Avenging Wrath is active, but Drake gets swapped to, and these swaps eventually are going to be so threatening. Gorecki tried to roll up for a double stun, and Brain and Cerealium reposition away from each other, so he's going to hold that leg sweep, not commit to it just yet. And Cerealium has been sitting on this Solar Beam for a long time. His only option really is to interrupt Gorecki. I think maybe Song of Chi-Ji. Now, you see the Song of Chi-Ji flying into Brain, he gets a Ring of Peace into it. That's a cute crowd control. I like that crowd control. But even still, with the Chi-Ji, it's not enough. And Chun-Li's going to switch back over to Drake, just constantly back and forth between Cerealium and Drake until they find an opening.
Yep, Drake getting bursted down once again. If he has to trade out the Touch of Karma, it could be a disaster. Chun-Li also under fire, as both these Windwalker monks seem to be the main target for the time being. Smex and Chun-Li going to be taking a little bit of damage as Chun-Li rolls away. Doesn't want to be getting cleaved down too much. Mana still very stable for both these healers. Incarnation for Cerealium looking to build up some damage. Chun-Li just stacking up the Tiger Eye Brew, and it's like you said, the gear add-on isn't working right now, but I do expect that Chun-Li is using that Tiger Eye Brew to really push through the defense, and that's why you're seeing these big moments of bursts on Cerealium, where basically Chun-Li has 100% armor penetration, and he can do massive damage even into the bear form of Cerealium. Wind Shear onto Brain, into a leg sweep. Cerealium could just absolutely get taken down. Lightning Lasso, a trinket from Cerealium to slow that damage down, but man, what a close call some of these attempts are.
I'm not sold on the Balancer, at least not in this matchup. You have no Purge to remove Renewing Mist. Gorecki's maxed out healing. He's a little annoying gnome. He gets out of every route. You can't kill him because he's Conflict and Strife. You can't kill anyone because they're all Conflict and Strife. Like, they have to get to so deep dampening, I feel like. And even when they get there, they're also taking a lot of damage. I don't know if it's going to work out. They're posted up behind the fence line here, waiting and just trying to generate pressure on Smexen, but it seems impossible. Brain paralyzed. Chun gets bashed during the crowd control. Now Gorecki paralyzed. Drake gets lightning lasso. They Solar Beam the lasso. I think they're going to have to start doing that. And that could actually win them the game if they crowd control Gorecki at the same time. That Solar Beam was perfect. Astral Shift trades out, but now Cerealium is getting crunched. He has to Barkskin. Touch of Death is still available for Chun. Stormkeeper, the Sky Fury Totem. Drake is trying to power play on Smexen. He gets intercepted by Gorecki for a moment. Touch of Death not going to find the kill. Brain is paralyzed, but he used Blessing of Protection. It was to remove Chun-Li's Touch of Death, so it does trade 1 for 1, but Touch of Death is going to be more readily available, and Cerealium could easily fall the next time it comes up. Brain is holding strong on his mana. No significant deficit there, although slightly behind.
Slightly behind on mana. Space Station Gaming appear to have the lead. Once again, a Lightning Lasso onto Drake. Big Fist of Fury. Brain forced to get in line of sight, and that was the Diffuse Magic. That was the Thorns. Things aren't looking too bad here for Space Station Gaming. That being said, all it takes is one big offensive push, and this could be it. Hammer of Justice down to Gorecki, but a preemptive Life Cocoon. That's got to be so sad for M2KC. They get the Life Cocoon out of the way, but the crowd control, unfortunately, doesn't really net too much. They didn't overcommit into the Life Cocoon, which I like. Brain managed to hold on to his Blinding Light. He's going to have to wait, though, until Hammer of Justice is back off cooldown for them to chain those two together once again.
All right. Wait for crowd control, and let's see what happens in dampening here between the two teams. Cerealium used his trinket to get out of a stun. Goes for an interrupt on Gorecki, but it was overlapped. Gorecki's looking for a Song of Chi-Ji, gets Ring of Peace into a double stun. Nice shutdown by Drake. Cerealium is desperate. He bark skins. He's trying to get pressure on Smexen with some Star Surges during Incarnation. How much damage can he get out? 3 Star Surges. Smexen down to half. Drake goes for the Drestigat. Drake trying to push Smexen over. Smexen disrespecting the balance druid damage there, trading Astral Shift pretty late on that incarnation, but the trade is still effective now. Smexen will recover. Here he's going to have Flame Shocks on 3 players. His damage is going to start to stick. 35% dampening. Big pressure out from Space Station Gaming. Ceralium could just fall, even with the Avenging Wrath. Brain is pinned at the pillar with that Ring of Peace. Windsheared on his heel. Smexen could fall, though. A Star Surge from the corner. Barely Life Cocoon from Gurecki to recover. M2KCs are showing signs of life here in game number 2. Can they keep it up?
That is the question. Can they do it? Space Station Gaming maybe in a little bit of trouble as well. Gurecki doesn't have a trinket. This is Touch of Death rolling from Drake. Smexen's going to be taking a huge hit of damage, but Space Station Gaming, they want to reverse it onto Ceralium. Song of Chi-Ji forces out the Divine Shield from Brain. Bash onto Gurecki now. The crowd control is really sinking in, but M2KC, they may have ran out of time. Brain struggling to keep his team up. Chun-Li with a nice spear hand strike on Brain. If they have the damage, I mean, Brain could just fall. He's got nothing left, no defensive cooldowns. He's got no Divine Shield. Chun-Li's going to roll over and keep the pressure rolling here. On to Ceralium with that leg sweep, but that will be enough for him to survive. Brain now into a paralyzed, maybe a little bit of damage over on a Drake, but with the Touch of Karma, with the Diffused Magic, I'm thinking that Drake's going to be A-okay.
All right, Drake recovers. Brain's holding strong on his mana. He actually has an advantage there. Perhaps they can overwhelm Space Station Gaming with pressure. Drake gets lightning lassoed around the corner, down below half. Is he going to trade the Karma here? He's trying to hold on to it, play greedy, but Fist of Fury is deadly. He rolls out of the Fist of Fury, trying to stabilize, but has to reluctantly trade the Karma. Ceralium trying to reposition, gets Ring of Peace out into the open for Smexen. They stun up Brain. Brain breaks out. Going for big heals with the remainder of this Holy Avenger. Gurecki's in a paralyzer, pushing Smexen with that Drestigat. Star Surge connects along with it, down at half health. Dampening finally at a point where perhaps Gurecki's healing isn't going to be enough. Ceralium being punched in the face, though. Drake in a lightning lasso. 2-pronged assault by Space Station Gaming. Brain is in crowd control. He bops out. He sacks on 1%. Brain is holding on by a thread. Avenging Wrath just came up. He's going to pop that immediately. Try and get his team back to full. Gurecki gets solar beamed. Big incarnation play. Smexen pops Astral Shift, reduces the damage. Life Cocoon should stabilize him. If they go after Chun, he's going to Karma. There's no bot to remove it. Touch of Death is coming up in 5 seconds. I don't think there's any way Ceralium survives that if Drake doesn't just fall to Smexen. Everybody is dying on M2KC, and all of their cooldowns have pretty much been blown through. Diffuse Magic at 10%. Drake now rolls for cover. Smexen gets the Stormkeeper. Ceralium wraps around the fence. Now he switches back to Drake. Is Drake going to be able to hold strong here? There's really not much left. He rolls back. Chun moves in. Paralyzes Brain. Brain breaks it with the shield. Now they paralyze Chun. They're desperate. They're just trying to stall. They cycle him, but Smexen could KO Drake right around the corner with an Earth Shock if he gets there. Chun cloned 3 times. It's just stall, stall, stall by M2KC, but they just can't get a kill. Drake lightning lassoed. No way to stop it. Huge follow-up. They're going to try and bust through the Karma potentially, but they can't bust through it. Brain bought time for Avenging Wrath. Is he actually going to be able to hold on with the Avenging Wrath? Everybody is dying. It's just a buffet right now for Space Station Gaming. Who is going to fall first? Drake is trying to kill Smexen desperately in defiance, but Gurecki's in the back line just easily healing him through the pressure.
Ooh, Gurecki, beautiful heals, 56% dampening. Chun-Li and Smexen, they cannot believe they weren't able to close it out. Drake is looking like a great target, though. This lightning lasso, big damage coming in from Smexen. If Chun-Li can get there, it looks like they're content on the split strategy, though. Now Ceralium under fire. Brain caught into a leg sweep. This might be the game-winning crowd control that they need. Interrupt onto Gurecki. Ceralium and Drake just are so low. Brain, how are you going to keep your team alive? Chun-Li rolls over, looking to finish off Drake, but Drake with beautiful defensive maneuvers rolls behind the pillar, avoiding Chun-Li. Chun-Li needs to be careful as well with no touch of Karma.
No way.
He is susceptible to the damage. Life Cocoon trades out from Gurecki. Chun-Li moves in. The double stun. Are they going to be able to take down Brain? They get the lightning lasso. When they do, they close it out. What a close game, but Space Station Gaming, they come out ahead. Game number 2. It's back to the drawing board for M2KC.
I mean, those guys put up such a good fight, though, almost getting Chun-Li down, using everything they could to delay at the end there and just trying to stay alive, trying to turn it around on Space Station Gaming. But in the end, Zico, they did fall.
Yeah, I mean, they were prolonging the inevitable, it felt like, the entire game. I would have loved to see a couple of attempts, at least, at Gurecki. It felt like Gurecki was just sitting in the back, kind of free healing. He never really got pressured in any way, he could just, heal through the damage, and if he really had to, throw out his cocoon, and eventually they're able to, just rot everybody down on M2KC, and with that last swap onto Brain, they're able to close it out. So I definitely think we're going to see a Fire Mage come in instead of that Moonkin again.
Yeah, I mean, now that we have seen that game with the Moonkin, do we feel like then that maybe wasn't the right choice for them?
I mean, you can't really blame them for trying,
No, not at all.
but yeah. And I wasn't accusing you
Okay,
of that,
okay.
of course. I'm just saying. Yes. You can't really blame them for trying. We've heard a lot about this composition, the Paladin, Moonkin, Windwalker, but it just seems like I think Sid, he did a good job kind of explaining, how powerful counteract magic is in that setup. It just seemed like Ureki, they had the healing, playing a gnome, just kind of a soft counter to, the Moonkin in general, and it just didn't work out as expected. And it was just another one of those matchups where it felt like there was the potential for M2KC to pull out a victory, but Space Station Gaming was in control for, that 95% of the matchup.
What about the gnome?
I wanna know-
Oh, you go, Zico.
I was just going to say, I want to know, how did Goreki set up his gnome so fast? Does he, how many buttons did he actually bind? I felt like he was setting up for 30 seconds.
Was it one of those moments where he had his spellbook open mid-match, dragging things down?
I think so.
There are some great add-ons for that. There's some add-ons that you can literally import every setting in 2 seconds. It's pretty great.
But does it work on TR, that add-on?
Yeah.
All right, well, first answer to that.
Yeah.
Do we feel like the gnome worked out though? I mean, clearly, obviously they won, but we were kind of debating between that or maybe a human instead. Was the gnome ultimately the right choice for them?
Well, they never even went on him.
Yeah.
So
Don't really know. Don't
yes.
really know, do we?
Yeah, if we saw a bunch of setups and they couldn't kill him, then we would have been like, oh yeah, that's the right move.
Well, we also have the comps locked in from both sides. They're going to be going to Ruins of Lordaeron, M2KC, like you guys were predicting. They have Cerulean back on that Fire Mage. Now that we've had the map choice here, then do we feel like they have maybe a better chance of turning this around?
Well, they actually did two things here. They brought Cerulean back on the Fire Mage, and they also brought in Roasties on the Rogue. So I think it's going to be the debut of Roasties for today. We'll see. Here's the thing. I mean, Space Station Gaming, they've shown that they're not afraid to play Conflict and Strife, and why would they be? They can all play Human, they can all play Orc. Conflict and Strife, it makes it really, really, really difficult. In the past, you could say that the Assassination Rogue, the Fire Mage, this composition in particular, was exceptional at taking down the Elemental Shaman. I still think there's a good shot, but it kind of comes back to, something Zico's been talking about a lot today. I want to see Maledict. I want to see M2KC do big crowd control chains on Goreki, and Maledict smacks in, try to take him down with that trinket, absorb, the Renewing Mist, absorb the Serpent Jade statue heals, absorb any off heals that Smexen has for himself or Chun-Li can provide. And with that, I think they definitely have an opportunity in the match. Even if they don't run Maledict, I think there is a chance, but I think Space Station Gaming, they're probably feeling pretty comfortable in this matchup. I don't think this is a hard counter. They can definitely still win it.
Yeah, I mean, in a lot of the last two games that we saw, really it seemed like Space Station Gaming was just sort of doing everything the right way, obviously, making all the right plays, not really being on the defensive that much, except for maybe Chun-Li at the end in that last game. But yeah, like you said, it doesn't really seem like they're too worried, but we will see what happens in this next game. They are up 2-0, of course. They only need one more win to win this whole series here on Ruins of Lordaeron.
I gotta say, I feel like if you're playing a comp that the win condition is be the healer and take down a hybrid, and you're not playing Maledict,
You're still on that.
you just yeah, because I've seen so many teams do it, Jungles, these teams playing against Moonkin. Space Station Gaming should have ran it last game against the Moonkin as well. I have to call them out because it's.
I think teams really undervalue it in general.
They
think
just don't test it. They have no idea.
People don't like new things.
Well,
you might be bad if you're not used to it. So maybe they don't want to do it if they're not ready or prepared for it. And if they can win without it, then perhaps they don't need it. But
I mean, it's literally just press a button. That's
I don't,
the same trinket
you
as
got to
last
go
season.
1, 2, 3. My Maledict. He dispelled your Maledict.
Listen, there are a
okay?
lot of
do it
people
in
in
crowd
chat
control.
that
You
are
don't even
probably
need to
taking your
coordinate
guys' advice.
All right, here we go. Gorecki into a polymorph early on. Smexon taking a little bit of damage, but he is playing the Dark Iron Dwarf, so he will Fire Blood the initial assault. Gorecki forced to trade out his trinket, but that was the blind, so it's not the biggest deal. That being said, Gorecki did delay his trinket, so there is going to be about a 15-second window where Gorecki has blind, and if they can utilize that 15-second window with a blind to sap and a big all-in push, I could see Smexon falling, so definitely need to look out for that moment in the coming future for Space Station Gaming.
Okay, Rallium still the target. Now, Rogue Mage, you would feel like, is the ultimate counter to Mistweaver, Ellie, Windwalker. I feel like as a Windwalker, as a Mistweaver, as an Ellie, you would dread the sight of Rogue Mage on the other side of your screen. But because of the versatility corruption, giving you so much versatility, and then conflict doubling the value of it, I mean, Smexon just got kidney shot there. His health didn't move. So it might not actually even be a threat for them anymore. I appreciate M2KC trying everything that they've got here. I know that Roasties was talking on Twitter that he wanted to step up for his team. He's going to have a shot here, but it seems very difficult against a triple conflict and strife team.
Just the Rogues right now, they're going to need a little bit of dampening before they can find those win conditions. Usually, we would see, a sheep and a kidney, and that would be enough to generate that kind of pressure. But like you mentioned, that conflict, look at this smoke bomb right here. Smexon going to exit that kidney on 90% HP right there. Going to get a nice live cocoon before Gorecki is put in that CC chain. And now it's going to be Seralium, actually, who's the one in trouble, or Roasties. M2KC needs to be a little careful here. Lightning Lasso coming out from Smexon. You can see he's positioning perfectly to avoid Seralium's counterspell. And there it is. Beautiful paralyzed by Gorecki on the Divine Favor. Roasties has to use his Cloak of Shadows. Maybe his evasion too. Brain gonna trinket there as well. Going for the Holy Light. Smexon looking for the wind cheer here. Not gonna be able to find it. He is in a kidney shot. And now Roasties again getting disarmed. And look at Smexon's HP. 99% when he exits that stun.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly difficult. But the thing is, like, it's like we kind of talked about Turtle earlier on in the day. Roasties, he's actually going to be using the Lingering Psychic Shell as well. So, I mean, there's no on-use trinket. Of course, he's getting bursted down. He could just fall. The Lingering Psychic Shell might just keep him alive here. But I really feel like M2KC, they need to be willing to play aggressive. They need to be willing to gear aggressive. I think that's their win condition in the match. It seems like Space Station Gaming has complete control. I mean, maybe in deep dampening, these defensive plays will end up paying off, and if they can just survive till that point, they win the game. That's their plan. But it just seems like without that extra added bit of offense, that extra added bit of damage, I don't know if they're going to be able to push Smexon over.
All right, let's... Lightning Lasso on Seralium with Paralyze on Brain into Leg Sweep. Good combination. Seralium Temporal Shields, but now that's over. They're trying to crack through the remainder of it, but Chun-Li's Polymorphed unable to do so. Brain has Avenging Wrath available. He's moving on top of Gorecki. Gorecki rolls away from him, trying to avoid that Hammer of Justice. Smexon still just maintaining a ton of damage on Seralium. Bounces back thanks to Brain. Blind onto Gorecki. This is the power play opportunity of M2KC, but they have to bop off the grapple weapon to try and get a sap. But they polymorph anyway, so maybe a bit of a waste on that Blessing of Protection. I don't blame them. They do have to go all out during that blind if they want to try and find a kill. But they just sat a full blind, triple sap, Garrote. They're not even going to get a Life Cocoon or an Astral Shift. I really don't know if this comp's going to work for M2KC.
Rogue Mage not looking too hot right now, but I think later on in dampening, if they get those big chains, that's when they're going to be able to secure some kills. Until then, the main thing I think for M2KC is try not waste too much mana, try to hold on to as many cooldowns as you can. Roasties right now has everything available, and Seralium does as well, so it's not too bad. Now Hammer of Justice here onto Gorecki, and let's see, can they find the follow-up? Doesn't look like Seralium's going to be able to land it just now, and once again everyone on Space Station Gaming is going to be full HP. Seralium actually unfortunately broke out of that paralyze right there and was able to land that counterspell onto Smexon's Lightning Lasso, but he did blink into a double leg sweep, so still good pressure here from Space Station Gaming. They need to just create as much pressure as possible, tax Brain's mana as possible, do these big swaps with Lightning Lasso and leg sweep Earth Shocks, and try to force out a Cauterize or a Trinket or something early on. Step kick onto Gorecki, sheep onto Chan. This is a big setup here. Taking a Hammer of Justice out of it. No, unfortunately there was a 1 second gap, and that Life Cocoon should keep Smexon safe for now.
Yeah, Roasty's taking a little bit of damage. We are now step foot into dampening, about 3% at this point. Who are they going to go after? Once again, Brain a little bit behind on mana in this matchup. Lingering Psychic Shell trades out from Roasties. There was no crowd control, though. I don't know if that was necessarily the most worth use for that trinket, but it's not the longest cooldown, so should rotate back up, and he's got a lot of defensive cooldowns he can rotate through. Here it is, big kidney shot on Smexen. Hammer of Justice onto Gorecki, but Smexen easily shrugs that off in that situation, and it just, without an incredible amount of damage, it just doesn't feel like Smexen is even feeling these stuns coming in from M2KC.
Yeah, the counteract magic is really good against Fire Mage too, with the Ignite rolling the whole game. Swap over to Roasties. He's going to Trinket and Cloak of Shadows just like that. Trinket and Cloak of Shadows. This is the blind. I feel like this, if there's a time that M2KC are going to win the game, it's during the blind. But they don't get the sap. They try and get the poly. Ceruleum needs to get the poly. They land the polymorph. They're popping off, but Gorecki Trinkets and Life Cocoons. Bit of an overlap with the Astral Shift. Not a big deal, as they'll both line up with the blind pretty much every time. And if they can only win with blind and they equally trade every time, how do you win? There's no option really there. And you can't really swap to Gorecki when he Trinkets blind when he's running Conflict. It just seems like Space Station Gaming have a bulletproof comp and strat for the team of M2KC. Roasty's Lightning Lassoed. Not going to take too much damage. His Brain is in position with Avenging Wrath to heal him back up. They drop the Smoke Bomb. This is also another time in the game where you expect it to be pretty scary, but his health is just not moving. Gorecki even got interrupted by Roasties, and Smexen's back to full almost immediately. Hammer of Justice Polymorph. Ring of Frost. Everyone's in crowd control. They've isolated the Elemental Shaman. They go for that Breath of Dying. Big push on the Smexen, but he Lightning Lassos around the corner, avoids being interrupted. Stuns the Rogue in place with Fist of Fury, waiting for Gorecki to get out of crowd control. They finally stuck some damage, but Gorecki's got that Zen Focus T. He can't be interrupted. Smexen's back up to full, and Brain's mana is starting to wither away.
Yeah, it's not looking too good, but they should have enough mana to get at least a couple of more attempts in dampening. And I think, as you guys can start to notice here, Smexen is taking a decent amount of damage now during these setups. If they can get another one, it's going to be tough, but they could potentially take Smexen down. He's in a kidney right now. Brain actually in a paralyzed Ceruleum taking big damage here. Brain might need to go for that Divine Favor. Holy Light doesn't have it. He's going to go for a regular Holy Light. Gets knocked into Smexen right there. If Smexen can find an Earth Shock or a Wind Shear on one of these heals, they could force big cooldowns. There's the Cauterize. There's the Sacrifice as well. And that's a big win here for Space Station Gaming. Roasties looking for a restuff. Not going to be able to find it. Wants to use that Kidney Shot. Brain as well. Actually trying to get that Hammer of Justice. Gorecki though in a blind, and he has no trinket for a couple of seconds. Nice grapple weapon onto Roasty. He's going to trinket and get that sap, and now Gorecki is going to have to trinket Life Cocoon immediately. And now the pressure is starting to happen during these setups. Ceruleum going for a DR Ring of Frost, not going to be able to find it, and now Ceruleum is going to be the one on the back foot. That Life Cocoon just topping up Smexen. Kidney Shot, no CC to follow it up. Ooh, beautiful blink counterspell though. But once again, Smexen not taking too much damage. And I gotta just call out as well, Chun-Li just taking a moment to step into that Meteor, halving its damage. Beautiful defense.
Yeah, half damage from Versatility Stun, half damage from Chun-Li moving over. Very nicely done, soaking up a lot of that damage. And Ceruleum, he has no Cauterize. He's very susceptible to a big burst window. But it's like Sid kind of alluded to, if Gorecki can just trade his trinket for blind every time, that seems to be the only moment they can get any pressure on Smexen whatsoever. In the meantime, Chun-Li just solo out forcing the ice block from Ceruleum. Smexen was not even in line of sight, but Chun-Li managed to force out that major defensive cooldown. And now, I mean, look, there's really nothing left for Ceruleum. There's no Cauterize, there's no ice block. Roasties is just dying. Are they going to be able to take him down? Brain just struggling to keep his team alive at this point of the game. Cloak of Shadows has now been used, and M2KC, they need to find some counter pressure fast, because it just seems like Space Station Gaming might be walking away with this one.
I'm trying to think if there's ever been a time in WoW's history where someone would have to feel bad for Rogue Mage. It's just, like right now, I don't. They have no chance. It seems like, even with blind sap, Gorecki just breaks that chain. There's no swap opportunities. It seems like they can't even get consistent pressure. They're gonna go for it. They've locked down the entire team. Everybody can't do anything. Smexen is at full health. What are you gonna do?
He thunderstormed the poly right there, which is the only ability you can. And there's an alley shaman, and it was enough to break the chain. Gorecki in a blind. Let's see if they can shut down the sap. They do land the sap. Let's see. Gorecki, I think, wants to hold on to his trinket here. A lightning lasso going to come out from Smexin. Terralium actually in big trouble here. Gorecki's just sitting through 30 seconds of CC here, no problem whatsoever. And he's going to port out there, just use his life cocoon at 34% dampening. That's still going to be enough to top off Smexin. Double leg sweep. Terralium has no defense here. Brain does have his trinket and his sacrifice, but that is about the last lines of defense on the side of M2KC, and they might need to activate something here. Chun-Li smells blood in the water, or in the green goo, maybe I should say. Let's see. Terralium might need to get that sacrifice. Brain has his wings, and a big holy light right there is gonna be enough to top Terralium off. What? His divine favor cooldown is back up. He's running Ineffable Truth for sure.
I think he is, yeah. You can see the cooldowns kind of moving up and down. Divine Favor's off cooldown once again, but is that going to be enough? Sacrifice trade, Terralium will live. Here it is, triple crowd control once again. Can they take down Smexin? 40% dampening. Where is the damage? Gorecki, of course, has his trinket, but he's not even going to have to use it. Smexin health, it just isn't moving. They don't have the damage. Gorecki has life cocoon, he has fortifying brew if he needs to even bolster that. Shadow step kick from Roasties, nice setup here. Gorecki sits the polymorph, gets kicked, but Smexin able to just shrug it off once again, even at 41% dampening. But M2KC, they are not giving up. They're going to continue this chase. They're going to continue pushing to try to take Smexin down. Paralyzed on Brain. He uses the Divine Shield. This is the touch of death on Terralium. This could just be lights out if he's not topped off. Chun-Li has a lot of damage available at his disposal. Smexin moving forward too confidently, and they might be able to just absolutely crush Terralium, and they do. And I mean, Space Station Gaming, they figured out this composition. It's looking really, really nice for them, but M2KC, I mean, the Rogue Mage Paladin, I definitely don't think it's an answer into this at this point.
I like the part where Sid said, I don't think I've ever felt bad for a Rogue Mage composition. But
Rogue Mage, rest in peace. Like 2004 to 2020, 06, 07.
But yeah, well played by Space Station Gaming. Unfortunately, guys, that is an elimination match. So M2KC, that's the last we'll be seeing them from for this tournament. So unfortunately, they're out of the tournament. But Space Station Gaming, they're going to be moving forward in the bracket. And I don't know. I don't really know what you could say about that, Zico. Like, what could they really have done there?
Not stunned the target they were attacking.
I mean,
listen, if you guys don't even have a solution for this one,
that's what they
I
could
don't
have done.
know
They could have
where
played
we go from here.
Maledict.
Maledict.
They should have played Maledict, 100%. That's why they lost. Spite Maledict. That's what they all should have ran. 6 PvP trinkets.
You think? Do you agree, Ben? Do I even have to ask?
Spite. I don't think they should have played Spite. I think there's an issue with Spite right now. Spite's on.
Spite's
on the back burner for a few days until it gets changed. But yeah, the Maledict I think could have helped. Maledict definitely a solid option. I don't know, maybe little tweaks with their gearing and stuff like that, but I mean, you could see it in the game. You could really feel it. They were getting good crowd control, but Smexin's health wasn't moving. Like, versatility, conflict, and strife, it is really strong. Like, there's no question about it, and it's one of the reasons why, I mean, if we're going to see a rogue, we need to see a rogue, you know, be willing to play really, really aggressive with his trinket options. His whole team has to kind of play around it, because I just don't know how you push through that kind of defense that we saw from Space Station Gaming.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think they're playing really well today. Definitely Space Station Gaming. They had a bit of a difficult series up against Cloud9. They did take a couple games off of them, and now they've 3-0'd MTKC. And now we're going to be moving on to Turtle versus Method Orange, the last series of the day. We saw Turtle get 3-0'd by Golden Guardians earlier, and Method Orange sent Thirst for Burst out of the tournament earlier today as well. Do we want to say anything about this series before we go into the break, Sid?
Good luck, have fun, Turtle. I think it's going to be tough, but Smooth gets a second chance, and I'm hoping he can really put up a fight here for Method Orange.
Yeah, I am hoping as well. So we're going to go to a quick break, and then we're going to come to that series. It's Turtle versus Method Orange, and we will be right back.
use Ice Block. Can they push for it? Ironbark, when he gets caught on a polymorph, the Ironbark may not matter. 10 seconds away, 8 seconds away for it. Can they gun down for the kill? Cloud Ride's about to trigger. 4 seconds, 3 seconds away, 2 seconds, 1 second.
Oh my goodness! Oh my god! My heart is still racing from that ice block.
To be careful, they need to keep the heals going for just a little bit longer. Looney has his trinket available, but that means blind is also available. I'd love to see him just trinkets. He needs to keep his DK in the fight. DR blind, Waz is pushing for the kill. Does he have enough vanish? Growth, do they have the polymorph? It doesn't look like it just yet. Even the Vivify is coming in, but it will not be enough. Method Black go through to the grand final.
Welcome back, everyone. We just saw Space Station Gaming 3-0 M2KC, and they are knocked out of the tournament. Now we are moving on to Turtle versus Method Orange. We also had some earlier elimination rounds this morning. We had Charlotte Phoenix go home, Thirst for Burst go home. Well, not go home, but knocked out of the tournament, of course. And if we look at the bracket today, the games that we've seen so far, and then the ones that we're setting up for tomorrow as well, Zico, how are you feeling of how this bracket is shaping up?
I think it's kind of what we expected to see for the most part. Golden Guardians, though, in a top 3 position, this is amazing for them because they really needed those points. I think if they, have a deep run like this, and then they have just one more top 8 placing, they should be pretty confident that they will be qualifying for the circuit. Obviously, Cloud9, we're expecting them to dominate this region at this point, and then having Method Orange in, I feel like Space Station Gaming, this is pretty accurate, I would say, of what I would rank as the top 14.
Yeah, also, and if you take the top four teams from Europe as well, Supatees, I feel like there's a lot of really, really strong contenders here. Like, everybody, it seems like it's really, really shaping up nicely, even the ones that are sort of newly formed this year.
I mean, Enlight leveled up definitely, but after those Gushing Moons changes, it seems like Rogue Comps, Jungle is not really having a good time. Wildcard and Method both have those Paladin answers, the Turbo, which we've seen a lot of in EU, but I don't even know if we're going to see an Enhancement Shaman ever in NA. Who would even play it? Smexican? Enhanced Windwalker? Enhanced Destro? You're never going to see him play Enhance. I feel like Enhance in NA is just...
There aren't really any,
faded.
are there? There's a lot in Europe, not too many in NA that I can recall.
Vanguards used to be the Enhance.
Yeah, Vanguard.
And
then... But yeah, so this last match of the day, Turtle versus Method Orange. How are we feeling about this? We even expected Method Orange to be in the bottom bracket or the lower bracket here for this tournament.
I mean, if you go back and you look at the entire bracket, the reason why they're in the lower bracket is because they lost to Cloud9. They just always lose to Cloud9. I mean, hopefully this week, on Sunday, if they make it there, they figure it out. They figure out some sort of answer. Maybe they can just clean up the Warrior Mage Mistweaver. But yeah, I mean, it's just history repeating itself at this point. Method Orange struggles with Cloud9. Cloud9 send him to the lower bracket. Method Orange is going to have to fight through this lower bracket if they want to have a chance for a rematch against Cloud9. But it's not going to be easy. Turtle definitely, a great opponent. The Mistweaver jungle, very popular in Europe, and obviously Turtle has been doing an exceptionally good job with it this week as well. But I think for Method Orange, if they can kind of just play the compositions that they know best, which is that Demon Hunter Death Knight, kind of their bread and butter pick when they can play that. I think it's their most practiced composition and most well polished. I think it's going to be a good answer for what Turtle's bringing.
Have we even seen a Demon Hunter this weekend? Why haven't we seen that being played? I guess really Method Orange maybe is the only one with a super solid comp.
They're not even running it.
Yeah, they're not even running it. We're going to see. Ooh.
Well, the game's about to start here. We have Turtle versus Method Orange on game number 1. This is the last series of the day. Loser of this series knocked out of the tournament.
Method Black tried this too. Frosty K. I feel like if Dilly and Cyfox are on point, moving around when Smooth gets stunned, that might not work. I guess Windwalker is actually the big change, so having leg sweep to hit 3 targets to keep them next to Mez during the burst is very important. But I also think Trill is a lot easier to kill than the warrior that we saw Waz playing in Europe. I'm interested to see how this plays out. They brought a Paladin melee cleave, which has been what's had success, versus the Mistweaver jungles, or just jungle in general, but we haven't seen this particular variant.
Yeah, I think the Paladin is just going to be a super nice answer to jungle. We've been, kind of talking about it. You have a Mistweaver, the jungle gets an extra juicy target to go after, so having Sea-Doo on that Paladin, I think is going to be nice. Windwalker DK. I feel like Method Orange have a pretty decent draft here. I think they're, I don't know, maybe having Sam on a Demon Hunter actually wouldn't be that bad because they can go for, Ana Rift strategy, but for now, I think it could work out.
Yeah, let's see who they do decide to go after. I think Cyfoxy will likely be the target of choice. Trill's running the Tiger Eye Brew, and the only one he's really going to get good value from on that is going to be Cyfoxy. So looking for those big setups with the Frost Death Knight. Here it is, a double Blinding Sleet, double leg sweep, big burst damage on Cyfoxy and Dilly. What is Smooth going to do? He gets the Life Cocoon on Cyfoxy, but Dilly could just die as well. It is so much damage from Method Orange in the opener, but Turtle manages to hold on.
Interesting. So Trill running the guidance device. He gets stunned up though, could be in trouble. The pressure in this game is quite high. I wanted to look at their builds, but now I'm afraid to look away. Dilly struggling to recover, even with Smooth out of crowd control and no chill streak. Finally, the team's pulling themselves back into the fight. Mez is running a trinket I've never seen anyone play. Is he playing full mastery? He is! He's going full mastery Frost Death Knight. He expected the Windwalker to be the target. He's running a mastery trinket that gives him 4,000 strength, basically every second chill streak. Very interesting build. I was wondering if after the versatility nerf, if we'd see some specs opting to go for stacking a different stat like the mastery, and this could be a good example of it. I'm very curious to see how Mez makes this work. Sea-Doo is still running Ineffable Truth. Trill likely running the versatile navigation, which he is. Double leg sweep, big chill streak combo, and it's going to be doing a lot of damage with the levels of mastery that Mez has built his character on, but the main problem is that chill streak is the same cooldown as Life Cocoon, so Mez hurts someone, hits them really hard, and then Smooth's like, yeah, I'm chilling, Life Cocoon. And then we go back to the middle ground, where there's not too much happening in between the chill streaks. And I actually think it's Trill that's going to be in trouble. The Cyclone on Sea-Doo into a full freezing trap, that could be devastating. The Cyclone Trill at low health on the Karma. Turtle are showing promise here in game 1.
They couldn't go through the Karma just yet though, Trill. Parrying some of those attacks, but there it is! Big damage here. Sea-Doo gonna respond with the sacrifice. Definitely the right call right there. Sea-Doo's gonna have his wings up in a couple of seconds. If he can keep himself alive, there's the Holy Light with the Divine Favor. And now he is gonna have those Holy Paladin wings. Might not even need to use them right now. So they should be okay on the side of Method Orange, and there it is. Sea-Doo gonna activate those wings, make sure his team is nice and healthy. I think that Blinding Sleep Shield Streak combo should be available soon. You see Maz is looking to group them up here, maybe get a grip here onto Cyfoxy. Let's see, right now Mez caught up in a root. Cyfoxy very well aware that Trill wants to leg sweep them, and nice pre-bear form right there, Touch of Death coming out. Now Sea-Doo looking for the Hammer of Justice, but Smooth gonna immediately use that Life Cocoon. If Sea-Doo can get some CC here though, they could take down Dilly maybe, and he gets a Hammer of Justice. Is he playing blind or repentance? Doesn't look like it, but they do have the paralyze, and Dilly is gonna have to use that aspect of the turtle, and that is exactly what Method Orange needs to be doing. Trill though in a lot of trouble getting that Blessing of Protection right there, and Sea-Doo should be able to stabilize him for now, but Dilly's looking for the trap. The Trill is not out of the woods yet. 10 seconds left on that Touch of Karma. Fist of Fury is going to allow Sea-Doo to get a little extra time to top him off, and I think this is exactly what Method Orange needs to do. Just stack them both up, grip them, and Ring of Peace them, bounce the Chill Streak, have Sea-Doo try to cross the map, cocoon, go on the guy who didn't get the cocoon in that Hammer of Justice, and that's how they can win.
What is the base cooldown of Hammer of Justice? Is it a minute? Without
Yep.
Fist of Justice? I almost wish that Sea-Doo was playing Repentance so he could just extend his own crowd control. If he just used the Hammer of Justice into Repentance every single time they did a grip blind, that seems like the best possible situation for Method Orange, but not going to be opting to go with that Repentance, although I could see that really, bolstering and improving these setups that they're doing in this match, make it a lot more difficult for Smooth, and he'd have to make a much more difficult decision, especially because he is playing Relentless.
Well, he has paralyzed though, so maybe even blind. They can do like a Hammer of Justice, paralyzed blind.
curious to see what they do when Dilly decides to just run. Like right now, Dilly is just avoiding the Death Knight. And he can just keep max ranging if he wants to, and Foxy can move away. This is the best counter to a Frost Death Knight. Just don't stand next to each other. And then the Death Knight's kind of like, oh, I need a Death Grip and Blinding Sleet. It can be really more annoying to set up. Foxy's just attacking Sea-Doo. They're waiting until they have a good answer to this next burst window because it could be massive. That Breath of Cinder Ghost along with the guidance device. Looks like they want to try and go after Smooth and force Turtle to do something. They get the full Hammer of Justice, but no one's standing next to him. They go for the Breath of Cinder Ghost anyway. Are they going to commit the guidance device on this push? They're trying to bait the Cocoon maybe, but not finding it just yet. Sea-Doo's in a freezing trap. Trill is stunned up. He pre-Fort Brews. Nice Fort Brew by Trill. Sea-Doo is still stunned though. Foxy is now suddenly low. He jumps away from the fight. They're chasing him. He line of sights. He's caught in a Hammer of Justice. Smooth moves forward, gets the Life Cocoon, stabilizes him. Now he doesn't have Life Cocoon for himself, and Method Orange are going after Smooth. He double stuns them. They manage to both break out. He tries to roll to safety, but that Heartstop Delirium will make it difficult for Smooth to move away from the fight. Big guidance device. He ports back around the corner. Trill gets cloned on his Flying Serpent kick. Mesa chasing him down, but Smooth does recover. Close call for Turtle.
Yeah, that Life Cocoon, or that Cyclone right there by Foxy is the only reason why Smooth is still alive, but Smooth actually having to use his human ratio right there. Trill in a trap. They're going after Sea-Doo right now, but Sea-Doo going to be completely fine with that Divine Protection. He does get restunned, though. Could be in a little bit of trouble. No, that Divine Favor is going to come out, and now he's looking for that Hammer of Justice here, looking to secure it onto Smooth, maybe waiting for that stun DR. I think there could be a couple of seconds left. Should be ready now. Smooth knows it. He's trying to pre-use something there before, but he doesn't have that Life Cocoon. Does not take too much damage there, and there is the Way of the Crane actually getting activated here for Smooth, and he's just going to use that to not get Chains of Ice so he can reposition. I do like that choice, but now Grip, Blinding Sleet, Trill actually turning his character away right there to not break it with his fist, but unfortunately he did break that setup up, and now again it's going to be Turtle on the aggressor.
Yeah, Turtle has an opportunity here without that big setup available for Method Orange, where they could try to push through and get something rolling. 12% dampening. Sea-Doo starting to struggle a bit as they're making a huge effort on him. He's caught into a rake stun. Do they have the damage to just outright take him down? It could be the Divine Shield. No, Sea-Doo finds the heals and tops off. And it looks like Foxy will stop the chase. He's going to throw Sea-Doo into a Cyclone and now go after Trill, but they're caught into a double stun. Big setup. Huge setup. And it is going to force out the Life Cocoon from Smooth. Dilly will ultimately survive, and Foxy really doesn't have to use any defensives. Once again, Smooth showing how strong Mistweaver Monks are.
Oh, Sea-Doo getting swapped to again. Turtle really mixing it up here in Game 1 against Method Orange. Sea-Doo managing to stay in the fight with his Avenging Wrath, but stunned up. Is he going to use his Gyre's Medallion here? He's sitting through it. Trill, Fist of Fury, pushing Foxy away. He can't stay on target. Sea-Doo recovers. Mana even between the teams now at 17% dampening. I didn't think Jungle and Windwalker DK would be a comp matchup that goes deep into dampening, but it even seems like the most aggressive composition struggle to close these fights out. Foxy popping Survival Instincts at half health. Sea-Doo in a freezing trap. Where's Dilly going to go? He's trying to chase down Trill. Foxy jumps into the fight, but Fort Brew should be enough for Trill to survive. Smooth paralyzes Mez. Gets Mind Frozen. Not a big deal right now. It's only Mez. Sea-Doo getting double stun locked as they swap back to Sea-Doo out of the freezing trap. They've got pressure in two places right now. I love this two-pronged assault. They could even go after Mez. He's grapple weapon. He's starting to rot down. Sea-Doo struggling. He needs that Ineffable Truth to do some work on his Avenging Wrath. 26 seconds. Well, it just did some work. It jumped from a 26-second cooldown to a 5-second cooldown. He's caught in a freezing trap. Breaks out of it. Avenging Wrath, he needs to pop that likely as soon as possible. Will he be just opting to go for it? Doesn't actually. Still at half mana. Smooth looks like he managed to find a drink. He's got a massive lead, and Turtle put themselves in a good position.
Look at Sea-Doo's trinket. He literally just used it, and Ineffable Truth shaved off like a 25-second cooldown on that. Trill actually going to trinket right there and go for a counter go. Leg sweep comes out. Smooth actually in a lot of trouble, gets Hammer of Justice, but Trill was in a Cyclone throughout that entire assault right there. Once again, Foxy really saving his team with these Cyclones. Now looking to revert the pressure onto Sea-Doo. Nice game plan here. Sea-Doo though does have his wings active. Should be fine for now. Vitality Conduit comes out. Divine Protection comes out, and all of his cooldowns are just rotating back back up because of that Ineffable Truth. He actually gets cloned on the buff, and I'm pretty sure that, getting cloned on Ineffable Truth buff actually pauses the effect of it. That's interesting to see right there. Seedoo now looking for a Hammer of Justice onto Smooth. Nice Ring of Peace. Still looking for it. Does find it. Now caught up in a bash. So could be in big trouble here if they can connect. I think that's a Gladiator Safeguard proccing on Seedoo. He gets restun, and that is going to be the Divine Shield here. So Turtle showing signs of life here at 29% dampening, Ben.
Yep, Seedoo forced to use the Divine Shield. Great offensive push there by Turtle, keeping Seedoo on the back foot, and maybe they can continue that push and actually really punish Seedoo in this matchup on that Paladin. Another setup here. Do they have the damage? Massive damage, actually, this time. Smooth trades with the Life Cocoon. Foxy is going to be using the Survival Instincts, and that will be enough to keep him alive. Great offensive push there by Method Orange, but still, there is an opportunity for Turtle to strike back in the match. Pre-sacrifice there by Seedoo, realizing Trill could be in a little bit of trouble, but actually Trill might just close it out onto Smooth. Paralyzed, he's trying to give Mez just a moment to get in line of sight, but it looks like Smooth should be able to escape. He gets behind the pillar still. Trill all over him. Can he fake out the interrupt? Trill has the Spear Hand strike. He manages to get the paralyzed, but at the same time, Dilly and Foxy are just outright dead. Method Orange are smothering Smooth at this point of the game. He's caught into a Hammer of Justice. He needs a moment. Can he get away? He has a Transcendency. Portals behind the pillar, 5%, and he manages to hold on, but Trill in hot pursuit takes him down. Turtle, I mean, there's definitely a lot of signs of life for them in that game. That was really well fought, and a close call for both teams.
Yeah, it certainly was. Method Orange and Turtle both going back and forth there just a little bit, but you know, in the end, Turtle did fall, and they were kind of all dropping down in health there, and Method Orange got that game 1 win, Zico.
Yeah, it felt like in the early stages of the game, there wasn't too much, you know, you would have that big, you know, hit every 1 minute or so, but it would just get negated by the Life Cocoon. But I think a little bit later on in the match, they started finding those Hammer of Justices, and that started generating a lot of pressure on Dilly and Foxy, and they could capitalize on whoever didn't get that Cocoon. Then afterwards, they also were able to get some setups on top of Smooth, and I think that's when you're really going to see Method Orange just run away with the game. If they can get a Chill Streak to bounce on the healer and one more target, even if the healer survives and he ports away, you saw Dilly was basically dead, Foxy was basically dead, and if they can get that, that's a really big thing for me.
Yeah, and obviously nobody wants to go home in this series. This is an elimination round, Ven, and if you're Turtle, this is their map choice. What do you think their next move is here?
What is the move for them? I think they need a map. I would honestly not be surprised if they decided to go to like Ashamane's Fall. Something where Smooth has the opportunity to use his Transcendence and his Chi Torpedoes to create a lot of space and a lot of distance very, very quickly. I mean, that would definitely be my guess, and it looks like that is what they're going to pick, the Ashamane's Fall.
They picked that
and
in 5
like I said, it's mostly just for Smooth, right? Like when you have a Frost Death Knight training you need a pillar. So basically the way it works is, for Smooth, what he's going to want to do is keep his Transcendence in the middle of the map, get to a pillar. When he needs to, he can Transcendence to the middle of the map, and then use Chi Torpedo to completely cross it. And I think that's kind of the thought process for Smooth, so he can keep himself alive for as long as possible. Because if you, basically the big problem is if you get Death Gripped on your Chi Torpedo or your Transcendence, you get caught in a situation where it is extremely difficult to get away from a Windwalker Death Knight.
Well, given what you just said, Ven, based off of that, they had picked Ashamane's Fall, as we see here on our screens. Do we feel like Method Orange is going to go with that same comp, Zico? I mean, it doesn't really seem like there's any reason for them to change.
Yeah, I think they can just run the same thing. They looked solid on it, and I don't think Turtle really has anything else that they're going to bring, so may as well play it until you get forced off of it.
Yeah, and there we go. We are seeing them lock in that composition on our screens here. Sid, what do you think about this? You know, I don't know. There's not really much to say. They had a really clean game. Like I said, we saw, of course, Seedoo on that H Paladin. There were a couple people questioning that in chat, actually. But yeah, it was a solid comp for Method Orange.
I think so, yeah. I actually kind of wonder what a Frost Death Knight with Ineffable Truth and Chill Streak just being like a 0-second cooldown. Like you Chill Streak go and then it's back again and you go again. I guess you need to line it up with the stuns, so it wouldn't.
Maybe Trill plays Ineffable Truth.
Yeah,
and then
everyone just plays
Truth. Ineffable Truth. I mean, it could be good. I think that's something that we could see players experimenting with a little bit more. I mean, it kind of has to line up, so maybe it's just not the most consistent play, but I think it could definitely throw teams for a loop.
I want to see Sea2 play Blinding Light, because you're going to have Hodge Blinding Light essentially every minute then.
Yeah.
I think Fist of Justice, I mean, it's nice if you can stun the monk, like the healer monk, when your whole team can collapse on him, and then you can maybe get another stun on him when your team set up on the DPS or something. But I feel like Blinding Light just seems like guaranteed value. Every 1 minute, whoever didn't get cocooned is basically forced to. I think it could be good.
Well, if we talk about the side of Turtle here, this is a comp that we've been seeing them play for throughout this tournament as well. Is there anything that they can do to maybe find an opening with Method Orange here and gain some edge over the competition that we didn't see in the first game?
I think what they were doing, like trying to go on Sea2 was good. Just do the same thing, honestly. Go for Sea2, go for the Windwalker, try to, get Trill a little bit low while you're on Sea2, and maybe trap Sea2 and swap over to the Windwalker of Trill. I think is basically the standard strategy that you would see from jungle here, because the DK is not going to be a target for a really long time. So unless they drag it on to 30-40% dampening, I don't think we're going to see this dying. And without pressure on Sea2, I think Sea2 is always going to pre-sacrifice, or he's always going to give Trill something before he gets trapped.
We'll find out soon enough. Can Turtle turn this around and tie it up 1-1, or is Method Orange going to put themselves on match point in this next game on Ashmean's Fall?
Curious to see if Smooth can handle the pressure a bit better here. Seemed like he kind of fell over towards the end of the game. Everything was going so well, but then they got some uptime and Smooth could no longer handle it. It's going to be really tested here. Previous BlizzCon champions, Method Orange, up 1-0 in the series. They do pick a good map for Smooth to excel on. Mez's going to crab walk immediately on Smooth. I mean, he's pretty much target acquired on the healer right now. This is maximum Zug.
Well, I mean, it seems intelligent. Despite this consistent setups going on to Cyfoxy and Dilly, it seemed difficult to actually push through that defense. So I think really pressuring Smooth in the match obviously got them the win in game number 1. And I think would be smart to do on this game as well, if they can manage to keep that uptime. Could backfire though. Dilly actually, he lost his pet in that exchange. The chill streak, I think, just outright deleted it. So he's going to have to resummon that. But Method Orange certainly not making it easy as they make a big swap over onto Sea2. If they can get Divine Shield this early on in the game, it would be absolutely massive. But it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to. Sea2 with his Avenging Wrath keeps his team alive. Trill getting bursted down. Good damage here from Turtle. Excellent job getting counter pressure for their roster.
Ooh, big push here onto Smooth. Sea2 in the Cyclone. Trill could be in a little bit of trouble, but also Smooth with a beautiful pre-fort brew right there. Before he got stunned, should be just fine here. He has his Transcendence as well. He's going to say goodbye to Maz, and now all of a sudden, oh, Maz with a beautiful double blinding sleet there as Sea2 was about to get trapped. Or stunned into a kill, or stunned into a trap right there, and Mez is gonna break that up completely with that blinding sleet. And now once again looking to get to Smooth, and let's see if they can get there. Cyfoxy with a beautiful Cyclone there, gonna reach Mez. Actually wouldn't have mind seeing Mez just use his anti-magic shell and getting aggressive there. Trill now in a leg sweep. Smooth just trying to get some distance. You can expect him to kind of roll and swap side on the map very soon. There it is. He's gonna port away. His port is back on that old pillar, so he's gonna relay it on this one, but now he's caught up in a bad situation. Pre-life cocoon though, he's going to save him. Smooth just smooths like a Jagger at this point.
Good damage onto Cyfoxy, paralyzed onto Smooth. Method Orange continuing their assault just 2 minutes into the game, but at the same time, it seems like Turtle, they want to put a lot more pressure onto Sea2 in this match. Can they get the Divine Shield? That would be huge for them if they can. Sea2 is greeting it. The Blinding Sheet coming in, and that will be enough for Sea2 to survive with his Avenging Wrath. But that is a close call for Sea2. If he gets Reaping Flames to anything, it's just outright dead. And a play like that can definitely backfire. Turtle, though, on the back foot just a little bit. Hammer of Justice going to be landing onto Smooth. Turtle at the same time is going to be taking a huge hit of damage. Trap now onto Sea2, and Turtle really mixing up their offense here.
I mean, Sea2's got Safeguard. It didn't proc, so I feel like he can be greedy as long as he has Safeguard. Hold on to Divine Shield for later.
True.
Smooth holding out here, but Cyfoxy has no Gladiator's Medallion, so they could swap back to him with a double blinding sleep. But right now it's a bit of a healer race. Smooth will have a tough time with that hard stop Delirium, making his mobility basically non-existent. They stack up for a double. This could be devastating. Smooth breaks out, but Dilly is low. He trades the Lingering Psychic Shell, disengages from the fight. Sidu gets interrupted by Cyfoxy. Big play, but Sidu pre-Vitality Conduited himself before getting kicked, so he heals himself easily with that.
So what happened there is that Sidu got kicked, and right before he got stunned, he activated his Vitality Conduit while he's kicked. And Vitality Conduit is actually on Nature School. So Holy Paladin is one of the few healers in the game that can do that. If he was playing, for example, a Druid, he would have just died there. Just a fun fact to throw out there.
Yeah. Vitality Conduit, really strong, and it's especially strong on the healers that can use it even when they're interrupted. So the Paladin, the Discipline Priest, and that will keep Sidu alive. See about 4 minutes into the game, Smooth actually getting pressured down once again, and this is what I like for Method Orange. Go after Smooth, really test him in this matchup. It is difficult for the Mistweaver Monk to actually kite and get away with the Delirium, with the Heartstop Aura, and they might be able to just take him down. He's got 1 second on the Cocoon. Smoothie has to hold on. No, he gets caught into the Hammer of Justice. The Blinding Sleet. I mean, he had 1 second. That has to be absolutely heartbreaking for Turtle, but Method Orange, Sidu rolls over with the Hammer of Justice, and they claim game number 2.
Oh, man. They didn't quite make it as far this time on the side of Turtle. Method Orange was able to take them down before dampening even started. Excuse me, there's a motorcycle or something outside. I don't know if you guys can hear that. But break down those final moments for Method Orange against Turtle here. How were they able to take them down?
Well, they were able to connect onto Smooth right there, and obviously Smooth did a really nice preemptive life cocoon on the previous go, but this setup, he didn't have it for a couple of more seconds. Sidu barely able to land a Hammer of Justice, and they had the damage to back it up. Mez as well came in with a beautiful Blinding Sleet there at the end, just to make sure that Dilly wouldn't, trap anybody or use his Mending Bandage or anything like that, and, by some miracle save Smooth. And Method Orange are looking pretty good in this matchup. It looks like they have a solid answer here.
They certainly do. Not really looking like they were in any danger during that last game. It doesn't look like they... I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think they even... There's really no point in them changing up their composition. This is Turtle's map pick. Is there even any way to force them into maybe playing something else, Stupities?
I mean, their option is a Priest. And... Want to play a Priest into that? Okay. I really don't think Priest is going to work out better than Monk. I kind of wonder if they don't have it as an option, but a Paladin maybe instead? Paladin jungle?
What would that do?
Maybe it's one of those things where you want, well, it's just less susceptible to dying, I think. You're not going to be as worried. You just pop Avenging Wrath, big heal yourself back to full. Life Cocoon is the same. I feel like they're just panicking a lot. There was one setup where Cyfoxy Survival Instincts and Lingering Psychic Shelled, and Smooth still Life Cocooned him anyway. I feel like it's like an unnecessary amount of resources being dedicated to one target, and Smooth could save those resources for other targets when they're in danger. It would be a bit easier for him to handle.
Is this just a difficult comp for jungle to face, or is there something else that they're maybe not doing quite as well than that they could be potentially getting a win off of Method Orange here?
Well, I mean, it seems to me from what we saw in Europe and what we're seeing in North America, the answer to the jungle cleave appears to be Paladin melee cleaves. It's just difficult for the jungle cleave to really get too much going. Eventually, you get kind of overwhelmed on that Mistweaver Monk. I mean, maybe we could see the Discipline Priest coming in. I don't know if that's actually going to be that much better. Why did you laugh?
Wait, what did I miss? What?
I guess.
That is just cracking jokes.
Sorry, that went right over my head.
Apparently, that's the funniest thing I've said all day. But I feel like for Turtle, I mean, I don't know. It doesn't seem like they're playing it really wrong, to be honest with you. Like, I don't think their targeting is bad. Their goes are pretty consistent. Sid said maybe defensively they're kind of overreacting, and that might be true, but I don't know. This is one of those matchups that's looking good for Method Orange. Their consistent setups are great. Delirium and Heartstop Aura, like I said, it's really difficult for a Mistweaver Monk to deal with, and if you make a mistake with your mobility, you get punished heavily. And I mean, that's what we saw in that last game, and I think that's what Method Orange is going to be looking to do once again. So I'm really curious to see if Turtle does make any adaptations.
Mm-hmm. I mean, what even do you do in the situation here? You're one game away from losing and being knocked out of the tournament. Is it a better idea to sort of try and keep pressing away at the comp that you've already been playing, hoping that maybe it works this time, or do you think it's safer, Supatis, to try and switch something up?
I don't think it's safer. There's no way a priest will just die.
Yeah.
They're gonna have to stand on top of the priest too if they want to. It's gonna be a healer race, so it's a priest and a death knight and a windwalker, and then a paladin with a feral and a hunter.
I feel like there's one thing. I mean,
If you say
obviously,
Maledic.
if in, I was about to actually. You know me too well. So there's one thing they haven't tested. They are against hybrid. They are against the target with a lot of self-healing, you know, things like Death Strike, things like Vitality Conduit, you know, when a target is in a trap, things like that. Maledict is a great tool that was designed specifically for those situations. So you're 0-2. You may as well try it. It's, you know, I mean, it's either that or bringing a disc priest. And yeah,
Go ahead.
Gex is amazing, you know, all jokes aside. But in this matchup, you definitely want to keep him on the bench.
Definitely.
100%, without a shadow of a doubt.
Oh.
So okay, it looks like it's going to be the same matchup. It's going to be the Windwalker Death Knight Paladin versus the Mistweaver Jungle Cleave. What do we want to see from Turtle? I mean, what do they need to do to actually secure a kill? It seems like the most pressure they've had is going after Sea-Doo. Is that something we think they can reliably do?
I feel like it's smooth. Like when Zuniaki was fighting it, maybe it's different when it's a Windwalker. Maybe it is just way more pressure.
You're just gonna put all blame on Smooth.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like
Zuni's all Mistweaver is farming these comps.
Like Zuni's Mistweaver, but it was a warrior, not a Windwalker, which I think is a bigger difference in terms of like, well, I'm gonna die to this. It's huge burst damage. So maybe that one alone change is enough that it's putting it over the edge. Whereas the warrior's not gonna solo kill the Mistweaver, and then Smooth doesn't get to just stand still. Because it seems like he's just having it hard. I'm wondering, is he running Zen Focus T in any of these matchups? Seems like whenever they're on... so he's not running Zen Focus T, so he just has to deal with multiple interrupts. And then every time he needs to deal with multiple interrupts, he just kind of falls over. He tries to roll away, but he has no rolls because he's fighting Frost Death Knight. And then there just comes a time where, yeah, you got to get through the kicks, and he can't. That's what I'm noticing, at least, is he just can't deal with the interrupts.
Well, we'll have to see if it is enough. Hopefully Turtle has something figured out against Method Orange because they are on match point. It is 2-0 Method Orange versus Turtle.
We're going to see Trill charging in here, immediately getting stunned up by Cyfoxy. They got a stun onto Sea-Doo. They're looking for Trill there. 2 motorbikes crashing into Trill right there. Big opener here, but they only force out the touch of Karma. Trill with a beautiful Transcendence location already pre-placed. Immediately responding perfect to that situation. And Dilly now on the back foot. Smooth trying to get in range for that life cocoon instead. Dilly is going to use that exhilaration here. He's going to be completely fine. That was also the revival of Smooth because he was out of line of sight right there. You can use revival to heal targets who are out of line of sight, who are in smoke bomb, things like that. Cyfoxy landing a kick here. Sea-Doo, is he going to activate the Vitality Conduit? Not able to land. No, he does activate it while he's kicked once again into a full trap. Does have to trinket out and give Trill that blessing of protection. And honestly, the pressure from Turtle so far on Trill has been really good. I think this is one of the first times we see, you know, 2 major defensives forced out in 2 setups right there.
Ooh, that was a really nice ring of peace by Smooth. He actually managed to get it as soon as he was stunned at the exact moment. And that really slowed down some of that damage coming in from Trill. Smooth rolls away, but Trill is in hot pursuit with the Blessing of Freedom, and he actually gets interrupted. Smooth, this could be big trouble. Not using the Fortifying Brew. Second Chi Torpedo, but he gets bounced back into Mez, into Trill. All 3 members of Method Orange are going to absolutely swarm them. Cyfoxy looking for a Cyclone. Can he find it? Unfortunately, not just yet, but now a stun onto Sea-Doo. Who are they going after? Just all-out control coming in from Turtle as they make a push on Trill once again. Maim stun, but the preemptive Fortifying Brew and the double blind coming in from Mez to back up Trill on the Monk as Trill is just continuing to make this push on Smooth.
Smooth gonna fort Brew before tanking the interrupt. I'd say he's doing a better job of just getting through the interrupts so he can top himself off. They need to move away from Smooth, but Cyfoxy gets gripped into the double. This could be devastating. Smooth breaks out. He cheat torpedoes away. The chill streak stops bouncing. He ring in pieces to stop the pursuit, but now they're going to switch over to Cyfoxy. Smooth needs to get ready. Freezing trap on Sea-Doo. Big stun lock onto Trill. Can they power through? Touch of Karma trades for Trill. He's also going to retreat away out of line of sight. Sea-Doo panicked. Used Divine Shield as well. He was worried about the Touch of Karma cracking. Turtle showing that they still got it in them here. Cyfoxy's Gladiator's Medallion going to be available soon. I really like the Cyclones from Cyfoxy. I'm almost wishing that he uses Cyclone more on the Death Knight, because if he can just get that Heartstock Delirium off of Smooth and start resetting some of that mobility, it's going to help him out so much.
Yeah, and right now I think the main difference that's causing this amount of pressure to come out of Turtle is just they're just playing without a tank trinket. They're just playing full double aggressive trinkets, motorbike dressed, and we're going to see if that's going to be enough to tip this matchup in their favor. Smooth gets gripped, but beautiful Ring of Peace. He also has that Master's Call, keeping him nice and healthy. Trill now going to reconnect on the target. Beautiful Blessing of Protection. They kick the Cyclone here. Smooth going to use that big Life Cocoon to keep himself alive. Cyfox, he's still looking for a Cyclone potentially here. Now he's just going to go in. There's a big stun here. Nice Blinding Sleet by Mez. He's going to allow them to reverse the situation, and all of a sudden Smooth is in huge trouble. Motorbike coming crashing in from downtown. Crashes into the wall though. Smooth is going to be very happy about that, but there is a DR Hammer of Justice still not out of the woods yet. He's going to use that Fort Brew, and that should be enough to keep Smooth alive. He's going to drop that leg sweep and then try to cross the map. Gets whipped back though. Mez all over him. He does use that Way of the Crane to dispel that Chains of Ice. Otherwise they would have had more uptime. Now Sea-Doo and a Cyclone. Trill could be in trouble. There's a full trap coming. Imagine if there was a Maledict right now into Trill. It could be huge, Van.
Could be a diffused magic there, Zico, but all jokes aside, yeah, could definitely be really strong. The Touch of Karma trades out by Trill. Paralyzed on Sea-Doo, Smooth trying to extend the chain, and they're consistently getting these defensives from Trill. These setups are looking really, really nice. Smooth has done an excellent job so far, kiting and getting around the pillar. When he finally is kind of caught, he uses the Way of the Crane to escape, which I think is definitely a great choice for them. Cyfoxy appears to be the main target for Method Orange, but we're going to be looking for another big setup coming in from Turtle onto Trill in the near future. If they can get there, the double stun, Cyfoxy getting bursted down, they might just close it out, and they do. Hammer of Justice on Smooth, out of the leg sweep. Nice setup there by Method Orange, but I think for me, the big takeaway from this game for Turtle is when we see them on that jungle cleave next time, we need all-out aggression. I want to see the offensive plays, the offensive trinkets, the offensive gearing. Just really try to keep the enemy team on the back foot. I don't think you're going to win by out attritioning these teams. You really got to go all in with the jungle cleave.
Yeah, I mean, it was well fought by them, but unfortunately they just got 3-0. They just couldn't find an answer for this team. What do you think about that Super Tease? Do you think that they just need to be more aggressive on the side of Turtle if they want to play this composition in future cups?
I think they just need more practice. I feel like they spent so much time with Priest jungle and literally none with Monk, right? I mean, they brought Smooth in for this competition because they saw Enlight with success, but they just need more games and more time.
Yeah.
And then I think they'll figure it out. Like, those Cyclones are getting better towards the end. It was also tanking kicks for Smooth. So I think if they get more games, they'll do a lot better. The only problem, I guess, is that there's only one cup left, and there's not really a lot of point opportunities. I feel like they've had good enough performances that they would qualify. Like, just another, even just like top 8 probably qualifies them. But they definitely got to put more time with the Monk healer if they want to make that work.
I mean, points-wise, though, if you look at that, if you look at Dilly's team, it seems like they're doing a lot better performance-wise if you look at how they were last season. Would you say? I feel like I don't remember.
I feel like they're about the same.
Okay.
I don't. Maybe slightly better, but around the same in terms of performance. Jungle's just kind of fallen off overall, so they're just about the middle of the pack now.
Yep. Well, that is an elimination round, so unfortunately Turtle is going to be knocked out of the tournament. Method Orange will be heading into the lower semifinals against their opponent, which we saw earlier today. That is going to be Space Station Gaming, so looking forward to that series as well. If you look at the screen here, we have our bracket of the NA bracket. So lots of games were played today. Lots of teams were sent out of the tournament. Then, any takeaways from some of the games that we saw played today here?
Any takeaways? I would say, I mean, the big thing for me was just seeing how well Space Station Gaming actually did into Cloud9. I think if Space Station Gaming can make it back to, through the lower bracket and they can actually make it to the grand finals, I think there's definitely an option there for them that they could potentially take down Cloud9. So I think this third cup is definitely, open to a lot of these teams. We saw Method Orange do a great job with the Warrior Mage, Mistweaver Monk as well, and it's like I said at the beginning of the day, I'm just curious to see if any team can take down Cloud9. There's definitely signs of life from some of these teams, so Cloud9 needs to definitely stay sharp if they want to stay on top.
Who do we think out of the teams that we have left in the NA bracket, Zico, has the best chance of maybe defeating Cloud9?
I would say it's got to be Space Station Gaming. If they have something, or if they just win the blind pick, I feel like that's a series that will be decided by the blind pick. And I feel like Cloud9's Mage Lock can't really get that much better, if I'm being honest. Like, it's about as good as it gets. But I think Space Station here, they're just discovering this comp, when they put in more and more time into it, because just the players are so good individually, they're going to figure out more and more win conditions, more and more strategies, and this could become one of those comps that just helps them out immensely. It's kind of how they found that Windwalker Lock Shaman. I think it was at the end of Legion. They were not, the greatest team at the time, but then all of a sudden they played that comp, and all of a sudden they just started winning, all of their games.
Yeah, I mean, back when they were the boys, they've always been sort of I mentioned this earlier, they've been one of those teams that once they're faced with an issue, once the pressure is put on them, it seems like they really come up with creative solutions. So looking forward to seeing them play tomorrow, as well as the rest of the NA teams playing tomorrow. But that's not all the games that we'll be seeing tomorrow, folks. We're also going to be going to the EU bracket as well, and we're going to see those teams face off. We saw them play yesterday, of course, with that those top 4 teams being determined. That's actually how we're going to start off our day. Our first half of tomorrow is going to be those EU bracket games, starting off with the lower semis with AWC facing off against N-Light. And we can look at the bracket here if we want to talk about the games that we saw on Friday, Supatees, or I forget who I haven't actually asked yet. Benruki, do you want to talk about the bracket? Or anybody really just wants to chime in about the EU games that we're going to see?
Well, so basically what we saw in Europe was ABC and Diabolus making a bit of a comeback through the lower bracket. They were pretty much exclusively running that Mage Lock Mistweaver, so I think it's going to be a battle of the Mage Lock in the lower bracket. That being said, we have Wildcard Gaming and Method Black in the upper bracket, which, I mean, is normally where those two teams are, unless they meet early on in the tournament. So we'll see which one of them can come out ahead. Wildcard Gaming has been looking absolutely phenomenal, but so has Method Black. I mean, they've done a great job. They managed to beat N-Light, which was the team that beat them last week, and Method Black, they just seem to be the team that if they can prepare for long enough, they always manage to come up with these answers. But we'll see if ABC and Diabolus can kind of throw that off, depending on which one of them advances after their mirror match.
Yeah, and I just want to mention, I think I mentioned the wrong team earlier. It's not ABC versus N-Light. They, of course, did get knocked out, unfortunately, by Diabolus yesterday, and then we saw them play, of course, against Method Black, taking a couple games off of them as well. So it's ABC versus Diabolus, actually, for the first game tomorrow. That's my bad there. And then we're going to be moving to Wildcard Gaming versus Method Black. Zico, what do you think about this series? Anything you were looking forward to in particular?
The Wildcard Method Black one? I think it's going to be interesting to see if they're going to, use the same comps that we saw, last time they fought off. We had a kind of an epic final between these two teams not too long ago, and obviously at BlizzCon as well. These guys they always face each other pretty much every week. So it's always interesting to see what kind of comps they prepare for each other. The blind pick is always interesting. It's always a bit of a mind game there. The last time, there was a lot of Mage Warrior Mistweaver from Wildcard Gaming, and when they play it, they look so good on it. So I'm hoping to see it again, just because it's fun to watch it. But we'll see.
We will see indeed. Again, just a reminder, guys, EU is going to be in the morning, and then we're going to drop down to NA in the later half of the day, and we'll see both of those finals tomorrow. If you look at the top 4, we've got ABC versus Diablos, of course, that I already mentioned, starting off for our EU, and then Wildcard Gaming versus Method Black, and then of course for our first NA match, it's going to be that Space Station Gaming versus Method Orange. So some super exciting matches today. Super T, is anything you're looking for, any matches that you are most excited to see?
I think ABC and Diablos are both the ones with the most to prove, and they need good performances if they want to be slotting themselves into the top 8 for the circuit stage. There's a lot of pressure there. And then Golden Guardians are kind of trying to rise to the occasion as sort of returning to power, really, in that top 4 for North America. Space Station Gaming, I'd love to see a rematch with them in Cloud9. So there's basically a lot of games. It's not just any one in particular, really.
Yeah. No, I totally agree. There's a lot of games that I am super looking forward to tomorrow. The top 4 for both regions is really shaping up nicely. It's something you love to see when the competition at the top is just so close. So as also, guys, make sure you're clicking on the subscribe button. You can get a notification of when we go live. We'll be live here at the same place, same time tomorrow. So thank you everyone for tuning in as well. Super great gameplay today. Quite a bit of moments that we would love to highlight, and we'll of course be here tomorrow as well to talk about that action. And we'll be here tomorrow at the same time, 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time and 1 p.m. Eastern Time here at youtube.com/Warcraft. Thank you so much. See you tomorrow.